Episode 8. Alright, class. That's enough for today. Remember, those reports need to be in my inbox by midnight on Sunday. The professor's voice echoed throughout the packed auditorium. I breathed a sigh of relief and, almost immediately, began hurriedly packing my things into my backpack. Hey, Ophelia. A cocky voice floated over me. I didn't even need to look up to know who it was. Nathaniel. I nodded curtly, not giving it any further importance. Are you sick? You don't look very well. Nathaniel crossed his arms and gave me a condescending look. I felt anger boiling inside me and had to take a deep breath to calm myself. I don't look my best. Oh, I'm so sorry. Maybe it's because I woke up today with nature's wonderful monthly gift and didn't feel like getting dressed up, putting on makeup, or doing my hair. But hey, at least I made an effort. I'm wearing leggings under Joel's hoodie, the one from USC, instead of pajama pants, and I even made sure the ponytail holding up my bun was red to match. I stood up and slung my backpack over my shoulder, suppressing a wince as the weight pulled at my sore muscles. Yes, I'm sick, I muttered as I made my way through the rows toward the large double doors. Nathaniel matched my pace, but I ignored him. I had no energy left to feign politeness. Today I had only one goal, to get to the cafeteria and devour a mountain of fries. I swiped my card on the electronic reader and headed like a missile toward the buffet line. I grabbed a tray, ignoring the pasta dishes and sandwiches, my eyes fixed on the station with the coveted hash browns. You know, Nathaniel appeared behind me in line. God, even his voice irritates me. If you're sick, you should eat something healthier, like soup. Your body needs nutrients, not empty carbs. Thanks for the advice. I didn't turn around to avoid him seeing my frown. Finally, the line moved forward, and I reached my destination, the glorious fries. The aroma of salt and hot oil enveloped me, whispering promises of happiness, and I couldn't help a small twitch of excitement. With my tray full, I wandered off in search of a quiet spot. I loved the university dining hall. Its high ceilings and long, line tables reminded me of Hogwarts. The only downside was that, since the tables were communal, it was impossible to hide in a corner and enjoy my fries in peace. Do you want to join me and my friends? Nathaniel appeared again behind me. Oh, Ophelia. A familiar voice made me turn around instantly. Tyler was approaching with a smile, and in that moment I mentally crowned him my savior. Oh, hi, Nate, Tyler said with a casual gesture. It's Nathaniel, he replied, annoyed. Sure, Tyler laughed. Well, sorry, but I'm going to steal this lady. He took my tray and winked at me before gently nudging me to follow him. I was so grateful that I ignored the pain that shot through my body at the touch. Bye, Nate. I said over my shoulder, making Tyler laugh. He led me to the end of one of the tables, where I recognized several of the football team starters. Tyler placed my tray in front of an empty chair and gestured for me to sit. I was grateful it was at the end, that way I wouldn't be trapped between two hungry players. They were intense at mealtimes, and more than once I'd accidentally elbowed myself. Normally, it wasn't a big deal, but today every muscle, bone, and even my skin seemed ultra-sensitive. If someone accidentally hit me, the options were clear, either I'd commit homicide, or burst into tears. And today, the coin was in the air. A stunning-looking blonde slid into the seat next to me and approached confidently. Hi, she greeted with a radiant smile. You're the famous Ophelia, aren't you? Upon closer inspection, I recognized her. It was Holly, the captain of the cheerleading squad, the same one who had led the enthusiasm at the last pep rally. Famous, was all I managed to utter clumsily. Holly let out a light laugh, as if I'd just said something funny, which only made her frown deeper. "Yeah, the one who tamed the beast," she exclaimed. I never thought we'd see the day Joel more calmed down. I wasn't sure if his comment was a compliment or a disguised hint, considering Joel's dating history before he dated me. The possibility of another run-in with a cheerleader made my throat tighten and my palms sweat. "Oh, my goodness!" Holly exclaimed, noticing my expression. "Gosh, I didn't mean any harm." "It's nothing," I replied with a somewhat forced smile. "I think I'm a little more sensitive today." Holly gave me a sympathetic grin. "I understand, believe me. Last week it was me, devouring chocolate until my face was covered in pimples." We laughed softly, and little by little, I felt the tension dissolving inside me. "But seriously," she added, this time in a more thoughtful tone, "I didn't mean to insinuate anything bad. My fiancé was the same before he was with me. But now he's a completely different man." "Fiancé?" I asked in amazement, looking at his youthful face. He couldn't have been much more than 20. Holly laughed and rolled her eyes. "Oh, please don't start with the speeches about divorce statistics. I've already had enough with my mom." "I'm sorry," I replied, laughing a little embarrassed. "But seriously, I'm happy for you. Congratulations." She showed me her left hand, proud of a small but beautiful engagement ring. "Grant's overseas now," she said softly. "He proposed to me at Christmas, before his last deployment." "That's so cute," I murmured, feeling a wave of emotion that threatened to overwhelm me. I started eating chips to distract myself from the sudden urge to cry. We continued chatting while we ate, sharing sorrows and laughter about the small difficulties of being a woman. The good company and the warm potatoes cheered me up. I had almost forgotten my rough start to the day when long arms suddenly wrapped around me and gently lifted me out of my chair. I let out a slight hiss. My skin reacted with extreme sensitivity to the touch. It was as if it were covered with that tender part that becomes exposed when you cut your nails too short. "Love? Are you okay? Did I hurt you?" Joel asked worriedly as he sat in my chair and pulled me onto his lap. His large hand rested tenderly on my cheek, examining me as if trying to detect some invisible danger. "I'm fine," I whispered weakly, leaning back into his chest. He kept scanning me, restless. "Are you sure? You seem unwell." I blushed deeply, not knowing how to explain that my problem wasn't physical. I looked at him, not knowing where to start, and he raised his eyebrows, waiting for an answer. "Jesus Christ," Holly sighed, leaning toward Joel knowingly. "She's having her period, just leave her alone," she whispered. I whipped my head around to make sure no one else had heard her, but everyone was preoccupied with their own conversations. "Thanks, Holly," I grunted with some embarrassment. "You're welcome, girl," she replied with a giggle before returning to her lunch. Joel wrapped his arms around my waist with great care, as if he was afraid of hurting me. Little by little, I let myself be enveloped in his embrace, letting my body get used to his warmth. "Are you okay?" he whispered again, this time close to my ear. I nodded gently, unwilling to continue discussing the subject. Luckily, he didn't insist and leaned back in his chair, holding me almost imperceptibly on his lap while he listened and occasionally joined in his colleagues' jokes. My eyelids were starting to feel heavy, and I had to make a conscious effort to keep them open. Joel was like a human stove, and the heat he gave off lulled me to sleep. I rested my head on his shoulder, pressing my forehead against his neck, enjoying the comforting beat of his pulse. Joel looked down at me with a soft smile. Do you have class after this? He asked. I shook my head, feeling sleepy. Do you want to come over to my house for a while? I thought about it. My original plan was to finish my potatoes and go home to spend the afternoon in bed. But Joel's bed was much more comfortable than mine. He had a huge TV, and besides, if he was around, I wouldn't have to keep getting up to warm up the thermal bag. Sure, I finally replied. He gently patted me so I could stand up. His classmates waved goodbye as I waved to Holly. Joel took our backpacks with one hand and offered me the other. I always had to adjust my pace to match my own, as my legs couldn't keep up. But that day was even worse. I shuffled along, and it felt like the walk to the football team's house was 100 kilometers long. Are you going to make it? Joel joked, looking over his shoulder. I didn't answer. I just frowned and repeated his words in a sarcastic murmur. Then he stopped dead in his tracks and crouched down with his back to me. Come on, hop in, he said with a smile. I looked at him doubtfully, but he turned his head impatiently. Come on, honey. I want to get there before the end of the year. Well, that was a bit of an exaggeration, I sighed as I settled onto his back. Oh, right. I'm the one exaggerating, Joel murmured as he stood up. I wanted to tap him on the arm, but I had to hold on tight to his shoulders. It was like stepping into a human elevator that kept going up. My God, I snorted as I wrapped my arms around his neck. Is this how you see the world every day? The air is cleaner up here, don't you think? He laughed as he walked along the path. A few people passing by gave us curious glances. I guess it's not every day you see someone carrying another person so casually. Our bag still dangled from one of Joel's large hands, while the other held me firmly underneath for balance. I felt like glaring at the people watching us judgingly, as if they could understand our dynamic with just a glance. My goodness! I exclaimed, looking out at the gardens as we passed. Everything looks so different from up here. Someday I'll crawl so I can see the world from your perspective, Joel joked as he approached his house. It made me laugh, though I couldn't help but pinch his shoulder when I loosened my grip slightly. He carried me up the stairs to his room, carrying me as easily as a pillow. He sat down on the bed and eased himself backward, gently placing me on the mattress. I let out a moan of pleasure as I sank into the fluffy quilt. Do you need anything? He asked, turning to look at me. But I was too busy rolling around on the mattress as if floating on a cloud made of heavenly feathers. I didn't answer, just let myself be enveloped by that delicious feeling that soothed every muscle in my body. I'll take that silence as a no, he said, laughing. I'm going to take a shower. I won't be long. The soft sound of running water in the bathroom lulled me to sleep on the wide bed. It wasn't long before the soft sound of the door closing made me slowly open my eyes. Oops, Joel whispered, noticing I'd fallen asleep. I didn't know you were resting. I groaned something unintelligible as I tried to go back to sleep. But then my eyes focused, and my breathing stopped. In front of the closet, his back to me, Joel was searching for clothes. And he was, well, practically naked. He was wearing only boxers and nothing else. His sun-kissed skin stretched taut over broad, strong shoulders. It was as if every muscle had been sculpted with intention. His legs, peeking out of his boxers, were thicker than my waist. I felt heat rise to my neck as my gaze scanned his figure. I'd seen him before in pajamas or tank tops during our movie nights, but this was different. This closeness, this absence of barriers, it awakened something primal in me. I tried to say something, anything, but all that came out was a clumsy noise, somewhere between astonishment and embarrassment. Joel turned around and seeing my expression, he smiled mischievously. What's up, darling? Do you like what you see? I narrowed my eyes, ready to defend myself. I bolted upright, but my back instantly complained, sending a jolt of pain that made me groan. Don't even think about coming any closer, I warned him, raising a threatening hand. One more step and I'll smack you on the head. Relax, Hulk, he replied with a laugh, raising his hands as if in surrender. I looked away as he put on a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt. Even though we'd shared a certain intimacy before, something about that scene still made me shy. Maybe it was because our encounters had always been somewhat more discreet, with clothing and subtle barriers. Seeing him like that, so natural and unfiltered, awakened a part of me I wasn't quite sure how to handle. We decided to watch a movie. I curled up in the middle of the bed and let him choose, provided it wasn't a horror movie or too sad. We agreed that Warrior met my criteria. He assured me it was a boxing movie with a happy ending. It sounded good. But as the plot progressed, my doubts grew. The siblings kept arguing and saying horrible things to each other. My lower lip trembled as I tried to contain my emotions. Joel, from behind, began to gently stroke my hair, and that calmed me a little, until the film's climax arrived. The brothers were to face each other in the tournament. Neither one gave in. Watching them beat each other, knowing how much they loved each other, was devastating. Tears began to flow from my eyes. The younger brother ended up winning, but he was broken inside. He couldn't rejoice in his victory. His heart, like mine, shattered. I abruptly got out of bed and started pacing around the room, crying uncontrollably. How could you make me watch this? I exclaimed, pointing at the screen. What? Joel looked at me, perplexed. But it has a happy ending. Happy? They beat each other up for money. Brendan will never forgive himself for winning, she sobbed non-stop. Never. Honey, she tried to calm me down, it's just a movie. Besides, look at them, they're helping each other up. They've already made up. Don't even think about laughing at me, Joel Moore. I snapped, trying to catch my breath. I knew I was looking a little out of control, but I couldn't help it. My emotions had completely taken over. And then the door swung open. James and Tyler burst into the room. Ophelia. Are you okay? We heard you were crying. James asked, visibly concerned. Tyler was quick to turn to Joel with a frown. What did you do to him, big guy? I tried to explain, between sobs, that it was all the movie's fault, but I struggled to get the words out. Joel approached cautiously and wrapped me in a warm hug. I pressed my face against his chest as he stroked my back. I think I broke Ophelia, he whispered with a sad smile. A strange sound, a mix of laughter and crying, came from my chest. The three boys stared at me in amazement. Little by little, my breathing calmed, and I began to wipe away my tears with an embarrassed smile. Joel went to the bathroom to get a damp washcloth for my face. I sat back down on the bed, exhausted but calmer, letting out a long sigh as I regained my composure. I have no idea what just happened, James sighed, plopping down next to me. Tyler shook his head as he followed us and settled in next to me. Tell me about it. No offense, Ophelia, but your gender confuses me. I couldn't help but laugh at their puzzled faces as I felt my heart rate return to normal. What is it with people who think they can just get in my bed? Joel growled as he emerged from the bathroom, tossing me a towel. I ran the warm fabric over my flushed cheeks and wiped the last traces of sadness from my eyes. Oh, shut up, don't pay attention to them, I replied, smiling. Tyler chuckled as he shifted to find a comfortable position. Yeah, Joel, easy. Although he continued to grumble, Joel eventually leaned back against the headboard and pulled me onto his lap. I laughed softly against his shoulder as he warned the boys, in a threatening yet playful tone, not to come any closer. Once James and Tyler found out about the Warrior fiasco, James offered to pick the next movie. And for a change, he did a much better job than Joel, I thought, relieved that this time it wasn't something that would get my hormones going. We spent the rest of the afternoon laughing at Tyler and James's sarcastic comments. Even Joel relaxed over time, dropping his innuendos so the guys would leave us alone. At one point, I even felt the slight tremor of his chest against my back as he let out a chuckle. At one point, I glanced toward the foot of the bed and discovered Tyler and James dozing. When I looked up, I met Joel's eyes, already watching me fondly. "Hi, boyfriend," I whispered. "Hi, girlfriend," he replied in the same intimate tone. My heart raced at the warmth that shone in his gaze. There were times when his expression softened in a way that took my breath away, that flicker of affection, that subtle curve of his lips that made me melt inside. He leaned toward me and brushed his lips against mine. It was an almost imperceptible touch, but enough to send a shiver down my spine. Then he gently kissed each of my cheeks, placed a quick touch on my nose, and finally placed a firmer kiss on my forehead. "Are you feeling better?" he murmured against my skin. I nodded silently, blushing. Now that the hormonal episode was over, I felt a little ridiculous. "Is it weird that I find you adorable when you're hysterical?" he mused aloud. I pulled away slightly to wrinkle my nose at him. "Yeah, a lot. I don't know how I can date someone so eccentric." Joel let out a genuine laugh, his face lighting up like something out of a Renaissance painting. I let out a sigh, intoxicated by the sound of his laughter. Never in a million years would I have imagined this day would turn out so well. But, as always, Joel surprised me with his ability to be tender and protective. Even when he was acting sarcastic, he always found a way to show that he cared. I leaned back against his chest and buried my face in his neck, inhaling his enveloping scent. Every muscle in my body relaxed as I murmured, filled with peace, "I love you." Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. The moment those words escaped my lips, my entire body went into panic mode. My heart pounded in my throat as I looked up in alarm at Joel. He was completely still. His arms were still around me, though not as firmly. His half-open mouth and blank stare revealed the utter shock that had paralyzed him. Adrenaline surged through my body. Instinctively, I threw myself out of bed so fast that I accidentally kicked Tyler in the face. He groaned and rolled onto his side, clutching his face in his hand. "Oh my God!" I exclaimed, filled with guilt. "Are you okay?" "I'm so sorry." I stood by the bed, wringing my hands anxiously as Tyler slowly sat up, gently massaging under his eye. The noise eventually woke James up as well. "What's wrong?" James murmured, still half asleep. Tyler gave a light chuckle as he stood up and tapped me on the shoulder with a loose fist, without rancor. "I think Ophelia just gave me a bruise." I stammered, nervously looking at the three of them. My eyes finally settled on Joel, and my breath caught in my throat. His expression had changed. The line of his mouth was tense, and his gaze fixed on me seemed to contain a message I couldn't decipher. I slowly backed toward the door as I tried to pull my cell phone out of my pocket with trembling hands. "I'm really sorry, guys, but Madeline needs me. I have to go." "Honey," Joel began as he stood up. But I raised a hand to interrupt him. "No. I'm really sorry, but I have to go," I repeated before running out of the house. I didn't allow myself to breathe normally until I was back on the street and realized Joel wasn't following me. I needed to leave behind the anxiety that had been weighing on me since I left that room. I forced myself to run, first at a gentle trot and then picking up the pace. The wind hit my face and slowly cleared my mind. I inhaled deeply through my nose and exhaled through my mouth, as if with each breath I was expelling some of my shame. I can't believe I told him I loved him. That moment hadn't been planned. I wanted to wait, maybe forever, or at least until he said it first. Now he'd probably think I was moving too fast. We'd only been officially dating for a little over a month. Does anyone ever fall in love that quickly? When I finally got to my dorm, I locked the door and retreated into my room as if it were my only salvation. Checking my phone, I saw several missed calls from Joel and a few texts. "Hey, honey, please come back." "Hey, sorry, you surprised me." "Hey, I want to talk to you about this." I sighed as I read them. I felt guilty for running away, but at that moment, I was too overwhelmed to face any conversation. All I could do was hide under the covers and pretend none of this had happened. "See, can we please just pretend nothing happened? I need some time." Okay. Talk to you soon." I didn't reply. I left the message on read and opened my laptop to put on some random movie. I needed something to distract me from the unbearable shame that coursed through me every time I relived that scene in my head. I managed to avoid Joel for a little over a week. Every day I waited for that moment when I could face him without feeling a knot in my stomach, but that moment never came. I made excuses with chores, Madeline, lack of sleep. Even though we both knew the real reason. It was Saturday morning, and I just submitted a project to my teacher. My plan was to spend the rest of the day doing laundry. That evening, Gail had invited me out, and I planned to tell him everything that had happened. I needed the perspective of a friend, a guy, to help me sort out all this emotional chaos. A sharp knock on the front door startled me, making me jump on the spot. I felt a nervous tingle run through my body as I approached the peephole, fearing for a second that Joel had lost his patience and decided to show up unannounced. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw who it really was. "Hey, little one," Gail said with a mischievous smile as I opened the door. Without giving me time to react, he took my hand and excitedly dragged me toward my room. Once inside, he sat me down on the bed with a knowing gleam in his eyes. "I'm going to need you to trust me," he announced enigmatically, taking a piece of black cloth out of his pocket. "What does that mean?" I asked, eyeing the fabric suspiciously. Gail let out a low laugh as he slipped the silk through his fingers, slowly moving closer. "Just trust," he repeated with a crooked smile as he carefully placed the cloth over my eyes. I instinctively closed my eyelids as the soft fabric settled over them. I felt him tie it in a firm knot behind my head. "Perfect," he said, as if talking to himself. "Now we just need some clothes, and you'll be ready to go." I shifted awkwardly in bed, still adjusting to the darkness imposed by the mask. "Why do I need clothes?" "I was thinking of doing laundry today." "Wonderful," he replied ironically, not deigning to explain anything further. "Mads," he suddenly shouted toward the door. "What's going on?" I heard Madeline's voice approaching from the hallway. Her footsteps grew clearer until I heard her enter my room. What the heck is going on here? Instinctively, I reached for the mask to take it off, but Gail was quicker and gently caught my wrist. "Don't even think about it," he warned me in a firm but not harsh tone. "Mads, I need your help." I strained to hear the murmur between them, but their voices were too low and drowned out by my rapidly pounding heart. I pursed my lips in frustration, crossed my legs, and began drumming my fingers on my knee, trying to calm myself. Whatever Gale was up to was unnerving me. "Ready," he suddenly announced excitedly. I felt him approach me and let out a small yelp of surprise when he picked me up, like something out of a movie. "What's going on?" I asked, uneasy, squirming a little in his arms. "Little one, my hands are full." "Can you stop moving?" he said, his tone somewhere between amused and cautious. I immediately stood still, afraid I'd fall if I persisted in resisting. Madeline, sensing my discomfort, stroked my arm gently. "Seriously, Ophelia, everything's fine. Trust us, okay?" I nodded silently, letting my body relax against Gale's chest. If Mads was involved too, I must be fine. I literally let myself go with the flow as he started walking. Even though I couldn't see, my other senses were heightened. I felt the echo of the dormitory hallway, then the sound of the elevator descending, and later, the whisper of the wind as we stepped outside. The scent of fresh air disoriented me and made it impossible for me to continue imagining our journey. Gale slowed down, and after a brief struggle that I barely understood, I heard a car door open. He carefully arranged me in a seat, and as I inhaled, the unmistakable scent of wood and spices confirmed I was in Joel's truck. A new wave of questions assailed me, but I didn't have time to articulate any. I tried to take off the mask, but another hand gently stopped mine. "Be patient, little one," Gale whispered warmly before giving me a quick hug and closing the door behind him. I thought he'd left me alone, until I heard someone get into the driver's seat. The familiar scent intensified. It was him. Joel. My heart began to pound as the last time I'd seen him replayed in my mind like a movie. I swallowed, trying to stay calm. The truck started moving, and we began to move forward. Silence spread between us like a thick fog. I used that time to try to think of an excuse, a plausible explanation for blurting out an "I love you" so suddenly. What if I attributed it to a hormonal imbalance? Maybe he didn't know much about the subject. "I know you know it's me, honey," Joel said with a tired sigh. I nodded slowly and brought my hand back to my mask, ready to face whatever came next. "Leave it on," he said quickly. "I think it'll be easier that way." A pang of fear shot through my chest. Easier? Why? Oh no, he was going to break up with me. Of course. I told him I loved him, and then I disappeared for a whole week without saying anything. "About what happened last week," he began. A shiver ran through me as I laced my fingers together in my lap, trying to stop the trembling. It caught me off guard, okay? I didn't know how to respond. "But, Ophelia, you can't keep running away. I waited all week for you to come back, until I realized that if I didn't do something, you'd just keep running away. I know you get stressed easily, but I need you to trust me. Trust that I won't make fun of what you're feeling. If you need space, ask for it. But if we want this to work, you can't keep running away from problems." His words cut deep into my bones. The crack in his voice made my eyes sting. I'd hurt him. I'd hidden instead of facing what I felt. Why couldn't I be braver? "I'm sorry," I whispered into the silence, a lump in my throat. His hand, warm and firm, settled over mine, and he began to draw slow circles over my knuckles. The touch of his rough fingers against my skin began to dissolve the tension that gripped me. "I'm sorry too. I want to talk more when we get there, but yeah. I'm also sorry for staying quiet. And, well, I'm also sorry I had to kidnap you, but I honestly didn't think you'd come if I asked you." I smiled weakly under the blindfold, my heart pounding with renewed hope. Maybe, just maybe, we still had a chance. I smiled as I turned to him. Even without seeing him, I could feel him smiling back. "So, where are we going?" I asked, letting curiosity tinge my voice. "You'll see soon enough," Joel replied, the playful tone in his words making me relax in my seat. The rest of the trip passed in silence as my thoughts circled. We hadn't talked about what I'd confessed to him, and he hadn't mentioned it. Did he want to put it behind him for now? Or maybe things weren't supposed to be like the movies. Maybe he didn't love me yet, but could he eventually? The soft rumble of the truck coming to a stop brought me out of my thoughts. I heard Joel muttering something unintelligible as he rummaged through something in the back seat. Finally, he opened my door and gently ran a finger down my cheek before removing my blindfold. I blinked rapidly, dazzled by the sunlight. It took my vision a few seconds to adjust, but gradually the contours became clearer. There was Joel, smiling at me in the golden glow that filtered through the trees, giving him an almost heavenly aura. He dropped the bags he was carrying and wrapped me in a firm hug. I clung to his torso, burying my face in his chest, as if with that gesture I could convey a silent apology. He bent his head to brush my hair against his cheek, and a moan escaped my lips when he tried to pull away. "Come on, honey. I have a lot of things planned," she said, gesturing at the scenery around us. We were standing in the middle of a clearing surrounded by trees. On one side, a pile of logs stacked under a wooden roof. In front, a cozy log cabin with an A-frame roof, straight out of an old-fashioned fairy tale. Joel led me to the front door, took a key out of his pocket, and after a few moments of struggling with the lock, the door gave way with a creak. "It's James's family cabin," she explained as she turned on the lights. "They use it for hunting." The interior was much more welcoming than the exterior suggested. Warm yellow lighting bathed the main room, where an imposing stone fireplace dominated the space, surrounded by furniture covered in white linens. In one corner, a kitchen with mahogany cabinets and antique appliances completed the rustic ambience. "Why don't you rest while I get everything ready?" "I need to light the fire and check the water," Joel suggested, pointing to the single door that led to another room. "So we're staying here?" I asked, taking the bags from him. "Is that okay with you? I missed you and wanted to be alone together. But if you prefer, we can come back tonight," she replied, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. A wave of warmth ran through my chest at the thought of spending time alone with him. Even though my confession still hung between us like a half-secret, Joel was right. I had to trust him. "I want to stay," I said in a whisper. He responded with a kiss on my forehead and a gentle tap on my hip as he led me into the bedroom. The bedroom contained a queen-size bed, devoid of sheets. After searching a small stone-clad bathroom, equipped with an antique bathtub and shelves lined with towels, I managed to make the bed. As I checked my suitcase, I stifled a sigh. "Gail, I'm going to kill you," I thought as I found jeans that were too tight and sweaters I never wore because they were so rough. A blush rose to my cheeks as I discovered, at the bottom, a set of underwear. I hope Madeline was the one who packed it. I opted for a Joel t-shirt and headed to the bathroom for a hot bath. The initially icy water gave way to a lukewarm stream, and I submerged myself with a sigh of relief. The distant sound of axes chopping would made me smile, imagining Joel's muscles straining under the strain. When the water lost its warmth, I stepped out of the tub and dressed in the comfortable clothes I'd chosen. Upon returning to the living room, I found Joel had pulled the sheets off the furniture, revealing a burgundy leather sofa and two overstuffed armchairs in front of the fireplace, where the flames were already dancing brightly. Joel turned to me, his silhouette illuminated by the fire. His gaze scanned my body before he said, in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, but I'm fine. I have something to tell you." I sat down on the couch, and he knelt in front of me, taking my hands in his. When you told me you loved me, he began, squeezing my fingers. When I shifted uncomfortably, I froze. Not out of fear, but because I couldn't believe someone like you could love someone like me. It sounds silly, but I never imagined I'd hear those words from you. I think the only person who'd ever said them to me before was my mother. My heart sank as I watched him look down, holding back emotions that clouded his eyes. I needed a moment to process it, but before I could answer, the boys woke up and you left, she said, giving me a meaningful look. So, I whispered, holding back the tremble in my voice, what were you going to tell me? The tender smile that formed his lips made my skin crawl. Ever since you arrived at USC, I couldn't understand what was happening to me. It was as if you had burst into my life and changed everything. I couldn't stop thinking about you, wanting to be near you. I tried to settle for being your friend, but it was never enough. Tears blurred my vision as I listened to his words, each one resonating in my chest like a heartbeat. I spent so much time trying to figure out what I felt, but it all made sense when you ran away from home. I love you, Ophelia. And I'm sure I have for a long time. The world seemed to stop. The flames crackled, the wind whispered through the trees, but in that instant, there was only him and me. And for the first time, I knew I wasn't alone in this feeling. A soft laugh escaped my lips as I wrapped my arms around Joel's neck, gently pulling him toward me. Our lips met in a warm, passionate kiss, filled with the joy his declaration provoked in me. I love you too, I whispered, letting our foreheads touch, sharing that intimate moment that seemed to stop time. Joel kissed me again, and a soft sigh slipped between my lips as his tongue tenderly brushed against mine. He sat up on his knees and pulled me to the edge of the couch until our bodies were perfectly aligned. The t-shirt I was wearing slid up, leaving my thighs bare, and I felt the warmth of his body against mine. With a sigh, he leaned forward and gently stroked my leg, his fingers slowly moving up my skin, lingering at the curve of my hip. A shiver ran down my spine as he toyed with the fabric of my underwear. I want you, I managed to say, although I couldn't find the exact words to express what I longed for. He lowered his lips to my neck and placed a warm kiss that made my whole body tremble. I think I know what you need, he murmured, his breath brushing my damp skin. But then, with a sudden surge of consciousness, I placed my hand on his chest. Joel stopped immediately, surprised, and looked at me intently. I gathered all my courage to meet his gaze. Tell me what you like, I asked softly. I want you to feel pleasure too. He swallowed, visibly moved, and his breathing deepened. Are you sure? He asked hoarsely. I nodded, with a shy smile. Please. Joel closed his eyes for a moment, as if debating internally, and then sat down next to me on the sofa. He adjusted himself, tilting his hips slightly upward. His body reflected desire, but also restraint. He looked at me with some hesitation, until I responded with a confident look and a knowing smile. Open my pants, he ordered softly, with an unexpected authority that sent a shudder through me. I obeyed slowly, carefully sliding the clasp, feeling the cold metal beneath my fingers. He lifted his hips in a silent gesture, and I slowly pulled down his jeans, revealing the defined shape of his body beneath the fabric of his underwear. My heart was pounding, as if every beat echoed in my ears. My legs were shaking inside, and he, sensing this, stroked my thigh gently, tracing soft lines back and forth. When I looked up, his eyes were still fixed on me. There was tenderness in them, something beyond physical desire. There was care, devotion, patience. Guided by that connection, I reached out and gently touched him through the fabric. His head leaned back against the back of the sofa, and he closed his eyes. That small gesture of surrender reassured me. Slowly, I removed his underwear, revealing his intimate area. I watched him, not with morbid curiosity, but with a mixture of curiosity and reverence. I slid my fingers gently, recognizing the texture, the warmth, the life pulsing beneath my palm. He didn't say anything, he simply breathed deeply, allowing me to explore at my own pace, giving me space to adjust to this new level of closeness. After a few moments, she opened her eyes and looked at me. Tenderly, she wrapped her hand around mine, subtly guiding my movements. I watched how her body reacted, how she shuddered beneath my caresses. Then I stood up, determined, and knelt before him. His eyes followed me, dark and intense, as if the entire universe had been concentrated in that room. The need to know him, to please him, mingled with the anxiety of the unknown. I leaned down carefully and placed a shy kiss, followed by a slow trail of my tongue. He held his breath, and I repeated the gesture, tracing a path upward. Finally, I gathered the courage and took him between my lips, gently and slowly. Ophelia, he murmured my name, his voice cracking with emotion. I tried to keep a steady pace, experimenting, learning through his reactions. I couldn't go too deep without feeling some discomfort, but that didn't stop me. Hearing him sigh, seeing him shudder, was all I needed to know I was on the right track. His words, broken, were barely understandable. "You're doing so well. You're amazing," he said while gently stroking my hair. I looked up at him as he continued, noticing the intense gleam in his eyes, that mixture of wonder, desire, and affection. He drew back his neck, revealing the prominent veins in his throat. Unintentionally, a small moan escaped from me, vibrating in the air. That vibration triggered an immediate reaction in her body. She squeezed her eyes shut and tensed completely. "Gosh. I want you so much," she whispered with a broken voice. And then, we both fell silent. His words had been clear. Direct. True. And upon hearing them, the world seemed to stop for a moment. We both froze as we simultaneously grasped the meaning of his words. As Joel nervously opened his eyes, I was suddenly overcome with a burning desire. Gently, I pulled away from him and looked up, my dilated pupils reflecting a mixture of shyness and longing. "I want you too, Joel," I murmured softly, sliding my hand up his thigh in a gesture full of promise. "Ophelia, I didn't mean to pressure you," he replied quickly, his tone thick with concern. "We can wait." I sat up gracefully, lightly wiping my lips before moving closer again. With slow movements, I settled onto his lap, wrapping my legs around him. "I'm sure. I love you and I want this," I affirmed, moving my body closer to his. The tension between us was palpable, and we both sucked in our breaths as the touch of my underwear against his skin betrayed my arousal. "I love you too," he whispered, reaching up to caress my cheek. "I just want you to have no doubts." Our eyes met, conveying a sincerity that needed no words. Apparently, my response was enough, because Joel pulled my face toward his, and our lips met in a slow, deep kiss, full of unspoken promises. His hands tenderly explored my back before gently turning me over, leaving me reclining on the soft leather of the sofa. With agile movements, he freed himself from his clothes, revealing a sculpted figure that made my skin prickle with anticipation. His lips found my collarbone, leaving a trail of wet kisses descending to the edge of my bra. His hot breath on my skin made me arch involuntarily, and a moan escaped my lips when his mouth found the sensitive contours of the lace. Deftly, he unclasped my bra, letting the straps fall to the sides. His hands ran adoringly up my arms, peeling back the fabric with reverence. "You're beautiful," he murmured against my skin, his lips exploring every newly revealed inch. The cool air contrasted with the warmth of his mouth as he captured a nipple between his lips, causing my body to shudder with pleasure. My hips instinctively rose, seeking his contact, and Joel responded with a stifled growl, revealing how much he wanted me. Little by little, his kisses descended down my torso, stopping just at the edge of my underwear. With a questioning look, he sought my consent, and upon receiving a slight nod, he slid the garment down with deliberately slow movements. I felt vulnerable under his gaze, but the devotion in his eyes dispelled any insecurity. When his breath touched my innermost skin, I held my breath, expectant. "Relax," he whispered, gently parting my thighs. At the first touch of his tongue, a shock of electricity ran through my body. My fingers gripped the pillows as the sensations built up, driving me toward an ecstasy only he could produce. The murmur of the wind through the trees could barely compete with my rapidly racing heartbeat. Each of Joel's touches was a carefully composed symphony, a combination of sweetness, desire, and total surrender. His mouth moved over me with devotion, as if his every gesture sought to memorize my skin. His lips and tongue traced slow, patient paths that made me tremble, taking me to a place where only he and I existed. A gasp escaped my lips as I felt his hand slide gently, exploring with respect and tenderness. Joel sensed my slight tension and, far from rushing, intensified his attention to my well-being. His every movement was a silent declaration of love. There was no rush, no demand, only the desire to share a unique moment. The warmth of his touch and the security he conveyed allowed me to surrender completely. A wave of emotions washed over me when our energies finally intertwined. My body reacted instinctively, as if it had been waiting for it all along. I clung to that sensation, letting myself go, as a deep shudder ran through me. When I came back to reality, Joel was still there, lying next to me, his forehead resting on my thigh and his eyes closed, as if he too was trying to grasp the magnitude of what we'd experienced. Noticing me watching him, he looked up and gave me a smile that took my breath away. "I love you," he whispered with a tenderness that disarmed me. "I love you too," I replied, laughing softly, intoxicated by the lightness the moment had left me with. I pulled him toward me, wanting to feel his body against mine. He settled on top of me, careful not to crush me, and looked at me intently. His concern was evident, and it only deepened the affection I felt for him. "Are you sure? We can still stop," he said in a deep voice, caressing my cheek. I nodded decisively, wrapping my arms around his waist to pull him closer. "I'm sure, Joel. I want this, with you," I murmured firmly, feeling every fiber of my being yearn for that moment. He sat up for a second and returned with a small package in his hand. The way he prepared himself, with care and responsibility, made me feel even more protected. I watched him silently, amazed by the beauty of his dedication. When he returned to my side, his movements were slow and attentive. He leaned over me, and our eyes met once more. The connection between us was so intense that words became unnecessary. The union was slow, reverent. My body greeted him with surprise and a slight unease that was soon soothed by his kisses and caresses. There was a moment of discomfort, a reminder of the unknown, but his constant presence and sweet words guided me through it all. Over time, the confusion gave way to a new, warm feeling. Joel was patient, waiting for me to feel ready. And when he began to move, he did so with a gentleness that made me tremble. Every gesture of his taught me something about tenderness, about how true love doesn't seek to conquer, but to accompany. My breathing quickened as I felt him explore new ways to deepen our bond. His now familiar touch once again roamed my body with loving precision, awakening sensations that took me to the limit. Waves of pleasure merged with emotions, taking me to a peak where everything became light, warmth, and absolute surrender. Our bodies moved in harmony, as if born for that moment. When we finally climaxed, we did so together, in a shared sigh that seemed to stop time. We clung to each other as if the world would vanish when we let go. Joel gently collapsed on top of me, resting his head on my chest, as I wrapped my arms around him, wanting this moment to never end. His breathing mingled with mine, his heart beating in time with mine. "Are you okay?" he asked softly, still looking at me with those eyes that had become my refuge. I smiled and nodded, unable to put into words everything I was feeling. I kissed him, softly, gratefully. Because in that cabin, far from the world, we had sealed something deeper than a promise. We had discovered together what it means to love with our souls. "I feel better than fine," I whispered in a broken voice. As soon as Joel noticed my shortness of breath, he gently removed his weight. My lungs gratefully filled with air, but I couldn't help a small moan as I lost contact with his body. There was something about that shared warmth that I was instantly starting to miss. He sat up on the couch and gently pulled me onto his lap. As I moved, I felt a slight twinge in my hip that made me frown. Joel, attentive to my every move, placed his warm hand on my abdomen and began to gently caress it, while placing a kiss on my hair with that sweetness that seemed to envelop everything. I jumped slightly when, without warning, he scooped me up into his arms. He strode briskly toward the bedroom, and as he passed the bathroom, I noticed him place something in the wastebasket, though I couldn't quite place it. He carefully stood me up and walked over to the tub, turning on the faucet and letting the hot water begin to fill it. While he took care of that, I turned to the mirror and looked at my reflection. The bare skin of my face was flushed and glistening from the heat. A few stray strands escaped from my curly hair, forming a messy halo around my head. Despite the exhaustion that overwhelmed me, I felt like something had changed inside me. I couldn't define exactly what it was, but my eyes, always brown and familiar, reflected a new emotion, a kind of clarity that hadn't been there before. Maybe it was fulfillment. Maybe it was love. The man who had brought about that change appeared behind me, his arms around my waist. He rested his chin on my head and, as our gaze met in the mirror, gave me a serene smile that melted me to the core. Then he took the ponytail I'd left on the sink and awkwardly but gracefully attempted to pull my hair into a high bun. His gesture, so simple and genuine, brought a tender smile to my face. "Come," he murmured soothingly, gesturing toward the tub. I slowly sank into the warm water, a sigh escaping my lips as the warmth touched my sensitive skin. Joel moved in behind me and wrapped his arms around my body, resting my back against his chest. His hands, along with the swaying of the water, began to relax my tense muscles, and I felt completely at peace. Despite the slight physical discomfort, a smile spread across my face and never left. Every time I looked at Joel, I found him with a genuinely happy expression, a playful smile I'd never seen before. Seeing him like that, so open, so much like himself, filled my soul. I knew we'd crossed an important threshold. Yes, the physical intimacy had been evident, but there was also something deeper. It was as if I'd opened a door inside me and allowed him to enter, explore, and get to know every corner. And he seemed to have done the same. His eyes, once reserved, now fearlessly displayed every feeling, every emotion. Nothing remained hidden. Never in my life have I felt so exposed, so vulnerable, and yet so fulfilled. And I knew it without a doubt. I loved him. I loved him with every part of my being. "Honey, what did you pack in this suitcase?" "Bricks?" I muttered as I dragged our bags toward the taxi. I squinted in the midday light and adjusted my baseball cap to better shield my vision. It's -2 degrees in Whistler. I had to pack all my warmest clothes. I can't stand the cold. Ophelia checked her bag for the 50th time, making sure she had everything she needed. I'd heard her murmuring the list over and over since morning: passports, plane tickets, charger, wallet. She'd even insisted I hand over my things to keep me from forgetting them. Much of her anxiety, I suspected, was due to the fact that we'd be spending a week with our families as an official couple. Gosh, I was nervous about that too. So I let her focus on packing, hoping everything would go well. But the memory of my last encounter with Mr. Allen haunted me. Ophelia insisted he'd give us a chance, but something told me nothing I did would change his opinion of me. After loading the suitcases into the trunk, I opened the taxi door for Ophelia to settle in, still muttering to herself. Once I directed the driver to the departure terminal at LAX, I pulled her toward me and kissed her temple. "It's going to be a good week, my love. Relax." My phone vibrated in my pocket. With one more quick kiss, I checked it and felt anger creep across my skin at the sight of my dad's name. The jerk hadn't stopped calling me since New Year's, but I never answered. I didn't give a damn what he had to say. According to my mom, the divorce wasn't moving forward. His lawyers were still circling back and forth with the offer on the house. If I talked to him now, I wouldn't be able to control my fury, and I wasn't about to lose my temper with my girl resting in my arms. We arrived at the airport 2.5 hours early, just as Ophelia had planned. After check-in and security, we had an hour to spare before our flight. We would be the last to arrive in Whistler. The others had departed early from Belmere. At first, I thought my family would have to cancel the trip due to the costs, but my mother assured me that Mr. Allen's offer included the tickets. Something made me suspect this wasn't true and that the Allens were covering more expenses than they were admitting. I mentally vowed to make it up to them when I started earning money. Oh, gee. I stopped dead in my tracks on my way to the gate, causing Ophelia to stop in her tracks as well. I smiled shyly at her inquisitive look. "We seriously forgot something." "What?" "Impossible. I've checked it 1,000 times. What's missing? Do we have to go back?" He spoke rapidly, twisting his fingers. "No, we just have to go through here." I took her hand and led her toward a small airport store. After walking through the aisles, I arrived at the back corner. "You can't be serious." She crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow with a flat expression, which made me laugh. "Huh? I didn't really pack them." I feigned innocence as I scanned the shelves. She placed her hands on her waist and tilted her hips. "What the heck do we need condoms for? It's a family trip. Our parents won't leave us alone for even a second." I sighed inwardly, with that silent resignation that sets in when you know spending time together will be complicated. Ever since that night in the cabin, when Ophelia and I had shared something more than glances, it seemed as if the universe was conspiring to keep us busy and apart. Those 2 days were intense, almost magical. As if the world had stopped just for us. I came back with a smile that refused to fade, as if I'd discovered a secret no one else knew. But as we returned to our routine, reality caught up with us. Either we were in his apartment with Madeline interrupting every 5 minutes, or in mine, surrounded by teammates who didn't understand the meaning of the word privacy. Every moment alone was stolen, brief, insufficient. "Where there's a will, there's always a way, darling," I commented as I grabbed a box and walked toward the register. Ophelia quickened her pace behind me, nervously looking around as if we were committing some unforgivable prank. "Don't even think about bringing God into this, please," he said in a tone that was both amused and embarrassed. "Oh," I whispered, giving him a mischievous smile. "I love it when you take that serious tone with me." "You're impossible," she murmured, and the blush that crept up her nose to her cheeks was enough to melt me from the inside out. I sincerely hoped that no matter how much our intimacy grew, and I hoped it would grow, she would never lose that tenderness that crept into her with every blush. The flight to Whistler was, simply put, torture. The seats were so cramped they seemed designed by someone who'd never seen a 6'6" man. Fortunately, Ophelia was tiny, so I was able to stretch my legs a little into her space, though it didn't help much. I spent the 3 hours shifting, stretching my muscles, and silently cursing each time I got a cramp. When the plane finally touched down, I had to suppress the urge to clap like an excited child. As soon as we stepped off the plane and the cold Canadian air enveloped us, Ophelia began to shake like a leaf. I immediately hugged her, wrapping my arms around her as we walked briskly toward the airport's automatic doors. The crunch of snow under my boots and the fresh air on my face were wonderful, but I was worried about seeing her uncomfortable. After collecting our luggage, we took refuge in a cafe. Ophelia took the opportunity to rummage through her suitcase in search of warmer clothes. By the time she finished, she had practically half her wardrobe on her. Only her little red nose was peeking out among the scarves and hats, which I found endearing. We took another taxi to the villa where we would be staying. Ophelia chatted non-stop during the ride, telling me all the details she'd researched about the place. Apparently, it was a luxurious spot frequented by celebrities during other seasons. But since March marked the end of the ski season, the place had been used for a charity auction. I thought I was exaggerating, but upon arrival, I was speechless. The villa was a true mansion nestled among snow-capped mountains, with an air of quiet elegance that commanded respect. I paid the driver, helped Ophelia out, and headed to the trunk to retrieve our suitcases. She stayed a step behind, clearly feeling the weight of anticipation. I extended my hand, a simple but firm gesture, and smiled when her small hand reached for mine without hesitation. I took a deep breath, squared my shoulders, and we headed to the main entrance. I knocked on the brass knocker against the majestic dark wooden door, feeling a mixture of nervousness and excitement. The footsteps on the other side reassured me, and when Jesus opened the door with a smile and overflowing energy, I knew everything would be okay. "Look who's here," he exclaimed, patting me on the shoulder and hugging me enthusiastically. His breath carried a strong scent of vodka, and although I tried not to grimace, the gesture came almost naturally. Jesus, when he drank too much, his mood could change easily, so it was best not to say anything. I stepped aside so he could greet Ophelia, and there I noticed something that made me uncomfortable. The greeting was polite, even cordial, but empty. The warmth of his embrace with me wasn't repeated with her. Although his words were appropriate, something about his posture was colder, more distant. I saw the pain on Ophelia's face when he patted her on the back, and I knew she'd noticed it too. "The couple of the moment has arrived." Jesus shouted into the house, opening the door wider. I gave him a look that was somewhere between amused and annoyed, but he only responded with an innocent smile and wide eyes. A flurry of footsteps thundered across the marble, the echo filling the spacious hall. We were literally surrounded. Mr. and Mrs. Allen quickly came to embrace Ophelia, while my mother carefully descended the grand, curved staircase. I frowned when I saw her carrying Yvonne in her arms. It was obvious she was struggling to balance the little girl, who had already grown quite a bit. I walked over to help her and pick Yvonne up, but as soon as my hands touched her back, the girl thrashed violently. "Yvonne, calm down," I said, surprised, as my mother tried to calm her. It was then that I noticed the deep dark circles under her eyes and some new lines on her face. Yvonne seemed to recognize my voice and relaxed. She held out her arms to me and this time let me carry her without resistance. Once I had her securely fastened on my hip, I hugged Mom with my other arm. I was worried about her thin shoulders. She smiled quickly, but I couldn't return the gesture as naturally. We all headed to the main hall to catch up. The room was a display of elegance: bronze lamps, polished wood, and fur rugs. I sank into a comfortable leather armchair, with Yvonne still clinging to my neck for dear life. I stroked her back gently, hoping she'd relax a little or at least lift her head. But she didn't. I sighed and looked up to see Mr. Allen watching us with a grim expression. His eyes were fixed on Yvonne as he pursed his lips and shook his head. I kept my face impassive as our gazes met. I couldn't tell if he was looking at us with pity or judgment, but either way, I didn't want it. Okay, he cleared his throat as everyone sat down. Let's get the logistics straight. Jesus and Joel, you two will have the 2 bedrooms in the West Wing. Ophelia, you'll share with Yvonne in the East Wing. Beth and I will have the master suite in the West Wing, and Pam, you'll have the master suite in the East Wing to yourself. I struggled not to roll my eyes at the room arrangements. Of course, she'd made sure there was an adult in both wings of this enormous house. That stirred in me a certain excitement at the challenge she created. It wouldn't be easy, but somehow, I'd get to be alone with Ophelia this week. At the time, she was sharing a small couch with her mother, the 2 of them clinging to each other as if they'd been separated for years. Jesus was on the other armchair, holding a drink. His face was serene, but there was a shadow in his eyes that unsettled me. It was a look I honestly used to have often, and I knew it accompanied dark thoughts. The longer we stayed there, the more convinced I was that this week would be a disaster. Later that night, I was in my room, alone, unpacking my suitcase. A loud knock on the wall caught my attention, and I approached Jesus's room. I knocked a couple of times and, when there was no answer, I entered. Darius was lying on his bed, holding a bottle of liquor. When he saw me walk in, he looked up, and I flinched at the blank expression in his eyes. He looked like he'd been drinking vodka for a while trying to focus on my face. It wasn't until I was right next to the bed that he seemed to react and finally recognize me. Joel, buddy. Do you want a drink? He offered me the bottle. I quickly took it and placed it on the floor next to me as I sat down. Jesus tried to snatch it away from me, but he was too drunk to sit properly. I pushed his hand away when he kept reaching for the bottle. Dude, what the hell is going on? Even drunk, Darius still smiled with his signature relaxed smile. I'd seen him use that crooked grin many times to get us out of trouble. What are you saying? Everything's fine, bro. If it had been anyone else, I probably would have believed him. But while his smile said one thing, his eyes said something entirely different. I'd watched with concern for years as my best friend made poor choices to deal with his problems, but I'd never seen him like this. Come on, buddy, I know something's wrong, I sighed. Is it because of Ophelia? Did something happen at work? Please tell me. Jesus's eyes filled with tears that he violently tried to wipe away. He dropped his head against the headboard and gasped with a stifled sob. I can't, he whispered in his drunken voice. I don't know what to do anymore. It's too hard. And now Jesus groaned and banged his head hard against the headboard. Okay, breathe. I tried to use the same calm voice I used when Ophelia got nervous. It's okay, buddy, all right. You don't have to say anything tonight. Jesus looked at me with cloudy eyes and nodded. What do I do? He choked out, letting a tear escape. That night, you sleep. We'll figure it out tomorrow, I replied, gently pushing his shoulder to get him to lie down. The moment he was lying down, his eyes began to close. I went back to my room, removed all the pillows from the bed, and returned to check on Darius. He was already fast asleep when I dumped all my pillows on his bed. I grabbed his shoulders and moved him to lie on his side, then placed the extra pillows behind his back to keep him from rolling over. I took the trash can from his bathroom and tried to position it under his face, in case he woke up to vomit. I was about to leave when I stopped and looked at my best friend. I had theories about what was happening to him, but I didn't know for sure. We'd never talked about our feelings and stuff. I'd occasionally tell him about my issues with my dad, but then we'd move on. But growing up, I'd always seen Jesus' life, the Allen's life, as pretty perfect. Now, however, something was seriously wrong with Jesus. Guilt hit me hard as I realized that whatever was ailing him had been brewing for a while. This wasn't the first time I'd had to put Darius to bed and make sure he didn't choke on his own vomit. As a teenager, I'd been too dumb, or maybe selfish, to give it much thought. But in recent years, it had become harder to ignore. I could try to justify it by saying I was never home anymore. I spent 11 months a year at USC for school and then training camp. But seeing it like this, no excuse was enough to make me feel less guilty. I grabbed a blanket from the end of the bed and headed to a chair in the corner of the room. I tried to find a comfortable position, turning the chair toward Darius and putting my feet up on the ottoman. I was almost asleep when my phone vibrated in my pocket. "Stop calling me!" I shouted into the phone as I raised it to my ear. I looked at Jesus, but my raised voice didn't wake him. "Watch your tone, son," my father replied from the other end of the call. I tried to keep my voice low, but laced with venom, as I balled my free hand into a fist. "Seriously, get out. I don't want you calling me anymore. Do you have any idea how much damage you've caused? Yvonne is like a completely different girl, and Mom looks like she hasn't slept in 2 months. His voice was devoid of remorse as he answered. "Well, I don't see how that's my fault. I left them alone, I didn't do anything. But you're the one I need to talk to. I'll give you the next 30 seconds and then you're out of my life forever," I growled. "You see, that doesn't work for me," he said in a bored tone. "Do you have any idea how much I've invested in your career? How much money and time I've spent making sure you make it to the NFL? I'm not going to lose all of that over a little drama with your mom." I stood up and started pacing the room, anger boiling in my blood. Every corner of my skin burned, and I resisted the urge to punch the wall. "You're a piece of shit, you know that." "You could look at it that way," my father said in a bored tone, "but I think one day you'll thank me for everything I've given you." A sarcastic laugh escaped my throat. My fist was so tight I felt the skin on my palm crack under my nails. "So why do you keep calling me? What do you want?" "Here's the thing, my lawyers are ready to drag this divorce out as long as we can. Your mother thinks she has an ironclad case for child support, but it won't matter much when she's fighting court orders and delays for the next 2 years. But I'm willing to let it all go and sign tomorrow. I'll even let her keep the house." "Oh, yeah," I muttered. "And why would you do that?" "Because you're not going to cut me out of your life." I was momentarily taken aback by his response. "If you think I'm going to have a relationship with you, you're completely wrong." "Fine, I don't care about that," he replied nonchalantly. "What I do care about is the opportunities that will come from you being in the NFL. When you sign, I'll still be a part of your public life. I spent many years planning how your career could benefit my business, and I'm not going to lose that." "So what? You want to make a happy family for the cameras?" "Essentially," he replied. I thought about it for a moment. I was repulsed by the idea of her taking advantage of my future career, but my mother needed this resolved. I also considered that this could change in a year. Something could happen to prevent me from being selected, but by then it would be too late, and my mother would already have the house and I'd be free. Fine, I said, a lump forming in my throat as I gave her what she wanted. But I have my conditions, too. Mom and Yvonne will be with me when I'm selected and in my first game. I'm not going to take that away from them, nor am I going to make them be near you. I said firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. After that, we can work something out so you have your moment, princess, I added sarcastically. His low laugh on the other end of the phone made me want to give it all back. Okay, he said simply. I'll inform the lawyers tomorrow. It was a pleasure talking to you, son. Goodbye, Brian. I sat watching Jesus sleep for much of the night. Part of me was relieved that my mother and sister would be okay for the foreseeable future, but at what cost? How much would my father expect from me in a year? I couldn't help but feel like I had just sold my soul to lightning. Watch it, awfully. Mom yelled from the bottom of the stairs. I struggled forward, bundled up to the bone in layers and layers of clothing. My legs barely flexed beneath the leggings, thermals, and sweatpants I was wearing. I kept my fingers gripping the banister to keep from rolling down the stairs in a ball. Joel must have heard Mom, because he appeared from the kitchen with a mocking smile. He chuckled and walked briskly up the stairs to offer me his hand. Mom let out an excited coo before going back to her breakfast. As we entered the kitchen, it was clear everyone had heard about Joel's gentlemanly gesture. Mom and Mrs. Moore looked at us with twinkling eyes, while Dad and Jesus cast fleeting glances at our clasped hands. And when Joel helped me onto a stool, our mothers nearly burst their eardrums with exclamations. That's enough, you chicken coop audience, Joel grumbled, and went over to his mother to give her a kiss on the cheek. I frowned at the sound of his hoarse voice. It sounded like he'd spent the night screaming at a concert. Mrs. Moore grabbed his chin and moved his head to examine him better. Are you sick? He cleared his throat and shook his head. No, I just slept a little. It didn't go unnoticed how Dad turned his head toward me, but luckily, I looked fresh as a daisy. Yvonne had wanted to sleep with her mother, so I had the room to myself, a relaxing soak in the enormous stone tub, and by 10 o'clock I was sleeping peacefully in that heavenly bed. So what are your plans for today, guys? Mom asked as she poured coffee for everyone. Joel and I are going to rent boards and go up Black Diamond, Jesus said from the bar, hunched over his cup, his chin resting on his fist. He looked as tired as Joel, although much more disheveled. I watched them both, wondering what had kept them awake. Is this okay with you? Joel asked quietly, taking the stool next to me. Jesus snorted through his teeth before swallowing a sip of coffee. Sure. I responded quickly, glancing at Jesus. Even though he wasn't looking at us, it was clear he was listening. Have fun. I don't even think I'm up to the level of the Bunny Hill track with Yvonne. I'm not going skiing, protested Yvonne's small voice from the floor behind the kitchen island. I hadn't even realized she was there. I know, honey. I already told you I'll stay with you today. You don't have to ski, Mrs. Moore spoke sweetly, looking down at Yvonne, where she was probably curled up. I looked at Joel through my locks and saw him frowning at his mother. Something hadn't been right with the Moores since yesterday, but I hadn't had a chance to ask him. Oh, Pam. Mom looked sad. So you're not coming to the spa? Mrs. Moore made an apologetic gesture and shook her head. Well. Awfully, do you want to come? Mom asked. Actually, why don't I stay with Yvonne and you two go to the spa, she suggested. Honey, you don't have to do that, Mrs. Moore waved her hand. I'm sure you'd rather go skiing or something. I shrugged with a half smile. The truth is, the idea of climbing the mountain terrifies me. I'd rather stay here. Well, that settles it. Mom exclaimed, winking at me. A wave of warmth ran through me as Joel placed his hand on my thigh and squeezed gently. What are you going to do today, Dad? I asked my father, who until then had remained silent by the refrigerator. You can come out with us if you want, Jesus said, looking into his coffee cup. Joel's hand on my thigh tightened for a moment before he released me with a quiet sigh. Oh, yes, Tim, my mom smiled. Go with the boys. Great, now we're ready. An hour later, Jesus led my dad and Joel outside to catch the shuttle to the chairlift. I smiled broadly at them from the door as I waved goodbye. It was disheartening to see the 3 lukewarm waves that returned. I knew both Joel and my dad weren't thrilled about spending time together, but Jesus, he was a different story. He'd said everything was fine, but now he wouldn't even look at me, just waving his hand at me in an almost distracted manner. I spent most of the day worrying about the 3 of them. I didn't have much else to do, since Yvonne spent the entire time we were alone hiding under a table. I tried luring her out with candy and Disney movies, but nothing worked. So, resignedly, I sat on the cold ceramic floor in front of her, resting my head on my knees, and buried myself in my thoughts for hours. Anxiety pounded through my veins as the minutes ticked by. The front door swung open, alerting me that someone had arrived. I cast one last pleading glance at Yvonne, but she ignored me as she nibbled on the sandwich I'd slipped her. I'm so sorry, I said quickly as I approached Joel, who was brushing the snow off his jacket. I ignored my dad and brother's surprised looks as I threw myself at my boyfriend and hugged him. Joel's hands immediately wrapped around my waist and he held me tight. What's wrong? Is Yvonne okay? I've tried so hard, Joel, but she spent all day hiding. I'm so sorry, I don't know what I did wrong, but she won't even talk to me, I whispered between sobs into his cold jacket. I lifted my face to find Joel staring at my dad, exchanging a knowing look. I frowned, confused, as Joel smiled weakly at me. It's not your fault. Yvonne's just going through a rough time. I should have warned you before I left, he said gently. I nodded sadly, still feeling like a failure. Joel patted me on the back and, after taking off his boots, went into the living room to find Yvonne. My dad gave me a friendly punch on the shoulder as he walked by and smiled warmly. Cheer up, honey. Once he walked away, it was just me and Jesus. I turned to him to ask how his day was, but he just raised his hand and ran up the stairs. I froze, staring at him, before realizing I'd had enough. I couldn't take it anymore. I climbed in after him and arrived just as he was closing his door. What the hell is wrong with you? I asked as I entered. Jesus spun around and glared at me as he began peeling off his outer layers. Nothing, Ophelia, go. No. My voice trembled as I watched Jesus pace back and forth, throwing clothes everywhere. I can't take this anymore, Jesus. I need to know what I did to you. I thought we were okay. I thought we were going to try. I tried. Jesus shouted, exasperated. I did it, damn it, I did exactly what Joel wanted. I apologized and tried to let him go, but it's not that easy. Tears burned my eyes as I tried to remain steadfast. So, you only apologized because Joel asked you to. Jesus sighed and closed his eyes for a moment. I asked for forgiveness because I wanted everything to go back to normal. But I didn't realize I would still feel this way. And how are you feeling? I asked quietly, so my tone wouldn't break. Jesus's eyes were still closed, so he couldn't see my tears, but I knew he would hear them. I don't want to resent you, he said in a gentle tone. He turned and looked out the window. I really don't, awfully. You're my sister, and I love you. But I can't help resenting you. But why? Because I'm with Joel. Jesus' shoulders shook, and I knew he was crying silently. I wanted to run and hug him, but I stayed back, giving him space. I don't know anymore. I can't sort out my feelings. I'm so confused, awfully. I've tried for years to get it together, but I can't. Tears streamed uncontrollably down my cheeks as I listened to the pain in Jesus' voice. What was happening to my infallible brother? If you want to try, I said softly, I'll listen, Darius. I'll never judge you, or even respond if you don't want me to. But you were always there for me, and I want to be there for you. Even if it's just to be a body in the room while you sort out what's going on. Jesus took a deep breath and ran his fingers through his hair. We remained silent for a few minutes, while Jesus looked out the window and I looked back at him. Did you know I used to love that you liked Joel? Jesus' question surprised me so much that I didn't know how to respond. I mean, when we were kids, he clarified. Your crush on him made me feel more secure and calm. Everyone always said how adorable little Awfully's crush was, they never noticed. Jesus trailed off, doubling over and sobbing into his hands. I ran to him and knelt beside him. I hugged him tightly, wrapping my own around his trembling body. They never noticed I loved him too, Jesus whispered into my hair, hugging me back. I was silent for a moment, processing what he'd just said. My heart broke again and again with each new revelation. Is that why you resent me? Because I'm with him? I asked, kissing her shoulder in front of me. I thought so, but now I'm not so sure. I think I'm just jealous that you can be so free and open with who you really are, and I can't. Who says you can't? I lifted my face defiantly to look at Jesus. He was staring at his hands and refusing to meet my gaze. Jesus, whatever you're telling me, I'm here for you. I want you to be as free as anyone. It's not that easy, awfully, Jesus sobbed. I sat across from him and took his hands in mine. His fingers were still cold from the winter air outside, so I rubbed them with mine for warmth. Why not? Because. I ignored the anger in his voice, knowing that now Jesus needed me to be strong and calm for both of them. What the hell am I supposed to do? Tell people I like boys? That I'm gay? Everything is going to change. I don't want my life to be any different. I want to play golf with the boys on Saturdays and watch football with Dad on Sundays. I don't want people to see me any differently. Darius, I gently squeezed his hand so he would look at me. It took a few seconds before, with obvious reluctance, he finally looked up and met my gaze. Absolutely nothing has to change. You're still Darius, no matter what. And we all love you. I love you. Being gay only defines who you love, not who you are. You can still do everything you did before. Only now you can do it by being yourself, loving openly too. Jesus stared at me, clearly surprised. A small sigh of relief ran through my stomach when I saw a spark ignite in his eyes. Do you think that's possible? He asked, with a mixture of uncertainty and hope. I know. And I mean it. I know you well, Darius, and I don't see you any differently. I raised my hands, showing my face as if I were a TV presenter. A smile appeared on my lips when Jesus let out a small laugh. Thanks, awfully. Jesus frowned and rubbed his face with his hands. I shouldn't have said those things about you and Joel. In fact, I think you two are a pretty great couple. Although it kind of cracks me up. Even a blind man could see how happy you two are together. But I don't want to be happy at the expense of your suffering, Darius. My heart twisted at the thought of leaving Joel. The mere thought of losing him took my breath away for a moment. But Jesus was my brother, and I couldn't hurt him like that. Would you do it for me? Jesus whispered, his eyebrows raised in amazement. The knot of emotions tightened my throat and I gasped for air, but all I could do was nod, wiping a tear from my face. Jesus smiled sadly at me and gave me a gentle push on the shoulder. You're too good, Ophelia. Sometimes you should be a little more selfish. In any case, I don't want you to break up with Joel for me. I realized a long time ago that Joel and I were always destined to be like brothers. Who knows, maybe if things go well between you, one day we'll be real brothers. A laugh of relief escaped my throat. So you don't have feelings for him anymore? I asked, relieved. Jesus looked at me silently for a moment, then leaned forward. If I tell you something, you have to promise me you'll keep it a secret, okay? It's not my place to tell this story. I nodded quickly in agreement. I'm not going to lie, my feelings for Joel lasted longer than they should have. It wasn't until last year that I met someone else, someone I might actually like. I started spending time with him and soon realized my feelings for Joel weren't as real as I thought. That's great! I exclaimed, relieved by his sincerity. Jesus frowned and rubbed the back of his neck. Not really. Let's see. I need to say it. It's James. Is James in the closet? I asked, surprised. That's the thing. He isn't. James is openly gay, comfortable at home with his family and friends. He just doesn't say it at school because he doesn't believe the NFL would recruit a gay kid. Oh my God! I exclaimed, looking out the window as I processed everything he had just told me. Yes. Jesus nodded. But I blew it. James has been helping me all this year, but even he's tired of me. I stroked his knee in support. What happened? Jesus sighed deeply. He just got tired of all my crap, I don't know. He's been feeling closer to Joel lately, and he mentioned the possibility of telling you guys everything, so we wouldn't have to hide anymore. I panicked, said a bunch of things I didn't mean to say when I was drunk, and now he's ignoring me. Nothing that's been done is irreversible, I reassured him. Before he could respond, the door opened and Joel walked in, stopping in his tracks when he saw us sitting on the floor, our faces soaked with tears. What's going on here? He asked, his expression confused as he looked back and forth between Jesus and me. We looked at each other, and immediately, we both understood. We were in a mess, our faces covered in snot and tears. We burst out laughing while Joel looked at us, even more confused. I tried to calm down, but my body shook with laughter. Jesus wasn't any better, bursting out laughing, almost like a hyena, while clutching his chest. Joel approached slowly, as if he was afraid we were going to explode, and sat between us. Can someone fill me in on what's going on? He asked, still not understanding. I wiped away tears, this time from laughter. I saw the nervousness on Jesus's face, and my attempt to give him an encouraging smile. This was his decision, and I didn't want to pressure him, but I also didn't like the idea of him feeling trapped by his own secrets. Jesus nodded and turned to Joel, standing rigidly. He squared his shoulders as if preparing for what he was going to say. Joel. I'm gay, and I loved you for much of our childhood, but I don't anymore because I was with James, even though I messed that up too. But I'm going to try to fix it. The words came out in a rush, as if he wanted to get them out of his system. When he finished, he breathed deeply, grateful for having said them. I looked at Joel to make sure he wasn't going to react rudely. He rested his elbow on his knee, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. His frown didn't seem to be one of anger, but rather of concentration. "It can't be," he sighed. "Is James gay?" Jesus and I opened our mouths simultaneously, surprised. My brain did a mental facepalm at the way Joel had focused on the wrong detail. However, Jesus seemed to find it amusing, as an amused smile appeared on his face. "Yes, but did you hear what I said?" "I am too." Joel shrugged, casual as ever. "Well, yes, I had more or less guessed as much." Jesus, surprised, tried to process it. "Did you know something?" "I thought so." "I never knew for sure," Joel said calmly. "It's just that you always made such a big deal about going out with girls, but then you never brought them home." I couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Joel hunting for women. Joel looked at me worriedly and quickly added, "Hey, I didn't take them home either." I rolled my eyes, but I was so happy with how things were going that it didn't bother me at all. "So you knew?" Jesus repeated, still somewhat astonished. "Why didn't you say anything?" "What was I going to say, man? I thought you weren't ready to talk about it, and I wasn't going to push you." Suddenly, Jesus threw himself at Joel and hugged him tightly. I laughed at Joel's surprised expression, but he soon sighed and hugged him back. The two stayed hugging for a long moment before separating. I looked away, pretending I hadn't noticed the small red marks around Joel's eyes. I shook my head as they both cleared their throats and tapped each other on the arm, as if they needed to reaffirm their male complicity. Joel leaned back on his fists and smiled mockingly at Jesus. "So you were in love with me, huh?" "Come on, man," Darius laughed, looking away with an amused expression. Joel murmured, feigning reflection. "It seems I'm simply irresistible to the Allen brothers." A soft whimper escaped his lips when I reached out and gently pinched the inside of his elbow. Jesus burst out laughing at Joel's indignant expression, as he continued to rub the affected area while giving me a dirty look. "Watch what you say, big guy," I warned him with a sweet, though ironic, smile. At that moment, the door opened again and my father appeared. He looked at us curiously before focusing on Joel. "I was hoping to find you here. Would you mind walking me out to the patio in 10 minutes? My head spun from one to the other so quickly it almost gave me a stiff neck. What was going on today? Joel nodded briefly, and my father left, leaving us in a silence filled with questions. What the hell? Jesus muttered, clearly puzzled. Yeah, that's what I think, I added, crossing my arms. Joel shifted uncomfortably in his seat and took my hand in his, absent-mindedly playing with my fingers. There were problems with my father, he finally confessed. Both Jesus and I remained silent, giving him space to continue. He's trying to drag me into this whole divorce mess. I thought I'd resolved it last night, but, as always, he had other plans. He won't stop until he's messed things up and gotten his way. And what does my father have to do with this? I asked quietly, trying to remain calm. Joel cast a meaningful look at Jesus. Well, after someone abandoned me on the chairlift, I ended up going up with your dad. Hey, Jesus protested, raising his hands in a sign of innocence. You know I can't share a seat with anyone, my posture is different. The thing is, we started talking, and your father already had his own theories about what mine was up to. He offered to help me. That's great, I exclaimed, gently punching him on the shoulder. Joel smiled at me, but his eyes remained dull, as if clouded by a concern he couldn't quite shake. Yes, we'll see. Although their help is more for Yvonne and my mother, not exactly as a gesture toward me. But perhaps that will change over time, Jesus suggested optimistically. Shortly after, Joel left, and Jesus had to hold me back to keep me from becoming an impromptu spy. I desperately wanted my father and Joel to smooth things over, and I hoped that in the process, they would manage to put Brian Moore, the worst human being in the world, in his place. I decided to focus my energy on Jesus. That night, we settled into his bed and talked until the wee hours. Apparently, Joel had informed the others that we were okay, because no one came looking for us. My heart felt light and joyful as I watched my brother calmly weigh his options. Although he was still hesitant about the uncertainty of the future, his face had lost the shadow that had haunted it recently. And, in an act of selfishness, I was deeply glad that he was opening up to me. It was as if our relationship had been given a second chance. I realized then how much Jesus had held back in the past, but now those walls were slowly crumbling. We were no longer the little sister and her older protector, but two equals sharing their thoughts. I wanted to help him as much as he had helped me. That was my last thought before we fell asleep, hand in hand, both of us smiling in the darkness. I take it back, I don't want to do this anymore, I protested plaintively as I surveyed the hill from above. From below, it had seemed like a gentle, manageable slope, nothing special. But now, from this height, my mother and Mrs. Moore looked like tiny ants at the bottom. "Honey," Joel whispered near my ear, "you were the one who chose this. I promise it will be fun." "She's 19 already, Joel," shouted Jesus, who was standing next to us. "If she's not going to be brave enough on her own, I'll push her myself." His evil grin made it clear he wasn't joking. I gripped Joel's forearm tightly at the thought of launching myself down the hill unprepared. Joel laughed and patted me on the back. I barely felt it through my thick winter coat, but I still relaxed a little. "Leave her alone, will you? You're scaring her." "And you can't be mean on my birthday," I retorted, pouting. "Ugh, I really do look like a brat." With that thought in mind, I straightened my posture and braced myself. "I can do this." I placed my feet on the sides of the rectangular sled and slumped down onto the seat. "Well, hop in." "Let's do this," I said determinedly, turning to Joel. He flashed a mischievous grin as he sat behind me and slid forward to wrap his arms around me. "Whoever loses takes both sleds back to the top," Jesus announced. I slid my feet into the sled and held my breath as Joel, using his hands and feet, pushed us toward the edge. The edge of the plastic scraped my fingers as I held on for dear life. I leaned back against Joel's chest as he wrapped his arms around me, and with a spring of his feet, we launched ourselves. A scream escaped my throat as the icy air whipped against my face. The trees and mountains around us became blurs of color as we shot down the hill. I felt Joel's chest vibrate against my back and knew he was laughing, though the roar of the wind in my ears and my own screams drowned out his laughter. As we approached the base, everything became clearer. I punched Joel's arm repeatedly, panicking as I realized we were heading straight for our families and, beyond them, a thin orange chain-link fence. The images of knocking my father down and getting tangled in the fence tore another squeal out of me. Joel dug his heels into the snow, creating a trail of ice crystals around us as he braked easily. We came to an abrupt stop in front of our mothers, who were laughing uproariously. I looked to the side and saw that Jesus had already stopped a little ahead of us. "My God, awfully," my father laughed. "You've got some lungs." Jesus stood up from his sleigh triumphantly. "I won." "Suck on that, Joel. You carry my sleigh." Joel sighed as he stood up smoothly and extended his hand to me. "We would have won if he hadn't stopped me first." I laughed shyly, embarrassed by how scared I'd been. I'd chosen sledding as my birthday activity, but I hadn't imagined it would be like this. The brochures showed children laughing and having fun. I never should have let Darius and Joel choose the hill. They obviously chose the most dangerous one. Okay, I admitted with a laugh. I may have been a little dramatic. We decided to climb again, but this time Joel convinced Yvonne to join him. She insisted he carry her, so he started the climb with her on his back and a sled in each arm. I wanted to help him, but Jesus dragged me forward, telling me not to go easy on the enemy. Hey, sister. Jesus pulled me aside for a moment at the top of the hill. What do you think if I do it tonight? Tonight? I exclaimed, surprised. Are you sure you're ready? Jesus, Joel, and I had had several conversations over the past few days about whether Darius should come out. I was determined to convince him that he'd be much happier with everything out in the open. Jesus had slowly been opening up to the idea, but I didn't think he'd decide so quickly. Well, everyone I want to tell is here, so it makes sense. But I don't want your birthday dinner to revolve around me. I playfully punched his arm and shook my head. A big grin spread across my face, making my cold cheeks hurt from smiling so much. Are you kidding me? This is the best gift ever. Come on, you two. More versus Alan. Joel shouted from his spot. He was already on the sled, with Yvonne between his knees. After a few hours of climbing and descending the hill, my thighs were burning and my throat was sore from the cold air. We all took a shuttle back to the village to get comfortable and rest before dinner. I nearly fell asleep, nestled between Jesus and Joel, as the vehicle wound through the mountain roads. As soon as we arrived, I quickly headed to my room. I was chilled to the bone and desperately needed a bath. Once I locked the door, I stripped off my layers of clothing and threw them into the laundry basket. I was about to turn on the bathtub faucet when someone knocked on my door. I quickly wrapped myself in a towel and poked my head out. Joel was leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed over his chest, smiling as he watched me. What are you doing here? I asked, raising an eyebrow, somewhat suspicious. Joel tucked his tongue into the hollow of his cheek as he looked down the empty hallway. Then he pushed open the door and quietly slipped in. He instantly pulled me against his chest and closed the door with his hip. Is Yvonne here? He asked, looking around and then reaching for the lock to close it. No, she's been with your mom every night since we got here. I snuggled up against his warm chest. Heat radiated off him through his t-shirt. I smiled as I inhaled his natural scent, which mingled with the perfume he must have put on that morning. Joel slid his hands under my towel, gently cupping my thighs and lifting me up. When our faces met, he gave me a mischievous look. Perfect. I was going to take a bath, I stammered, feeling the heat rise in my stomach. Joel pressed a firm kiss to my lips as he walked into the bathroom. My fingers went straight to the back of his head, tangling in his curls. He let out a satisfied growl as I gave him a little massage. He gently placed me on the edge of the counter and tenderly ran his hands down my arms. He leaned forward and began placing soft kisses on my neck, causing me to arch back, a soft sigh escaping my lips. Everyone went to their rooms to rest before dinner, he murmured between kisses. His warm breath fanned my skin, which remained damp from the kisses. I moaned softly when he straightened and pulled away. Were you planning on taking a bath? He asked over his shoulder as he turned on the taps. The heat growing inside me melted the chill on my skin. My chest flushed as Joel removed his shirt in one fluid motion. I didn't think I'd ever tire of watching his firm muscles move beneath his tanned skin. With some reluctance, I looked up as he approached and leaned against the counter. He braced himself with his hands on either side of my thighs and leaned closer to me. I lost myself in his warm kisses as our tongues intertwined. His rough hands ran calmly over my body until they reached the edge of the towel. Joel slowly removed the fabric, exposing me completely. My breath caught as his dark eyes scanned my skin. His gaze left a trail of chills as my skin prickled with admiration. He covered my body with wet kisses. From my collarbone to the curve of my breasts, his lips sucked and nibbled at my skin. It was a fine line between pleasure and pain as he tortured my sensitive flesh, but his warm lips always tipped the balance toward pleasure. A sigh escaped my throat as he took one of my nipples into his mouth. My head fell back and my chest arched toward him. "You have to stay quiet, baby," Joel murmured softly against my skin. He looked into my eyes and raised an eyebrow, a sparkle shining in his dark gaze. "If you make any noise, I'll have to stop." He spoke slowly, his voice rasping around me. I'd grown accustomed to how he sounded when he was aroused. It was deep, low, and playful at the same time. With slow movements, he approached the bathtub and turned off the faucet before the water reached the rim. Then, unhurriedly, he knelt in front of me. My eyelids closed as he leaned forward, trailing kisses from my breasts to my stomach. Every touch of his lips ignited my skin, and my body, overcome with anticipation, trembled with the ecstasy I knew was inevitable. Joel wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me to the edge of the sink, exposing my body to his gaze as he descended. His lips first landed on my knee, then traveled up my thigh in a trail of kisses as light as the flutter of a butterfly's wings. I shuddered when he almost touched the spot I longed for, but, in a delicious act of torture, he shifted his attention to my other leg and repeated the ritual. In an attempt to guide him to where I needed him most, I tangled my fingers in his hair. The throbbing between my legs was unbearable, and only he could calm it. A moan escaped my lips as I felt his warm breath against my skin. He blew gently as his fingers opened me even wider for him. "Honey," he scolded me in a deep but tender voice, "you must stay still, remember?" I nodded quickly, holding my breath, and finally his lips were on me. The blood pounded in my ears as his tongue traced slow, precise circles. I clenched my teeth to stifle the sounds that threatened to escape, and my eyes closed, submerged in pleasure. Joel held my hips firmly, preventing me from moving with the waves of sensations coursing through my body. In my abdomen, an invisible coil tightened ever more, bringing me closer to the limit. I had to rest one arm on the sink to keep my balance, while the other hand stifled my moans. I tried to remain calm, but it was impossible. My body was ascending, unstoppably, toward the peak of ecstasy. Finally, my orgasm hit me hard, and my hips bucked into him. Joel grunted against my skin, holding me tight as the vibrations of his mouth prolonged my delirium. I gasped, stifling a scream in my palm, as the world around me faded away. Then, as I caught my breath, he tenderly caressed my thighs. Looking up at him through my eyelashes, I found a primal hunger in his eyes that made me smile knowingly. He jumped up and peeled off his sweatshirt, revealing the firmness of his desire. Wordlessly, he took my hand and led me to the bathtub, but just as I was about to step in, his palm grazed my bottom with a soft thwack. I turned away, feigning anger, and he just flashed a mischievous smile. "That's for making noise," he muttered before helping me submerge myself in the hot water. Steam enveloped our bodies as I settled against his chest, feeling the touch of his skin against mine. Unable to help myself, I shifted slightly, brushing his erection against my belly. Joel reached out of the tub, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a condom. As he slipped it on, I knelt in front of him, watching his every movement. Then, with firm hands, he guided me over his body. I wrapped my thighs around his hips, resting on his shoulders as he slowly lowered himself. A moan escaped my lips as I felt him force his way inside me, filling me completely. Although I no longer felt pain, his sighs remained a challenge to which my body adapted with delicious slowness. Joel leaned back in the water, letting me set the pace this time. His hands, warm and sure, rested on my hips, helping me find my balance. At first, uncertainty gripped me, but soon pleasure took over. My nails dug into his shoulders as we moved in unison, the water splashing around us with each thrust. Suddenly, his hand covered my mouth, stifling a moan. I narrowed my eyes, confused, until he brought his lips to mine, replacing his hand with a deep kiss. I clung to his neck, lost in the symphony of sensations, as the water churned around us. "You're so vocal, baby," he whispered between kisses, and I could only laugh between gasps. Our climax reached us almost simultaneously. My body shuddered violently, and he held me tightly, following me down. Afterward, exhausted but satisfied, we remained entwined, letting the water cradle us. "I love you," he whispered, kissing my forehead. I looked up and smiled. "I love you too." Later, as we gently washed each other, we shared secrets and laughter, discovering new facets of each other. Those intimate, serene moments were as precious as the passion that united us. "Where do you see yourself in 5 years?" he asked as he gently soaked my hair. I mused aloud. I hope to have finished my degree and maybe be teaching in my own classroom. "I can't believe you choose to spend all day with children." Even though my back was to him, I heard the genuine puzzlement in his voice and couldn't help but laugh. "I love children." I smiled. "I will love my own," Joel declared firmly, "but not other people's." "Well, I'd love to be with my kids all the time, too, but..." I broke off, realizing where this conversation was heading. He murmured, playing with a strand of my hair. "It sounds a little old-fashioned," I admitted sheepishly. "I always admired my mom being home with us when we were kids. I want to have my own career, but part of me longs to be home with my kids, especially when they're little. Though I'm afraid if I say that, people will think I have no ambitions." Joel was silent for a moment, and I worried I'd made him uncomfortable. Talking about the future like this was intense. I never explicitly said, "our children," but I couldn't help but imagine boys with their soft curls and brown eyes, maybe a little girl in my arms, bows in her dark curls. My heart skipped a beat when his lips brushed my shoulder. "That doesn't mean you don't have ambition. You just value family," he whispered. "Besides," he added with a mischievous laugh, "if I make it to the NFL, you can stay home as long as you want." I let out a light laugh, though emotion surged through my chest. I knew Joel loved me, but confirming that he also thought about a future together filled me with joy. I rolled onto my knees and gave him a quick kiss before rinsing my hair. He tenderly helped remove the last traces of shampoo, stroking my curls under the water. Minutes later, I scattered towels on the floor to dry up the puddles we'd left. Joel grumbled as he put on the same damp t-shirt, annoyed at not having brought clean clothes. "That's not funny. Now I'll have to shower again," he protested, faking a tantrum. "You'll survive," I mocked, pushing him toward the door. My eyes fell on his butt, marked under the gray sweats, and I decided to get revenge for his earlier teasing. With a swift motion, I gave him a playful smack that echoed in the bathroom. I immediately knew I'd made a mistake. Joel straightened and turned slowly, looking at me with the grin of a wolf stalking its prey. "Honey," he drawled, "this is war now." No. I backed away, raising my hands in surrender. "It was just a revenge. It's settled." "Don't even think about it," he replied, wagging his finger at me. "I've been holding back with you, baby." Then keep going, I replied, trying to escape. But he caught me in his arms, laughing. Instead of the punishment I'd expected, he just gave me a gentle pinch on the hip before letting go. "See you at dinner, birthday girl," he murmured, leaving my heart racing. I air-dried my hair while I calmly applied my makeup, needing a break before joining my family. When the aroma of cooking wafted up to me, I knew it was time to get dressed and head downstairs. As I reached the stairs, a whistle caught my attention. Joel was coming down the hall, and although I feigned anger, a smile escaped me. "I'm not a dog that comes to a whistle," I said, putting my hands on my hips. He shrugged, amused. "But you came anyway." And so, between laughter and knowing glances, the day continued, weaving memories that, without a doubt, we would one day tell to those children with curls and brown eyes that we were both beginning to imagine. "Funny," Joel said, with a mischievous smile. "Looks like you stopped." Suddenly, he leaned forward and kissed me on the cheek, leaving my mouth open in surprise. "Wow, how cheeky." Before I could land a good punch, he took something out of his pocket and stood behind me. Gently, he brushed my hair off my shoulder and placed a delicate chain around my neck. My gaze focused on the intricate silver loops that intertwined with precision, and my fingers touched the cool metal of a small oval pendant. When I turned around, Joel was looking at me nervously, his eyes lowered. "I really wanted to give you something special, but..." He paused awkwardly and cleared his throat. "Financially, things are a bit tight. My scholarship only covers so much." I hugged him and rested my head on his chest, feeling the warmth of his body envelop me. "Joel, you don't need to spend money on me." "Well, I didn't," he replied with a laugh. "This is mine." "Well, it was mine, but now it's yours. My grandmother gave it to me before my first soccer game." "Look," he said, touching the pendant, "it's Street Christopher. She wanted it to protect me while I played." I looked into his eyes, a lump forming in my throat. "Are you sure you want me to have it?" I whispered, my eyes slightly misty. Joel burst out laughing and kissed me on the nose. "Yeah, I was supposed to stop using it after puberty. But luckily for you, you have the neck of a 12-year-old. I punched his arm, but I couldn't help but laugh as I wiped away a tear that gently fell down my cheek. "I love it," I said, tugging at his shirt so he was leaning in, and then gave him a quick kiss. We walked into the kitchen hand in hand, as our families greeted us with cheers of "Happy Birthday." I thanked them with a smile, my eyes falling on the delicious food already set out on the counter. My dad began pouring champagne, while Jesus approached from the other side and hugged me, briefly pulling me away from Joel. When we broke apart, I raised my eyebrows in a silent question. Jesus responded with a small smile and a nod, and excitement bubbled up inside me, causing me to spring into his arms. "Well," my dad said, clearing his throat once everyone had a glass in hand, "time for a toast." Jesus gave me one last look, and I smiled proudly. Then he stepped forward. "Actually, Dad, can I do it this year?" Episode 9. Jesus took a step forward and cleared his throat nervously. The warm glow of the bronze kitchen light caressed his face as he searched for the right words. "Awfully," he began, his voice shaky but full of affection, "you have always been my inspiration. You are kind, loving, and generous." He turned to me with a shy smile and raised his glass. "Here's to you, sis. You are without a doubt the best of us all. Happy birthday." Everyone raised their glasses as they sang "Happy Birthday" with more enthusiasm than pitch. Laughter filled the air, and a wave of happiness washed over me as I looked at each of my loved ones. Although I missed some, this was, without a doubt, the best birthday I'd ever had. As the song ended, I approached Jesus and put my arm around his waist, seeking to convey my support without words. His fingers, cold and clammy, gripped my shoulder with an almost painful pressure. I leaned in and placed a fleeting kiss on his shoulder, hoping he understood that I would always be there for him. "I have something else to say," Jesus announced, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. "Mom, Dad. I know you've been worried about me for a while. I've struggled hard to find my place in this world, and I think I've finally understood the root of my problems." He looked at me tenderly and squeezed my shoulder, as if I were his anchor in that moment. Actually, it was Ophelia who helped me realize this. "I've been suffering for a long time." Her voice broke, and when she looked up, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. I held mine back, too, as I rubbed her back silently. Behind us, I felt Joel's comforting presence, his hand resting on Jesus' shoulder in solidarity. "I don't know how to say this," Jesus continued, his voice faint. "But I'm tired of living a double life. Tired of lying. And, above all, tired of not being able to be who I really am in front of you. I'm gay." As soon as he said those words, I instinctively turned to my parents. A thick silence filled the room until, suddenly, my mother burst into tears. She ran to Jesus and hugged him so tightly that he almost pushed me to the floor. "Oh, my boy," she sobbed against his chest. "I'm so sorry you felt you couldn't tell us. I love you with all my heart." A tearful laugh escaped my lips at the look of surprise and relief on Jesus' face. He let go of me to reciprocate Mom's hug with all the intensity it deserved. My heart ached as I noticed his shoulders trembling. In a maternal gesture, she stroked his head and whispered something in his ear that only he could hear. When they separated, both wore radiant smiles. Mrs. Moore, our neighbor and almost a second mother, pushed her way through the group and took Jesus' face in her hands, planting a resounding kiss on his cheek. "You know I love you like a son," she said firmly, looking into his eyes. "And that will never change." As I wiped my tears, my gaze scanned the kitchen, but a feeling of unease filled me when I saw my father standing apart, leaning on the counter with his arms crossed. His expression was inscrutable. Mom and Jesus noticed his absence at the same time, and their smiles faded slightly. "Tim," Mom said firmly, "don't you have anything to say to your son?" My father cleared his throat and ran a hand over his forehead before speaking. "Darius, you know I love you, and I'm not a judgmental person. Everyone lives their life the way they see fit. But, are you sure? This is a big decision. I don't want your life to get harder." An awkward silence fell over the room. Jesus paled, and within seconds, I saw disappointment cloud his eyes. For a fleeting moment, he'd been free. Now, Dad's words were pushing him back into his shell. My heart sank. I knew that tonight, more than a birthday, would be remembered as the day Jesus had taken the most valuable step of his life. And also, sadly, as the day our father had missed the opportunity to show him that family love had no conditions. "How dare you?" I turned to my dad, squaring my shoulders. I stood in front of Jesus, as if I could physically protect him from my father's foolishness. "Awfully." Dad reached out. "I'm just making sure I'm not hurting anyone." "Well, it doesn't matter why you're doing it," I replied flatly. "First of all, this isn't an option. This is who Darius is. He can't change it or decide otherwise, and even if he could, I wouldn't want him to. Because I love him just the way he is. Isn't that what you've preached to us all our lives? Family above all else. Supporting and loving each other no matter what. Does that not apply to you anymore, Dad?" My dad's eyes widened as I stared at him. I knew my behavior probably shocked everyone in the room, but I didn't care. In that moment, he wasn't my father, he was the person hurting my brother, and I wasn't going to allow it. You can say you're not prejudiced all you want, I continued, but you obviously need to reevaluate. What's wrong? It's okay for other people to love whoever they want, but it's not acceptable for your own child. That's unacceptable, Dad. The room fell silent again. My dad stood in shock, opening and closing his mouth without a sound coming out. I turned back to the rest of my family and saw my mom and Mrs. Moore looking at my dad disapprovingly. My gaze met Joel's, who raised an eyebrow and smiled at me with a small, proud smile. Finally, Jesus stepped forward and hugged me tightly. Thanks for trying, he whispered in my ear. I tried to lengthen the hug so he could feel my full love, but he pulled away. Without looking at anyone else, he slipped between us and walked out the back door. I'm sorry, my dad said in a shaky voice from behind me. I whipped around and glared at him. He was hunched over, defeated, rubbing his face. Make this better, or I'll never forgive you, I growled. My mom came over and put her hand on my shoulder. I agree. Tim, I expected more from you. My dad looked at us all, his eyes watering. A small knot formed in my stomach, feeling a little sorry for him. He was human, and he didn't react well. The softer part of me wanted to help him because I knew he loved us and Darius. But he'd get there eventually, on his own. It was Jesus who would have to forgive him, not me. My dad swallowed, choked back a sob, and nodded before following Jesus outside. Are you two okay? Mrs. Moore came up to my mom and me and hugged us. The three of us hugged each other as tears of frustration escaped. Come on, honey, she added, beckoning Joel over. Oh, thanks, Mom. I'm fine, Joel said awkwardly as he fell behind. Joel Moore, she sighed, we've all had an emotional night and you need a hug too. Come on. My mom and I giggled through our tears as Joel muttered under his breath and walked toward us. His long arms could almost embrace the three of us as we included him in the group hug. Everything's going to be all right, Mrs. Moore assured us as we parted. Those two men will talk, and everything will be fine, you'll see. My mom nodded and ran her hand over her cheeks as she looked around for something to occupy herself with. Both women bustled around, placing plates and shuffling dishes in the kitchen. I wished I could occupy my mind with something, but all I could think about were the two men outside. Joel came over and leaned down to kiss the top of my head. Are you okay? He whispered as he stroked my shoulders. Emichim, I smiled at him. I knew my smile didn't reach my eyes, and when he sighed and pulled me into the living room, I knew for sure. He plopped down on the couch and pulled me in beside him. I sank into his warmth as he wrapped his arm around my shoulders. He stared out the window for a moment, as if he could see Jesus and my dad in the dark, before looking back at me. It's really going to be okay. Your dad just needs time to adjust. I know, I sighed, I just wanted everything to be perfect for Darius. Everything's never going to be perfect, he said, rubbing my shoulder absent-mindedly. Your dad was right about one thing, sometimes things can be harder for Darius. But it'll never be as hard as when he had to hide all the time. I smiled at him. When did you become so wise? Joel looked at me with a face of fake annoyance, then a playful smile appeared on his lips. When did you start swearing? Clearly I've been surrounded by bad influences, I laughed. I slumped against his arm, savoring the relief of some of my anxiety. He leaned toward me, wrapping his other arm around my waist. I felt myself blush at the warmth in his eyes, something I wasn't prepared for. Well, that was quite attractive, he said softly. Jesus. Keep that under control, more. I tapped him on the arm to get him to move away. We were sandwiched between our mothers in the kitchen and my dad and brother outside. I didn't need anyone to notice our tension. Joel laughed and relaxed on the couch. After that, we remained silent, each of us occasionally glancing toward the back windows. My mom had peeked out several times from the kitchen, giving us a nervous, sympathetic smile before disappearing. Finally, the back door creaked open, and Jesus walked in. I quickly jumped up from the couch just as Mom and Mrs. Moore hurried out of the kitchen. We all stopped and stared in surprise as Dad followed Jesus into the house. Both men were silent for a moment. It was clear they'd been through a lot outside. Traces of tears still lingered in their swollen eyes, and their cheeks were flushed. Dad cleared his throat and took a step forward, causing all our eyes to turn toward him. He shifted uncomfortably on his feet as he looked at us one by one. When our gazes met, I tried to keep my face steady and free of emotion, waiting silently. His eyes softened, and a look of desperation came over his face. I could see that he was silently asking for my forgiveness, but I just waited. I want everyone to know, Dad began in a defeated tone, that I'm truly ashamed of myself. I reacted selfishly at the time. I thought about a lot of things that didn't matter, instead of focusing on what Jesus needed from me. His voice broke at the mention of his son's name, and tears silently fell down my cheeks. Jesus patted Dad on the shoulder, and they exchanged a silent, sympathetic look. I love him, and I love all of you. Dad looked me straight in the eyes as he continued. All I've ever wanted is for my children to be happy, and I'm sorry if I lost sight of that. We were silent for a moment, until Jesus stepped forward. I know this was a lot for all of us. But when I decided to tell you, it was because you are the most important people in my life. I wanted us all to be together, with nothing stopping us from being happy. So please don't drag this out. Dad and I are fine, and I really want us to enjoy Awfully's birthday. That was all it took for Mom and I to run and envelop both men in a tearful hug. I couldn't stop crying as I was woven between the three people who had always been there for me. In my heart, I sent a silent prayer that this truly was a new beginning for all of us. Well, it's time for dinner. Mom laughed through her tears as we let go. We all headed to the dining room, but a hand on my arm stopped me. Awfully, I'm really sorry about all this, Dad sighed. He eyed me cautiously until I stepped forward and hugged him around the waist. It's okay. I'm sorry I yelled at you, I said, my cheek pressing against the buttons of his shirt. Dad patted me on the back and stepped back. Yeah, that boy really has a bad influence on you. His words made me look up at his face, but I relaxed when I saw the soft smile playing on his lips. The rest of my birthday was much calmer. Everyone made a conscious effort to leave the tension behind as we laughed and ate well into the night. There was a lightness in the air as we interacted, something that hadn't been there before. It gave me a glimpse of what our future could look like and warmed my heart. I even noticed that Dad treated Joel the way he had before he became the person who corrupted his daughter. Joel didn't show much emotion, of course, but I knew it meant a lot to him. Our trip to Whistler came to an end, and it was everything I hadn't expected, but everything I needed. Some things that had remained in the shadows for so long suddenly became clear. While other problems I thought were already resolved were thrown back into the mud. Jesus had promised to come visit us soon, and we would work together so he could win James back. My mind had already imagined a million romantic scenarios, but Joel had dismissed them all as unoriginal. Not that his contributions were any better. I didn't think James would respond well to a case of beers and a "get up, get up." I slept on Joel the entire way back to USC, exhausted from all the good and bad that had happened during the week. As our plane touched down at LAX, I could smell the familiar scent of Los Angeles smog. I was eager to return to the normalcy of school and my routine. As we packed our bags and hailed a taxi, I was lost in thought about where the next few months would take us. I could only hope things would continue to get easier. With a tired sigh, I dragged my suitcase down the path toward the house shared by the soccer team. Shouts and raucous laughter escaped from the half-open door, a sure sign that the boys had guests. Upon entering, I was relieved to find that only teammates were there, although a few second-stringers and rookies had joined the gathering. After the grueling drive to Whistler, I wouldn't have had the energy to endure a massive party. "Joel, bro!" Tyler exclaimed from the couch, surrounded by beer cans scattered on the table. The mess was proof enough of their state. "We're planning the prom, join us." As I headed to the kitchen for a drink, I nodded to my teammates. I noticed several of the rookies were already quite cheerful, probably victims of some final initiation ritual. The season was over, and after graduation, they would be free from the ordeal of being rookies. Of course, next year it would be their turn to make fun of the new recruits. An absurd cycle, but that's how it worked. "Hey, Joel." Gail called from a corner couch, playfully shoving a friend to make room for me. "How was Whistler?" he asked as I plopped down next to him and opened my beer. The space was tight, so I glared at the newbie at the other end until, catching on, he quickly stood up. "It was interesting," I answered evasively. "Great. Did you ski the black runs? Or better yet, eat at Araxi?" "I saw a documentary on their oysters, and my goodness, they looked amazing. I told Ophelia to mention it to you." "Did she?" This guy kept talking. It was hard to keep up with him. "Yeah, he mentioned it, but we didn't get a reservation," I said before taking a long drink, enjoying the foamy coolness. Gail chattered on, and I nodded every now and then, interjecting the occasional, to keep the conversation going. I didn't know exactly what was wrong with him, but unlike most, his chatter didn't bother me. He was a peculiar fellow. He could go from talking about a butterfly he saw in the garden to firmly defending a classmate if someone disrespected him. There was something about him that, however strange, won me my respect. "Wow, how come Moore hasn't killed you yet?" laughed Brock, a second-string linebacker, from across the room. "Haven't you heard?" Tyler chimed in with a laugh. "Joel's gone soft, guys." "That's not true," I muttered, bringing the can to my lips to hide my irritation. "Love does that," Gail commented beside me, his tone mocking but friendly. I shot him a glare for fanning the flames, but he only responded with a shy smile. "No way." Brock burst out laughing. "Tell me it's not true, Moore. Are you really in love?" I took my time finishing my beer. I didn't understand why my ears felt like they were burning at the question. I wasn't used to being the butt of the team's jokes. Maybe I was softening up if these jerks thought they could mess with me. When I finished the last sip, I slowly lowered the can and nodded resignedly, frowning when everyone broke into exaggerated oaths and giggles. A boyfriend I barely recognized, his eyes glassy and his face sweaty, leaned forward from the opposite couch, laughing too hard. It was clear the alcohol had gotten the better of him. "What do you think is so funny, rookie?" I challenged. The tone of my voice turned off my teammates, who already knew me well. However, the rookie didn't seem to be very clever. He continued laughing as he opened another beer. "Wow, how big money falls," he said dramatically. "I can't believe anyone, no matter how attractive, would be willing to tie themselves to someone in college." There was a moment of silence as I put my beer on the table, stood up, and stretched my neck. The rookie continued to laugh to himself, unaware of what was coming. But when I walked up to him, he stopped laughing. His glassy eyes moved down my legs, then slowly moved up from my clenched fists to my furious face. "What did you just say about my girl?" I asked calmly, though the words were laced with a dangerous tension. The rookie quickly turned, looking for help from his teammates, but none of them said a word. Joel, man, I didn't mean anything by it," he stammered. "If you talk about her like that again, I'm going to teach you a lesson you won't forget. Understand?" I said with deadly seriousness. I didn't intend to hit him now that he was so drunk, but I wasn't going to let him go that easily either. The rookie nodded, looking terrified, like the scared kid he was. One of his friends came over and helped him up from the couch. They both stared at me as they backed toward the door and ran outside. "You've gone soft," Brock commented, breaking the silence that had fallen in the room. I sank back onto the couch and grabbed an unopened beer. The Joel I remembered would have knocked that kid's teeth out. "Oh, shut up, I wouldn't have done that," I growled, opening the beer. The brat just needed a lesson in respect. To be fair to him, Tyler chimed in, "You don't talk much about your feelings, big guy. How was I supposed to know Ophelia had you so smitten?" I opened the beer tab and threw it across the room, hitting Tyler right in the forehead. I gave him a crooked smile as he groaned and flipped me off. "I'm not smitten, you morons. I'm just in love. You should try it sometime, if a girl even lets you get close." "Tyler's right, dude," another teammate added. "We only know how special that girl is because we see her with you all the time, like she's pulling all your strings." "I think it's cute," Gail sighed, with a dreamy smile. "It disgusts me," Brock replied with a mocking smile. He was lucky to be a veteran, because if it weren't for that, his comments would have gotten him out of the house by now. There was a hierarchy on the team, and even though Brock wasn't the starter, he was allowed certain liberties. "If it were any other girl, I'd think it was gross, too," Tyler said, frowning at the thought of love. "But a girl like her is worth giving up all the girls you could be a football player with." "How poetic, you blockhead," I glared at him, holding the beer can. I'd reached my quota of jerks for today, so I finished my beer and went up to my room. The guy's comments kept going through my head as I unpacked. Was it possible that people thought Ophelia was just another girl? It infuriated me. She wasn't another girl, she was my girl. If I could make it, it would be like this forever. I couldn't imagine a day when I'd want to be without her. I shouldn't have cared what other people thought, but I did. I knew my reputation with girls wasn't great before Ophelia, and I didn't want them to see her as just another one. I guess I'd been so obsessed with her for so long that I assumed everyone else understood. I got tired of unpacking and went to James's room to knock on the door. He hadn't been downstairs with the others, but I knew he was home because of the sound of video games coming through the wall. "Hey, buddy," he said as he opened the door. "How was Whistler?" I didn't answer. I walked through the open space and into his room. I rubbed my jaw absent-mindedly as I tried to decide what to say. "I need to talk, or I think I do." James's eyebrows rose in surprise, and a small smile appeared on his lips. "Well, I'm interested. Go on." "I don't know." The guys were fooling around downstairs and this rookie said something about Ophelia. "Oh no," James interrupted, "did you hurt him?" "Joel, we've talked about this, you need to use your words." "I'm already regretting starting this conversation," I sighed, as James laughed at his own joke. He gestured for me to continue, so, reluctantly, I did. No, I didn't hurt him. I gave him a heads up. But the guy started talking about how a lot of people probably think Ophelia is just another girl, and I don't know, that bothers me. James nodded thoughtfully. Do you want people to know how important this is to you? I guess. I mean, I'm pretty sure she's the one for me, dude. I don't want people to disrespect her and put her in the same category as. I grimaced as I tried to remember the names of the girls I'd been with. Tara. Bridget. Rebecca. James offered. Tila, he added, a shiver running through his body. Okay, you get my point. She's not like them. Well, James said, I'd say you need to do something to set her apart. A public statement, so to speak. What the heck does that mean? I asked as I flopped down onto his bed. In today's world, it means an Instagram post. I considered it for a moment. I only had Instagram because the coach would occasionally ask us to post about fundraisers and the like. I rarely opened the app, but I'd seen a couple of cutesy posts from guys making thank you posts for their girlfriends. Okay, I sighed. I pulled out my phone and knew instantly what photo I was going to post. It was a screenshot of the news that had spread when the Trojans won the championship. A smile spread across my lips as I looked at the photo. My back was facing away from the camera with my number visible. Ophelia was in my arms smiling down at me, tears visible on her face. I liked that I wasn't visible much, but the outline of my cheek made it clear that I was smiling too. This photo was a portrait of the purest happiness I had ever experienced. What do I put in the description? I asked while looking at my phone. I don't know, just put something nice, James shrugged. I rolled my eyes. Really helpful. I thought for a moment about something to say under the photo. I didn't want to open up too much to a bunch of strangers, but I wanted to make it clear that Ophelia was special. I needed to be honest, but not too cheesy. My mind flew to my beautiful, strong, and funny girl, and in just a second I knew what to write. I quickly typed it out, tagged her, and hit share before I could second guess myself. So, now that the global crisis is over, how was Whistler really? James asked. I felt a little uneasy thinking about the trip. I'd learned a lot about James that I wasn't sure I should know. Oh, yeah, it was good, I said distractedly. That's all, he laughed. Well, there was some drama, I added. I immediately regretted it when I saw the interest in James's eyes. It was nothing serious, just between Ophelia and Darius. You know, family stuff. I avoided his gaze, hoping he'd drop the subject. What happened? James asked, genuine concern in his voice. I ran my hand over my face to clear the frustration. I didn't know what I could or couldn't say. Look, I don't know if it's still a secret or not. But I know now. Finally, I made eye contact with James, and he was staring at me. Not angrily, but as if he were solving a difficult math equation in his head. I know. Everything, he clarified. Don't be mad at him, he was really going through a bad time. I grimaced. I felt like a traitor for revealing Darius's secret. So, I'm gay. James asked slowly, to which I nodded quickly. And how do you feel about it? Why do people insist on expecting me to feel a certain way? The truth is, I don't care who you associate with. Well, maybe not entirely. Knowing how devastated Darius was about James made the idea of him moving on with another jerk a big deal. Thanks, man. It means a lot to me, James smiled, though his expression concealed concern. But you understand why I need to keep it a secret, right? I mean, I'm out, proud, I wave the rainbow flag and all that, but there aren't many NFL teams willing to sign an openly gay offensive lineman. I understand, I nodded, though I hesitated for a moment before continuing. But since we're on the subject. Damn. Why am I even getting into this mess? Still, I felt like I owed Darius this. Look, I don't know exactly what happened between you two, but Darius was pretty upset in Whistler. Let me guess, James rolled his eyes. He was drunk the whole time. Not really. Well, he did drink for the first few days, but after we talked in depth, I barely saw him with a beer in his hand. Maybe a little champagne at some point. James looked at me skeptically, raising an eyebrow. Really? He wasn't drunk. I wasn't, I reaffirmed. I felt a small satisfaction at seeing James absorb my words, but then his expression hardened, as if he were closing a door internally. It doesn't matter. I can't get distracted by drama right now. I need to focus on football, period. I have one more year to prove to the scouts that I'm worth it, and I can't ruin it. I leaned back, resting my knuckles on the floor, unsure how to proceed. It was hard enough talking to my friends about girls, but this. How was I supposed to mediate between two people who meant so much to me? James misinterpreted my silence and raised his hands defensively. I know he's your brother, but I can't deal with this. If that means you have to take his side, I understand. It sucks, but I understand. I watched him for a moment, thinking. He was right, Jesus had been my best friend since childhood. Should I choose his side? Would it be disloyal if I didn't? Jesus is my brother, I acknowledged, and I'll always be there for him. James nodded, resigned, before I could continue. But you've also had my back 1,000 times, man. So I'm not going to choose sides. A wave of emotions crossed James's face. He didn't want this to escalate into something bigger, and he seemed to pick up on that, because he took a deep breath and relaxed. Thanks, man, he said finally, with a genuine smile. Well, you know. Besides, I'm still hoping this whole thing will work out. What does Tyler always say? That I'm taking you on, or something. James threw his head back and laughed. Exactly. That's the word. Later, in my room, I was almost finished unpacking. I checked my phone and was surprised to see an Instagram post with over 300 likes. I didn't even know so many people followed me. I was about to put it aside when a message made my blood run cold. I'm still waiting for that signature, son. Lawyers can't wait forever. Frustration flooded through me, and I threw the phone against the wall, clenching my fists to release the tension. Brian wasn't ever going to give up. I'd been naive to think a simple call would solve things. Sure, I'd considered that a verbal agreement wasn't legally binding, but I didn't intend to betray him. If he'd kept his word and left Mom and Yvonne alone, I would have done the same. But, of course, Brian Moore wouldn't lift a finger without a contract. I picked up the phone from the floor, checking it wasn't broken. I ignored the message, as I had the previous ones, and instead dialed a number I'd recently memorized. Hello? A deep voice answered on the other end. Hi, Mr. Allen, I sighed, defeated. You wrote to me again. I think we should speed this up. I leaned back against the wooden park bench, letting the gentle breeze caress my face as I gazed up at the sky. The late March sun lit up my skin, and a smile spread across my face. I couldn't help but think I looked a little silly, sitting there alone, smiling like a child. But I couldn't help being happy, especially these days. I took my phone out of my pocket and checked the time. I had 20 more minutes to wait. A little tired, I opened Instagram for the umpteenth time this week. I was very surprised to receive the notification that Joel had tagged me in something. Madeline and I were lying on the couch, catching up and watching a movie when my phone vibrated. When I saw the notification, I couldn't stop the tears from falling at the sight of the beautiful photo he had chosen, accompanied by a simple caption. It was only 2 words, but it filled me with indescribable happiness and love. My light. Looking at the photo now, I felt like my heart had completely melted, spilling onto the floor at my feet. I never imagined I'd care so much about social media or making our relationship public. But the fact that Joel had done it touched me deeply. His post already had over 1,000 likes and a ton of comments. I started reading the ones I hadn't seen yet. At Tyler Thested, what a beautiful couple. At HollyCheer98, kill me, you two are just the most adorable. At Benny545, damn, bro, you lucky guy. At Gelreynolds, mom and dad. At P. Moore, aw, my 2 baby birds. So cute. Love, mom. At Brocktherop, cute. But yeah, looks like she's a girl worth a look, bro. At Brit, I always knew you two would end up together. So cute. At Cutie Bella, happy face, okay, Brit. You two are great together. I miss you so much. I frowned at Brit and Bella's comments. I hadn't heard from them in 5 months, and now they were acting like we were best friends, as if nothing had happened. Really, I shouldn't be surprised. The 3 of us had never been very good at solving our problems, especially if I was the one feeling upset. They always waited patiently until I gave up and ran back to them. Annoyed by their falseness, I considered doing something to calm them down a bit. Maybe I could finally send that long text I'd been planning several times in my head. Or, if I wanted to be meaner, I could respond in a way that made it clear we were no longer friends. But deep down, I knew I wouldn't do any of that. Did Brit and Bella bother me? Of course they did. Was I still mad at them? Hurt? No. The truth is, I'd just outgrown that stage. There was a time when I thought they'd be my best friends until I grew old and gray. As hard as it was to admit, they were good friends to me once. Sure, they were sometimes selfish and a little shallow. But what teenage girl wasn't? I put the phone away, feeling at peace, knowing I didn't need closure with either of them because I didn't care anymore. They had been a huge part of a phase of my life, and for that, I was grateful. If they wanted to cling to some fictitious connection they thought they had with my boyfriend, go ahead. A horn honked repeatedly, drawing my attention and bringing me back to reality. A loud entrance. Yes, that was my brother. Little sister. Darius shouted as he jumped out of his car and ran toward me. I smiled and stood up to greet him, barely avoiding being knocked off his feet by his hug. Hey, big bro, I laughed as I snuggled into his embrace. We sat back down on the park bench, watching some kids play in the distance while we caught up. A sense of pride filled me as I listened to his fluid conversation. He'd been working so hard to get his life back on track. It was as if once he opened one door, he had to keep opening it. Now he was telling me about some friends at work he'd opened up to about his true identity. I'm glad everyone is accepting it so well, I smiled. How could they not when I tell them I have a little pit bull sister I can unleash on them? Jesus laughed. That's true, I confirmed. So, are you ready to do it? Jesus grimaced. We'd been texting ever since Whistler and I managed to convince him to come to Los Angeles to make up with James. He was worried because he thought things were already too broken, but I was determined to get them back together. Selfishly, I'd been imagining how fun double dates would be as a foursome. I don't know, awfully. I think James has seen me at my worst so many times. Besides, I'm still a work in progress. I can't be perfect for him. If James really loves you, he won't expect you to be perfect, I assured her. Jesus turned to me, thoughtful, and I saw doubt fill his eyes. Do you really believe that? I shrugged casually. Joel isn't perfect. In fact, he's far from it, but that doesn't stop me from loving him. I let out a laugh as Jesus flinched and shook his head rapidly, as if trying to erase an image from his mind. In fact, I think I love him more because I can see how hard he's trying. Yeah, but Joel never acted like a drunken fool around with you, Jesus sighed. How's it been going with that? I asked cautiously. I'd never been sure how deep Jesus's problems with alcohol went, and I didn't know if he'd want to tell me. Jesus leaned back in the pew and looked up at the sky, as if searching for the right words. I don't want to downplay how bad it was. Because I know it was bad. But I don't know. I drank because as soon as I took a sip of alcohol, all the pain would flood back in. I really hated hiding. So I drank until I forgot. I reached out and stroked his leg. Every time I saw a glimpse of the amount of suffering he had silently endured, my heart broke a little more for him. I had to remind myself that was behind me. Darius was on a better, brighter path now. I'm not saying it's not a problem anymore, Jesus continued. I just don't feel the need to do it anymore. I'm going to therapy with one mom recommended, and we've talked a lot about why I chose alcohol as a way to cope. She wants to make sure I don't use it as a tool to calm myself down. Darius, you see. You're already doing a lot to improve. I really think James is going to respect that, I said optimistically. Jesus stood up and offered me his hand. Well, then, let's get going. An hour later, we were standing in front of a Walmart, waiting for Joel to show up. I saw his black cap as he weaved through the cars, running toward us. The best thing about having a giant boyfriend was that I could always find him easily. His head jutted out over most obstacles, like a plant that just kept growing. What are you laughing at? He asked me as he and Jesus bumped shoulders. I was just thinking how much you look like a plant that keeps growing, I smiled as he kissed me on the cheek. Jesus was too busy laughing at my comment to care about our display of affection. I'm not growing too much, Joel frowned. If anything, I think your growth was stunted because you didn't eat enough red meat when you were little. There are so many problems with what you just said that I don't even know where to begin, I replied, shaking my head as we walked into the store. Navigating the store with two grown men proved incredibly difficult. They both whined like children every time I headed to a new aisle. Seriously, honey, I don't think we need Christmas lights, Joel grunted. Oh my God, they're not Christmas lights, they're fairy lights, I clarified. And a romantic gesture isn't complete without them. Don't the rules change when the romantic gesture is between two men? Jesus groaned, his head falling back like a rag doll. I agree with Darius, Joel said firmly. I think James would be perfectly happy to go get a beer or something. I turned quickly and glared at them. You two wouldn't understand romance if it fell on you. Trust me, we need those lights. There's something fundamentally wrong with the word fairy lights, Jesus muttered. I decided to ignore him, and instead, I filled our cart with strings of white lights. I'm offended by that too, Joel pouted. I'm incredibly romantic. Relax, brother, don't worry, Jesus said, patting him sympathetically on the shoulder. He's just in a bad mood today. I left them in the hallway while I continued grabbing random things from the shelves. I had a very clear picture in my mind of what tonight was supposed to be like, and I was determined to make everything perfect. Not just for Darius, but for James as well. I could never thank him enough for everything he'd done for my brother, but at least I could give him this. Once I'd gathered everything I needed, I pushed the overflowing cart toward the electronics section in search of the boys. I couldn't help but smile when I found them in front of a screen where they were testing a new video game. They were both frantically manipulating the controls, completely absorbed in the game. It must have been an intense game, because Joel had turned his cap backward, and Jesus had his tongue sticking out in a gesture of childlike concentration. I leaned against the cart and watched them for a while. A warm feeling spread in my chest as Jesus playfully punched Joel's shoulder to distract him. The scene took me back to their childhood, when they would spend hours in front of the Nintendo 64 competing in Super Smash Bros. I won. Suck on that. Joel laughed as the screen returned to the main menu. He wrapped his forearm around Jesus' neck and rubbed his head with his knuckles, like they used to do as kids. I approached before his antics escalated. Upon seeing me, Joel let go of Jesus with an innocent smile, though not before receiving a parting elbow in the stomach. "Are you done?" Darius asked, raising a skeptical eyebrow. "Yes, and you're welcome, by the way," I replied sarcastically. Hours later, we arrived at the spot I'd chosen for the grand gesture. A few days earlier, Madeline and I had discovered this trail in Malibu during a drive. At the end of the path, a grassy bluff offered a spectacular view, rolling hills merging with the ocean on the horizon. At first, we joked that it would be the perfect spot for a marriage proposal, but then I realized it would also be ideal for a romantic apology. Joel unfolded the folding table and chairs we had brought, while Jesus clumsily hung the lights on the trees and bushes that lined the ocean. I watched his movements with a nervous twitch, knowing there was a more elegant way to intertwine the garlands, but the frown of concentration on his forehead dissuaded me from intervening. I'd wanted to prepare a full dinner, but it was logistically impossible. So, once Joel finished laying out the tablecloth, I pulled over the cooler full of snacks. "Great job, guys!" I exclaimed, admiring the result. Joel came up behind me and wrapped his arms around my waist. "Yeah, good job, baby." "Ugh," Jesus grimaced in disgust. "Do they really have to do that now?" Joel responded by leaning over to give me a resounding kiss on the cheek while pointing his middle finger at Jesus. I laughed and pushed him away, while Darius fake gagged. "Don't even deny it. If James forgives you, you're going to be unbearable," Joel told her. I punched him hard in the ribs and glared at him. "When James forgives him," I corrected. "Speaking of which, we should bring him in," Joel said, checking his phone. "What's the plan, boss?" "I'm going to call him and pretend I'm here alone and need help. He'll come running and, boom. Reconciliation," I explained. They both looked at me in puzzlement before exchanging a meaningful glance. "One problem, you don't know how to lie," Jesus noted ruefully. "It's not lying. It's a creative omission." "Everything will be fine," I replied, waving a careless gesture. I took out my phone and walked away toward the trailhead to avoid them listening. I didn't need their critical looks during the call. "Hello, Ophelia." James's voice echoed on the other end. I took a deep breath, trying to sound vulnerable. "Hey, James. Hey, can you come help me? I'm in trouble." "Where are you?" "What's going on?" he asked immediately, alarmed. Damn, why didn't I prepare a script? "It's just, my car broke down," I blurted out, hesitantly. James laughed in disbelief. "Why do you say that like it's a question?" "I'm just nervous." "Can you come here, please?" I insisted. "Ophelia, I saw Jesus' snap map. I know he's with you," he sighed. I turned my head to glare at Darius. "But, could you still come? I pleaded. Please, James. We've been working so hard on this, and he just wants to talk. I fiddled with the hem of my shirt, waiting for his response in a silence that stretched on forever. Okay. But I'm not promising anything, okay? I'll just listen. I thanked him profusely and gave him directions. Secretly, I hoped he'd be more forgiving than he let on, but that would be Darius's job. Ready. He'll be here in an hour, I announced as I joined them. I took refuge in Joel's warmth, shielding myself from the sea breeze. His large hands caressed my arms as he noticed the goosebumps on my skin. Then, you two should go, Jesus murmured, uneasily, as if he needed a distraction. I walked over and hugged him tightly until he responded. Everything will be okay, I whispered. The important thing is that you're trying. Thank you, awfully. For everything, Darius said, smiling at me before placing a kiss in my hair. Joel walked over and patted him on the shoulder, a knowing, masculine gesture. Then he took my hand and led me toward the trail. Once out of sight, I looked for a place to hide. Joel, however, kept walking. What are you doing? I asked in a low voice. He raised an eyebrow. Back to the truck. We have to go. No way. I didn't put in all this effort to miss the ending, I grumbled, dragging him behind a tree. You nosy little thing, she sighed. And my truck. James will recognize it. Oh, yeah, he knows we're here. Like you said, I can't lie. I settled back against the trunk, but Joel lifted me up and took my place, then sat me on his lap. So we'll wait an hour, he murmured, leaning his head against the bark. For a moment, I was lost in his beauty. The backward cap accentuated his squared jaw, a detail that always took my breath away. He knew it, and I swore he did it on purpose. My butterflies burst when, noticing my gaze, he flashed a mischievous smile. What's on your mind, baby? He whispered, sliding a hand down to my hip. The mischievous glint in his eyes betrayed his knowledge. Nothing, I lied, avoiding his gaze. Do you want to know what I'm thinking about? He murmured, gently squeezing my skin as I tried to control my breathing. I kept my face impassive, trying to resist the temptation. What? I was just thinking how attractive you look when you climax. He smiled mischievously when I turned to face him, completely incredulous. He kissed my jaw and let out a soft laugh when he noticed I couldn't help but lean into him. You have this adorable little wrinkle here. He kissed the space between my brows, making my eyes flutter shut. But your lips. He moved his mouth down, his stubble grazing me as he stopped just above my lips. Your lips are my favorite thing to look at. They form a perfect circle, and I can't help but imagine what they would look like surrounding my Joel Moore. I exclaimed, interrupting him. You're a pig. He laughed a little louder than I expected, and I playfully punched him in the chest. But I'm your pig. Lucky me. I rolled my eyes as I giggled. I love seeing that blush on your face. He peppered my cheek with soft kisses, each one more repetitive than the last. We remained like that for the next hour. Joel constantly tried to get us beyond a few kisses, but I wasn't willing to risk Jesus hearing us through the wind. Suddenly, I covered Joel's mouth with my hand as I heard footsteps approaching. The footsteps came closer to our hiding place, but then they strayed, and everything went silent. Come on, I whispered as I stood up. We walked stealthily through the trees until I saw Jesus and James in the clearing. James looked around, amazed by the lights. Wow, couldn't you just ask me to grab some beers or something? James laughed. Joel stood behind me, peering over my head. When he heard that, he couldn't help but reach down and slap my butt. I looked at him disapprovingly, annoyed by the noise I'd made, and he gave me an "I told you so" gesture. I turned around just in time to see Jesus laughing shyly and rubbing the back of his neck. Their voices faded, and I could no longer hear what they were saying. My heart sank as I watched Jesus wipe away tears, and I prayed that everything was going well. Joel's hand continued to move along my side, giving me a rhythmic feel as nerves overcame me. My breath caught in my throat when I saw James walk over and hug Jesus. Jesus was still crying as he rested his face on James's shoulder and clutched his shirt. They both broke away at the same time and smiled weakly. I accidentally let out a small squeal when James moved forward again and connected his lips with Jesus's. Joel's hand quickly covered my mouth, but it was too late. Jesus and James looked toward the trees where we were hiding, and I knew we'd been discovered. I walked forward with my head down, feeling guilty, as I felt Joel following behind me. I knew we had some onlookers. James laughed. "You didn't even move your truck, bro. I'm not the mastermind behind this operation." Joel raised his hands innocently. I glared at him for giving me away, but smiled as I turned back to James. "Well, everything seems to be going well here," I exclaimed excitedly. I could barely contain my excitement when I saw Darius's ears turn completely red. "Come on, honey," Joel said, tugging at my hand. "They need privacy." "Oh no. Can't we stay a little longer? There's enough food for 4. I smiled at James, hoping he'd agree with me. He shared a look with Darius, and they both looked back with forced smiles. A large arm wrapped around my waist and lifted me easily. I clung to him as he flipped me horizontally. "What the hell, Joel?" I grumbled as the ground sped beneath my feet. I tried to turn around to face him, but he had me trapped under his arm like a soccer ball. "Trust me, you don't want to stay for what's about to happen next," Joel said firmly as he readjusted his grip on my ribs. I could barely hear Jesus and James' laughter as we walked away. "You don't always have to treat me like I'm a doll, you know." I snorted. "Yeah, I had to. You were about to make those puppy eyes and they would have let you stay." "Maybe they actually wanted me to stay," I muttered. Joel quickly led us to the end of the trail before letting me go. I rubbed my ribs and glared at him for assuming I'd try to run back if he let go too soon. He did have some self-control, after all. "Good job, babe." I think it was definitely the Christmas lights that won him over. Joel laughed as he gave me another smack on the butt before I climbed into his truck. "Honey, it's time to get up," Joel whispered, his voice husky with sleep. I was immersed in that delicious borderline between sleep and wakefulness when I felt his warm fingers slowly withdraw from my hair, while he tried to clear the heaviness from his eyelids. "Not yet." I protested with a childish whine, capturing his hand in mine and returning it to my hair, guiding his fingers with gentle but insistent movements. His deep laugh, like the murmur of a river under the moon, enveloped me and brought a smile to my lips, especially when his fingertips sank back into my scalp with that perfect blend of strength and tenderness. I almost purred under his touch, like a pampered cat in the sun. "Do you know what I love about you?" I whispered, lost in the haze of the moment. A guttural growl was his only response, so I continued, "That on the outside you look like an indomitable colossus, but on the inside, you're a honey bear." Joel bolted upright, drawing a moan of protest from my lips. I opened my eyes to glare at him with my best reproachful glare, trying to lure his hand back into my hair. When he didn't budge, I resorted to my arsenal of tricks, a quivering lower lip, batting my eyelashes until the sheen of fake tears clouded my gaze. He regarded me with that expression of false stoicism that characterized him so much, but finally, with a theatrical sigh, he sank back onto the mattress and wrapped me in a hug that smelled of pillows and shared early mornings. "All right, but don't let this get out," he murmured against my skin, leaving a fleeting kiss on my forehead. I felt his arrogant smile as he brushed against me. "I have a reputation to uphold." "Don't worry, I'm sure no one would ever suspect it," I replied, laughing as he rolled onto his back and placed me on top of his torso. I rested my hands on his chest, lifting my chin to study his features in the dim light of dawn. "I guess we're a perfect match, don't you think?" he mused, his tone arousing my curiosity. I arched an eyebrow, not quite understanding his thrust. "Sure, I thought we were amazing together," but the remark seemed random. Joel laughed at my confusion. "Don't you see? You're this tiny little thing who looks like the wind could blow away in a breath." She paused to give me an exasperated look when I pinched her side. Yes, she was short, but her exaggeration was ridiculous. Just what I was saying. Inside, you're a 7-foot-something Titanic with muscles of steel. Ha! And there was a time when you doubted my inner Hulk, I mocked, enjoying the playful glint in his eyes. "Okay, Hulk, time to get ready. We need to get down there real quick." The slight hiss of air alerted me a second before his hand landed with a gentle, but firm, smack on my butt. I shot him a dirty look as I pulled away, rubbing the area with mock dramatic effect. "I take back the honey bear thing. If you were, you wouldn't delight in my suffering so much." I turned and headed to the bathroom, where my toothbrush was waiting as an accomplice to my morning routine. Tonight was senior prom, an event that, as I discovered, had absolutely nothing to do with diplomas and everything to do with the initiation rite for the freshmen on the football team. Joel appeared behind me, reaching for his own toothbrush as I rinsed mine. "Please, it doesn't even hurt," he said, smiling through the mirror as the toothpaste foamed in his mouth. "Sometimes I swear you've left me without a but from all the spanking," I replied, my voice distorted by the brush. "Drama queen," she laughed, tilting her head back to prevent the foam from escaping. On my way out, I paused in front of my gym bag, hesitating before pulling out the outfit I'd bought days ago. It wasn't my usual style at all, but Madeline had convinced me to try it on in the store, and to my surprise, I loved it. The short but flowy pink skirt cinched my waist before flirtatiously flowing over my thighs. A tiny bit of skin peeked out between the hem of the garment and the long-sleeved white crop top, which hugged my torso without revealing too much. In the store, I'd felt bold yet elegant. Now, though, I was hesitant. Nervousness crept across my skin as I took off my casual clothes. I kept my back to Joel, worried about how he might react to the change in style. Smoothing down my skirt, I adjusted the neckline so it sat correctly on my chest. My fingers gently brushed the metal of Joel's Street Christopher pendant. From the moment he'd placed it around my neck, I felt a deep attachment to him. It was as if I carried Joel's protective aura with me, so that even when he wasn't around, I still felt safe. With that feeling of reassurance, I turned on my heel to show him my outfit. Joel was sitting on the bed, tying his sneakers. He'd already put on a pair of worn-out jeans, a white V-neck t-shirt, and a gray plaid shirt over them, along with his black cap. Of course, like any guy, he could wear his everyday clothes and still look perfect for any party. I waited nervously until he looked up at me. I couldn't help but play with my shirt sleeve as his eyes scanned my body. His face remained impassive as he waited for me to speak. I jumped slightly when he stood up abruptly and pulled me towards him. A blush spread across my cheeks as I felt his growing erection pressed against my abdomen. "Wow, you're so attractive," Joel murmured as he gently rocked us back and forth. "Don't you think this isn't me?" I asked somewhat nervously. I think I'm probably going to get into a fight tonight. But no, you look beautiful as always. His fingers tightened against my hips as he leaned back a little to inspect me again. I'm definitely going to get into a fight, he said quietly to himself. Well, put those eyes back, we have to go now. I laughed and took his hand to drag him out of the bedroom. I shook my head as I watched him walk behind me, adopting a somewhat awkward cowboy stance as he adjusted himself. I wasn't prepared for the scene I encountered when I walked down the stairs. Most of the football team was already there. I smiled shyly at the boys who didn't live at the house and whom I didn't know well. However, my eyes widened when I saw the center of the room. All the freshmen were standing in a group, almost completely naked. They were wearing tiny red shorts, matching red graduation caps, and nothing else. Each freshman had writing on their exposed skin, and I leaned closer to read some of the messages. Oh my God! I glared at Joel. Someone wrote that kid is an idiot. Joel looked at me, not knowing what to say, and I could almost see him trying to come up with an excuse in his head. Hi, Ophelia. Tyler came over and hugged me. I didn't know you were here. His last sentence was more to Joel than to me. Tyler, why did you write all that on them? I asked as I returned his hug. It's tradition, he argued. It's the final stage of their suffering as rookies. Besides, look, we write about their achievements, too. I approached the newbies and read more of the messy writing on their bodies. They all stood unsteadily, staring at the older guys as I inspected them. I smiled warmly at Gale when I reached him, and he winked at me. He had wheels written across his chest. Tyler was right, most of the kids had positive things written on them, but there were some cruel comments, too. Okay, pass me the marker, I said to Tyler. He hesitated for a moment, so I raised an eyebrow and reached out. Finally, he sighed and took the marker from an older boy I didn't know. When he handed it to me, I rested it on my chin as I watched the newbies. I walked over to the kid who'd been called a fool and tried to smile sympathetically. Can I asked. He looked over my shoulder and then nodded. I didn't know this kid, so I couldn't write about his accomplishments. So instead, I drew flowers over the swear word on his chest and wrote, cute, underneath. Rookie, if you flex those muscles in front of my girl again, you'll be doing 100 push-ups, Joel yelled from across the room. I shot him a glare before turning back to the guy. It's just a joke. There you go. Now you're cute. I smiled and moved on as the newbie laughed. Each newbie lined up in front of me, and by the time I was done, I'd covered all the rude words with cute drawings and added kind praise. I laughed as I walked over to Joel, who was watching the scene with an amused smile, listening to a newbie whisper, Dude, he told me I have pretty eyes. Well, thanks for that, Ophelia, Tyler growled. Newbies, he shouted, causing all the younger guys to quickly group together in a line. Next step, drinks. Everyone must make a beer bong and a Jaeger bomb, and whoever does it the fastest wins. I leaned back as Joel stood behind me, resting his chin on top of my head. I frowned at what Tyler had said. Wait, but you don't have to do it if you don't want to, right? If you're uncomfortable, I asked. The room full of guys stared at me silently, no one responding. Tyler. I asked, my eyes wide open. Tyler grimaced and rubbed his face with his hand, muttering something under his breath. Yeah. You can't choose if you want to participate, he said, his expression seeming to indicate he was having a hard time getting the words out. Things started to get out of hand when the guys started lining up to do the beer bongs. Joel dragged me to a corner and sat me on a high stool while he stood behind me. I smiled and swayed excitedly as James came out of the kitchen and approached us. He was balancing 3 red plastic cups and, very cautiously, handed one to me while giving me a kiss on the cheek. "For you, my lady," he said with a bright smile, before handing another glass to Joel. I eyed the pink, bubbly drink with a dubious expression. "It's a little bit of gin with pink lemonade," James explained, raising his glass to the two of us. Joel wrapped his arm around my waist and clinked his glass against ours before we all took a sip. I smiled gratefully at James as the liquor caressed my tongue. The guys knew perfectly well that I only liked a hint of alcohol in my drinks, and I appreciated the creativity with which they always came up with new mixes. I turned my head when I felt Joel's arm wrap around my abdomen and smiled when he leaned in to give me a quick kiss. He must have taken a sip earlier, because I frowned at the strong taste of whiskey lingering on his lips. He gave me a mischievous grin and kissed my nose. "Oh, please get us a room," a new voice shouted. I turned to see that Madeline had reached James and taken the glass from him. He gave her an annoyed look before heading back into the kitchen. "Mads!" I exclaimed with a smile as she came over to give me a hug. She raised her eyebrows over her glass and nodded at my outfit. "I honestly wasn't sure you were going to wear it, but you look really cute." I adjusted my skirt over my thighs to make sure it was on properly and laughed. Joel's hand on my stomach toyed with the hem of my crop top, sending shivers down my arms. "I particularly like this easy access," he whispered in my ear. I swatted at his shoulder to turn his face away, and my cheeks flushed. I tried to remain calm as the rascal pressed himself even closer to me. Our attention shifted to the center of the room, where the football players started chanting, "Chug." Tyler stood on a chair, holding a large funnel as he poured golden, foamy beer into it. Gale was kneeling on the floor with the tube in his mouth, pumping his fist to the beat of the chants. I winced when I saw Gale step away too quickly and the foam spill onto his chest. But he just laughed and bowed as he stood up. The boys around him patted him on the shoulders and playfully shoved him as he came toward us. "Hey, friends," she shouted, clinking her glass a little too hard against Joel's. Madeline burst out laughing at the state he was in. Her eyes were brighter than before, and she didn't seem to mind in the least that her slightly wet body was completely exposed. Someone approached the sound system and turned up the music, making the floor vibrate with the increasing bass. More people started arriving, and I was glad to have a stool that made me as tall as most of the people. It was much less stressful to be able to see over the heads of the crowd. We hung out in the corner for a while, laughing and drinking. Madeline sat next to me so we could hear better, while Joel and Gale got lost in their own conversation. "That boy has the sexiest arms," Madeline whispered in my ear. I discreetly glanced in the direction she was pointing and nodded firmly. "And she has a nice butt," I exclaimed loudly. Joel quickly turned his head toward me and frowned. "You better be talking about my ass," he said with a naughty child's face. "Sure," I replied, slapping him on the chest as Madeline burst into uncontrollable laughter. "You have the cutest butt ever." Tyler walked confidently over and put his arm around Gale's shoulders. He winked at me and gently touched his glass to mine. "Baby. Don't even think about calling her that," Joel growled. Tyler laughed and rolled his eyes before sending me a knowing smile. "Okay, cutie, you have to let me steal your bodyguard. I don't know if he knows how to stand without you in front of him, but we need to try." I laughed as Joel tried to tighten his grip on my waist, but I pushed him away and turned him so he was facing me. "He's all yours. Just give me my whole bodyguard back, please." Joel shot me a glare as Tyler and Gale dragged him over to where the other soccer players were. I watched them for a moment and was pleased to see Joel fist-bumping a few and joining in conversation. Sometimes he reminded me of a puppy who was never properly socialized. He could be a little too rough or confrontational, but all he needed was patience. Jesus Christ, girl. I know your man is hot, but at what point do you stop drooling over him? Madeline nudged me in the shoulder to get my attention back on her. And you? I winked at Mads flirtatiously. See anything you like? She frowned as she scanned the room. Well, the guy with Arnold Schwarzenegger arms over there just stuck his tongue deep in a girl's mouth. So, that's out. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled. Oh, but there are some gorgeous guys over by the flip cup table. Come on. I jumped out of my chair and, linking my arm through Madeline's, we made our way through the crowd to the table where several guys were lining up glasses in 2 rows. Are you in? A young man with a robust build and spiky blonde hair shouted at us. Oh my God, Ophelia. Join my team. Holly shoved a guy aside and beckoned me over. I pulled Madeline over to where she was with a friend, whom she introduced as Quinn after I introduced Mads. Now we have enough for boys against girls. I don't know how to play this, I whispered nervously into Holly's ear. It's super easy. It's basically a race. We line up on either side of the table, you have to drink whatever's in your glass in one gulp, place it on the rim like this, see, and then try to tip it over with one finger. My stomach sank at the thought of drinking so quickly. I usually savored my drinks slowly, so by the end of the night, I barely felt a slight dizziness. I don't think I should play, I told them both as they lined up. I don't want to drink that much. I felt guilty seeing that Madeline was also going to drop out to stay with me. No problem. Holly smiled mischievously. Change of plans, guys. The girls will use water in the cups. The guys across the table looked at each other, shrugged, and agreed. I breathed a sigh of relief when Holly pulled a water bottle from her bag and filled our glasses. I ended up at the front of the line, which was incredibly stressful considering I'd never played before. In front of me was the blonde guy, who offered me a fist bump and asked me to call him Moose. Madeline had cleverly positioned herself in front of the guy she thought was attractive, and I couldn't help but notice the sneaky glances they were throwing at each other. Moose raised his glass and gestured for me to do the same. We clinked glasses together, banged them on the table, and then brought them to our mouths. As I gulped down the water, the girls screamed hysterically for me to hurry up. I finished quickly, placed the glass on the rim, and with a deft flick of my finger, twirled it in the air until it landed upside down. Madeline immediately started drinking, and I jumped up and down, cheering her on with a racing heart. Suddenly, a chill ran down my neck, making my head spin, and my eyes met Joel's. He was across the room, leaning against the wall, watching me with a wolfish grin. He raised his glass in the air in my direction, and I, laughing, raised my empty one in return. My stomach tightened as his gaze slowly scanned my body. When he returned to my eyes, the desire in his expression was undeniable. I swallowed as he bit the inside of his cheek and turned his cap upside down. Damn, this guy knows what he's doing. I clenched my knees under my skirt, fighting the urge to run to him in the middle of the party. Luckily, the guy in front of Quinn hit the table and started celebrating when his glass was knocked over before hers. The boys jumped for joy while we consoled each other with hugs. Holly grabbed our hands and dragged us into the kitchen before I could give in to the temptation to look for Joel. Since that night was special for the newbies, they were free of any responsibility. Behind the makeshift bar was a tall, skinny guy whose nervous demeanor I found endearing. Hey, handsome, Holly winked at him. We'd like 3 drinks that are sweet, but not cloying, and light on the alcohol, we want to remain ladies today. Remembering a tip from Joel, I turned to the bartender. Please use gin. I don't want to get dizzy from mixing drinks, I explained to the girls. Hey, Holly, do you know the guys we were playing with? Madeline asked casually as we waited. Holly smiled wickedly, put 2 fingers to her mouth, and let out a shrill whistle. Several groups turned their gaze, but she pointed at the boys in question and called them over. This is Moose, Graham, Patrick, and Cole, he said, pointing them out one by one before introducing us. Cole was the boy who'd been flirting with Madeline, and I felt a tingle of excitement when he held her hand a second longer than necessary while shaking her hand. He was definitely attractive, piercing green eyes, golden skin, black hair, and taller than her, which was hard to pull off considering Mads was almost 6 feet tall. For a second, I imagined how cute his kids would be. Are you single? Moose leaned toward me with a smile as he leaned against the bar. I took a sip of my drink before answering with a polite smile. No, my boyfriend is around here somewhere. Damn, all the pretty girls are always taken, he sighed exaggeratedly, shaking his head. I laughed, not quite sure how to respond. Holly, overhearing the conversation, tapped him on the arm. Watch out, buddy. Her boyfriend is Joel Moore. Moose's eyes widened, and he quickly looked around as if expecting to be ambushed. Well, gee. I don't want to die today, he muttered, dramatically backing away from me. Speaking of lightning, Joel's towering figure appeared in the crowd, pushing his way toward us. With a crooked smile, he grabbed my waist and pulled me toward him. Hey, Moore. I was just saying hi to your girl, Moose said, raising his hands in a peace sign. Isn't she just the cutest? Joel pressed my head against his chest and shook me back and forth, like I was a toy. Yeah. Moose seemed unsure of the correct answer, and I secretly thought maybe silence was the best option. Hey, don't even think about saying anything, Joel growled before burying his face in my neck. I laughed when he inhaled deeply against my skin and placed a kiss just below my ear. He pulled away, but kept his face close to mine. I love you. His eyes, glassy but intense, melted my heart. I love you too, I whispered. Well, I think I found the party. A squeaky voice cut short our moment. I tore my gaze from Joel and suppressed a grimace as I saw Tila standing next to Holly. We watched as she greeted each member of the group with exaggerated enthusiasm, even hugging Madeline, who stiffened, not reciprocating the gesture. I almost laughed as she launched herself at me, arms wide open. Oh my God, Ophelia. It's been a while. You look amazing. Her chemical scent irritated my nose, and her red curls fell in my face. I pulled away as quickly as possible, forcing a friendly smile. And of course, here's the big man himself. Tila laughed and tried to hug Joel, but he stepped back and used me as a human shield. I would have laughed at the expression on his face if I hadn't put myself front and center for his bout of fake friendliness. Tila recovered quickly and joined the group's conversation. Although she seemed sweet and friendly, I didn't trust her. There was something about her stiff smile, the small twitch of her eye when she looked at me, that told me everything I needed to know. The drama had just arrived at the party. Baby, let's get out of here. Joel's deep, whispering voice brushed against my ear as he leaned toward me. His hands, gentle but firm, massaged the tension out of my shoulders while I rested my back against his chest. Tila, on the other hand, had managed to infiltrate our group and followed us everywhere. The other kids eventually dispersed, but I was glad to see Cole stayed and had started a deep conversation with Madeline. Watching the two of them stare intently at each other while the other spoke was almost comforting enough to distract me from Tila. Almost. No, we're not leaving, I replied firmly. I wasn't going to let some girl, who wasn't even doing anything really wrong, kick me out of a party full of my friends. Sure, her fake passive-aggressive friendliness was rubbing against me like sandpaper. And let's not forget that she was way too focused on making friends with Joel. However, she seemed more like she was drunk and a little bit silly. I was trying not to take it too personally. Joel wrapped his arms around me and turned me toward him. My neck warmed as his hands traveled down my spine, lingering at the curve of my waist. His face leaned closer, his lips a breath away from mine. His dark eyes held me in a trance as the party around us seemed to slowly fade away. He moved his hips slowly to the beat of the music, and I melted against him, suddenly wanting to be alone. Don't worry, that's how they usually behave, Madeline assured me, tugging on my sleeve and clearing her throat. I stepped away from Joel and tapped him on the shoulder when he muttered something under his breath about something inconvenient. Let's go out on the back porch and play some games. Are you two up for it? Madeline gave me that knowing look only best friends understand, asking for my support without words. I agreed immediately and, taking her arm, led Joel to follow us. The cool night air filled my ears, and it was a relief when calm returned. Madeline and Cole took 2 chairs that had been arranged in a loose circle. Tyler, James, Tila, Quinn, and Holly completed the circle, along with a few people I didn't know. Joel plopped down in the last available chair and pulled me onto his lap, taking a moment to smooth down my skirt and cover my exposed thigh with his hand. Well, let's start with the "never have I." Tila playfully raised her eyebrows and pulled a bottle of tequila from behind her back. If you haven't done something, you take a shot. Part of me wanted to run away, and I sighed in relief when Holly stepped in. Relax, T, we already have drinks we can have. Tila rolled her eyes but didn't respond to Holly. Whatever you say, Captain, she replied with a sickly smile. James leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees. I thought you'd have a drink if you've already done that. This is how we usually play, but I thought Ophelia wouldn't be happy if Joel got drunk. Tila winked at me like she was doing me a favor. Joel tensed beneath me, so I rubbed his thigh to let him know everything was okay. Okay, I'll go first. Tyler raised his drink excitedly. Never. Wait, I need a minute, someone else start. I've never been outside the US. Holly suggested an easy one. A few people took a casual sip of their drinks. The game started off quietly as most people thought of harmless things they'd never done before. I've never skydived. I've never been in a fist fight. I've never failed a class. For the second round, Tyler made things even spicier when he proudly announced he'd never had an STD. Everyone raised their glasses in a communal toast, and we took large gulps. From there, people felt more comfortable spilling the beans on more sexual things they'd never done before. Of course, since the rules had changed, I ended up taking more gulps than I'd intended. Even though they were only small sips, I felt them. My cheeks slowly heated as the alcohol began to flow through my body, giving me a light, almost ethereal feeling that helped hide my embarrassment whenever I drank. Joel and I had been exploring our commonalities and boundaries for a few months now, but this game was making me realize how many experiences I had yet to experience. I've never had privacy in a public place. I've never used toys in bed. I have never used handcuffs during the act. Every time it was Tila's turn, an uneasy feeling grew inside me. She took her time looking at everyone in the circle with a mysterious air, as if she knew unspeakable secrets, and then she'd throw Joel a flirtatious glance before delivering her declaration with an innocent smile. I couldn't help but notice that he almost never had to drink. I wasn't bothered by his past. I believed him when he said that, had he known me sooner, he would have waited for me. Life is unpredictable, and it wasn't fair to hold him accountable for what happened before our time together. What did worry me was Tila's attitude. I didn't know if she was doing it to make him look bad or just to make me uncomfortable, but it was clear she was trying to provoke something. The heat of the alcohol was urging me to respond, but I forced myself to relax and continue enjoying the moment. "I've never had sex," Madeline said with a blush, shyly hiding behind her glass. Cole smiled tenderly at her, his cheeks slightly flushed, and I had to stop myself from letting out an "oh." I turned to Joel, so only he could see my face, and put on a melting expression of tenderness. He shook his head, amused, and affectionately squeezed my thigh. "Wow! At least we found something Ophelia did do," Tila said from behind me, giggling. "I was starting to feel sorry for you, Joel." We both tensed. I looked at Joel, pleading with my eyes for him to stay calm. I turned slowly and noticed several people's eyes filling with discomfort. Holly reacted quickly and glared at Tila. "What's wrong with you? Maybe you should slow down a bit with the tequila." James leaned forward and gave him a disapproving look. "I don't think it's the alcohol that's making her so unpleasant." "Oh, come on. I was just kidding." Tila laughed. "I think it's adorable how innocent you are, Ophelia. It's just a little weird that Joel Moore, of all people, is happy about something so simple." "Thank you for your concern," I replied with a sweet smile before anyone else could intervene, "but I assure you my boyfriend is happier than ever." "Absolutely true," Joel stated firmly as he leaned forward and wrapped his arms around my waist, resting his chin on my shoulder. Tila kept her smile fake, but her eyes fixed on me with obvious coldness. "I'm glad to hear it. I really hope that happiness lasts." Although the Joel I knew wasn't exactly traditional. "Anyway, I think it's my turn." "I've never had a threesome," she said with a laugh, as if it were an innocent confession. "Oops. I forgot we don't have to drink to that, Joel." The silence that followed was so profound that the distant rhythm of music coming from inside the house could be clearly heard. Everyone looked at us, expectant, waiting for our reaction. A wave of anger coursed through me when Joel didn't say anything. I didn't know if it was out of embarrassment, surprise, or something else, but I couldn't care less at that moment. I stood up from her lap and, with a bright smile, turned to Tila. Her expression narrowed slightly, surprised by my unexpected behavior. "All right, Tila. Go ahead," I said cheerfully, gesturing theatrically to Joel. "Come on, do what you came here to do. Kiss him, propose, whatever you want." She frowned, looking at me as if I were crazy, and searched the faces of the others for answers. "What's wrong?" I continued, still smiling. "Isn't that what you want? It's crystal clear you can't get over your obsession with Joel. So, go for it. I'm a hopeless romantic, and believe me, I completely understand what it feels like to love in silence. Go on, give it a try. Steal his attention if you can. You seem so sure you could pull it off." I raised my eyebrows in a look of false expectation, still smiling, as I gestured toward Joel. She glared at me, searching the group for support. But she found only neutral faces or small, mocking smiles. "You're completely unbalanced," he snapped. "Not at all. I'm just 100% sure about my relationship," I replied calmly. "And I'm wondering, why haven't you done anything yet? I'm giving you the green light. Or is it that, deep down, you also know what I know? That Joel doesn't love you, and maybe it's time you stopped making a fool of yourself." I couldn't help but smile when Tyler exclaimed, "What a cheap shot," and James burst out laughing, clapping enthusiastically. Tila stammered, trying to come up with a response, but finally seemed to understand there was no dignified escape. She jumped up, fluffed her hair with a swipe, and disappeared into the house. When the door slammed shut, the magnitude of what I'd just done hit me full on. Holy crap, it was probably the most daring and dramatic thing I'd ever done. I felt my face heat up with embarrassment as my eyes widened and I slowly turned to Joel with a "what did I just do?" grimace. He leaned toward me, took my hand, and pulled me firmly back into his lap. "I don't know what spirit took hold of you," he whispered near my neck, but it was incredibly attractive. As if to demonstrate, he shifted me onto his lap until I clearly noticed the effect my words had had. I gasped, burying my face in his shoulder, wishing I could disappear for a moment. "Ophelia, don't you dare." Madeline laughed from behind us. "That girl was horrible to you. She deserved it." "Wait, what did Tila do?" "I mean, besides being an insufferable person tonight," Holly chimed in, crossing her arms. I pulled away from Joel's shoulder, which had been my refuge until then, and looked at everyone uncomfortably. "It doesn't matter. I shouldn't have done that." "Of course," Madeline insisted firmly. "After the way he jumped you at the soccer game." Joel, who had remained silent until then, immediately stood up, protecting me with his presence as his arms wrapped around me more tightly. "What game? What did he say?" he asked, his voice thick with tension. "I don't remember exactly. He was just trying to get into my head about you. But he didn't succeed. Besides, we weren't even together back then." "Well, then I'm glad you put her in her place," Holly giggled. "I never thought you'd have the courage," Tyler murmured, coming over to hug me awkwardly, since Joel wouldn't let me get too far away. "Enough, let's put this behind us," I whispered, pressing the palms of my hands against my eyes, as if I could erase the shame that still burned my cheeks. We decided to head back inside, where the party was still in full swing. Joel walked ahead of me, weaving his way through the crowd to protect me from the crush. From our position near the bar, I could see Gale, still half naked, dancing with a girl. I couldn't help but laugh as I watched him deftly move his feet, dodging the couple swaying to the music. Joel handed me a bottle of water, aware I'd already drunk more than I could handle, and I took it gratefully, taking a long drink. Suddenly, Madeline pushed her way through the crowd and grabbed my arm tightly. Her usual serenity was gone, replaced by an unusual agitation. "Ophelia, I don't know what to do," she whispered, screaming, her eyes flashing with nervousness. "What's wrong?" I asked, rubbing her arm to calm her. "Cole is too perfect. He can't be real. I feel like this is a cruel joke and that at any moment I'm going to get pig's blood thrown on me." I wrinkled my nose involuntarily at that image. "Mads, please. You're amazing. Any guy would give anything to have your attention." Madeline tapped her nail against her lip as she looked anxiously over my shoulder. "I don't know. I've never felt so insecure. Maybe that's good." I laughed. "Maybe you've finally found your match." Her smile softened, and her eyes shone with a mixture of hope and excitement. "We've been talking all night. I've never met anyone who could debate politics as much as I can. He asked me to go for a walk because it's impossible to talk here. Do you think I should go?" I nodded enthusiastically, resisting the urge to shake some imaginary maracas. "Yes. Just be careful, stay in well-lit areas of campus, stay away from dark corners, and always carry your phone with you." "Yes, Mom," she laughed before hugging me tightly. I watched her walk through the crowd, straight toward Cole, whose face lit up at the sight. With a gentlemanly gesture, he offered her his arm to guide her toward the exit. Meanwhile, Joel, who had remained on the sidelines of our conversation, was talking to someone at the bar. I took advantage of the moment to rest my face against his back and wrap my arms around his torso. I smiled as I felt his large hands cover mine, gently caressing them. The music drowned out any words, but I stayed there, comforted by the steady rhythm of his breathing beneath my fingers. Eventually, my arms gave in to exhaustion and descended to his waist, brushing the edge of his belt. Joel tensed under my touch, and his grip tightened. From my position, hidden behind him, I felt safe, and the slight dizziness from the alcohol gave me courage. My fingers slid with subtle movements, massaging his abdomen through the thin fabric of his shirt, hiding my antics beneath his hands. Every now and then, I allowed a finger to venture under his belt, only to quickly withdraw it and return to safer territory. Joel tolerated my teasing for a few minutes before immobilizing my hands completely. He slowly turned and pushed me against the wall, trapping me in his arms as he leaned his face toward mine. "Little tease," he murmured with a mischievous smile. His dark, intent eyes wouldn't let me look away. "I don't know what you're talking about," I replied, trying to maintain an innocent expression, even though my body seemed to gravitate toward his of its own volition. "I don't believe a word of it," he whispered as he brought his lips to my ear. A shiver ran through me as his teeth gently nibbled at the lobe. "You know, I couldn't concentrate on what I was saying to James because of you." I ended up babbling like a fool. I laughed proudly, satisfied that I'd unsettled him. I arched into him, pressing my hips against his, and I felt his jaw clench as he glanced over his shoulder, as if fighting for control. "Do you really think you can beat me at this game, honey?" he asked with a defiant smile. I knew that provoking Joel was like playing with fire. He was a master at pushing me to the limit with simple touches and suggestive words. On more than one occasion, he'd had me begging in a matter of minutes. But I'd also learned a thing or two, and gained some confidence. "I'm not playing any games," I replied in a tone that betrayed my lies. I tilted my chin until my lips brushed against his for a fleeting moment before pulling away. "But if I were, you bet I'd win." I took advantage of his momentary distraction to slip under his arm and disappear into the crowd. My friends had already rejoined the party, and I made my way to where the guys were chatting, surrounded by people. I didn't need to look back to know Joel was following me. James raised his arms in welcome when I appeared before them. Gail took my hand and spun me around, standing between them, as if their bodies could shield me from whatever was coming. I hoped my flushed face would go unnoticed amid the heat of the party and the alcohol, and not because of the anticipation of what Joel would do next. But he appeared seconds later, pushing his way through the crowd with determination. His burning gaze bore into me, and I retreated further between James and Gail, feigning interest in some unrelated conversation. However, every fiber of my body was alert, waiting for his next move. Surreptitiously, I brought my hand to my neck, massaging it gently before slowly sliding it down to my collarbone. Adjusting the hem of my blouse, I allowed his gaze to catch a brief glimpse of skin. And I knew, by the fire in his eyes, that my small revenge had worked. When I finally worked up the courage to look at Joel, his deep, dark eyes were still fixed on me. He took off his hat with a deliberate gesture and ran his fingers through his wavy hair, as if he didn't know the effect it had on me, but he did. He knew perfectly well. It took all my willpower not to rush to his side and tangle my fingers in his locks, the way I used to do when everything was simpler, more ours. I bit my lower lip helplessly as he replaced his hat, adjusting it casually. Then he turned and ran his hand along his jawline, a simple movement, but provocative enough to make me gulp. I was startled when Gail leaned towards me and whispered mockingly in my ear. "Smalls, why do you look ready to devour Joel with your eyes?" I felt shame rise up my neck, and I looked up at him guiltily. Because I admitted with a sincerity as naked as it was uncomfortable. I glanced at Joel and frowned as I noticed his shoulders shaking slightly. I knew he was laughing. I knew I'd been caught. Gale burst out laughing and patted me on the back, harder than necessary. "Go get him, girl. Your night awaits," he declared triumphantly just before accidentally pushing me forward. Fortunately for me, and perhaps by fate, Joel caught me firmly before I completely stumbled. His arms wrapped around me securely, and the moment his fingers brushed the bare skin at my sides, I knew this staring game was over. My hand rested on his chest, and our eyes met in a burning silence that spoke volumes. Without needing to say a word, we both turned at the same time and began making our way through the crowd, heading for the upper deck. Joel put his arm around me, pulling me closer to his body as we moved forward. On the stairs, a few couples were taking advantage of the corners for whispers and furtive kisses, so I looked away as Joel guided me. When I reached the 3rd floor, the atmosphere was completely different. Silence. Solitude. Intimacy. As soon as we reached the hallway, Joel grabbed me firmly and gently cornered me against the wall. His mouth sought mine in a clumsy, desperate kiss, heavy with everything we hadn't said to each other for weeks. His stubble brushed against my skin and a shiver ran down my spine. Everything happened quickly and disorderly, as if time had slowed down for us. His strength held me, his body surrounded me, and I could barely think. I could only feel. But then he stopped. We stared at each other, breathing heavily. His voice, husky and restrained, broke the moment. "I won," he whispered with a mixture of mockery and desire. I watched him, considering whether to give in or fight back. A mischievous smile played on my lips as I wrapped my legs around him, bringing us closer. "I won," I replied, with a confidence I barely recognized as my own. Joel let out a short laugh, overcome by the tension growing between us. His breathing quickened, and his forehead rested against mine. We felt like the whole world had disappeared. However, his expression changed. His eyes, once dark with desire, suddenly filled with concern. "Wait," he muttered. "The condom." The fleeting panic on his face stopped me, and for a moment I hesitated too. But then I looked at him with tenderness and firm determination. "I'm ready. I've been taking care of myself for weeks," I said, confident. That was enough. Joel held me more firmly and kissed me again as if the world were ending that night. The heat between us became unbearable, delicious, almost unreal. The music echoed in the distance, far away, as we created our own rhythm, our own symphony of sighs and caresses. Our bodies understood each other better than our words. The touch, the heat, the long-suppressed desire exploded in a dance that swept us away without remedy. Everything was intensity, connection, need. And when the climactic moment reached us, it was as if our souls had found each other again, right in the middle of the chaos of that party, right in the middle of the silence of that forgotten hallway. My hips moved instinctively, seeking Joel amid a wave of sensations that coursed through my body. It was as if time stood still for an instant, suspended in a warm, vibrant atmosphere, where only he and I existed. I could feel his body responding to mine, shuddering with the intensity of the moment. His skin, warm and bare against mine, seemed to amplify every emotion, every heartbeat, every shared sigh. He leaned against me, burying his face in the crook of my neck. He was drenched in sweat, exhausted, but I didn't care. I held him tightly, with a longing I'd never felt before, as if by doing so I could stop the world for just one more second. Our hearts beat in time, strong and in sync, like a secret melody only we knew. After a few minutes, as we both caught our breath, Joel gently sat up and helped me lie down on the mat. My legs were still shaking, weak, like jelly, but he held me by the waist and offered me a firm, sweet, and comforting kiss, like an anchor in the midst of the whirlwind of emotions. That was. I tried to speak, but the words tangled in my mind, still intoxicated with emotions. Amazing, he added with a calm smile. Then, with slow movements, he removed the clothes that were hanging straggly from his body. But I think we should take precautions tomorrow. We could go for the morning after pill, what do you think? I nodded silently, though a small pang of worry surged through my chest. I slowly stripped off my damp clothes, his voice still echoing in my head. I walked over to his closet, grabbed one of his t-shirts, and put it on. Deep down, I knew the doctor had told me the contraceptive would take a month to reach its full effectiveness, but doubt, like a shadow, crept into my gut. Still, I decided to leave the guilt for another time and went into the bathroom to clean up and regain some clarity. When I returned, Joel was already in bed. He was wearing boxers, and the sheet barely covered his waist. His smile shone in the dim light, luminous and serene. I ran to him and threw myself onto the mattress as I always did, looking for the perfect corner to curl up in. He laughed softly as he watched my little nighttime ritual, accustomed to me tossing and turning before finding the ideal position. He wrapped me in a hug and tenderly kissed my hair, just as I nestled against his chest and tucked my feet under his knee. The warmth of his body, the steady rhythm of his breathing, and the steady beat of his heart slowly lulled me to sleep. Then, in the midst of the silence, his deep, somewhat husky voice broke the moment. Would you like to live with me next year? I opened my eyes, blinking in disbelief. Had I heard correctly? I raised my head to look at him, trying to figure out if he was serious. How clear is your judgment right now? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Joel let out a soft laugh. Well, I was starting to feel a little dizzy before, but after all this, believe me, I'm completely sober. So, these aren't the thoughts of someone in a drunken state. With a smile, he pulled me back towards him, tenderly stroking my shoulder until I relaxed again. You don't have to decide now, he whispered. I just want you to think about it. I'm going to be very busy with the team, with training and all that, and it would be lovely to have you with me every night. I remained silent. I knew there were many logical reasons not to take such a step: college, commitments, the fear that it would all be too soon. But as I listened to his calm breathing and felt the steady heartbeat beneath my cheek, all those reasons lost their strength. The simple thought of sharing days and nights with Joel lit up my interior like a warm light that dispelled all doubts. And so, hugging him, with a light heart and a barely perceptible smile on my lips, I drifted off to sleep, certain that, at least for tonight, everything was okay. Episode 10. My body felt like lead as I struggled to open my eyes, barely dragged toward consciousness. I finally managed to part my eyelids, but the morning light filtering through the window hit me with the subtlety of a hammer, forcing me to close them again with a groan. A bitter aftertaste of whiskey clung to my tongue, and the dryness in my mouth recalled every sip from the night before. God, how I hated hangovers. Instinctively, I sought Ophelia's warmth between the sheets, pulling her body against mine in hopes of prolonging sleep. But what I found in my arms wasn't her soft skin, but the cold texture of a pillow. I squinted, puzzled, and scanned the room for her. It was then that I heard the sound of running water behind the bathroom door. With clumsy movements, I got out of bed and shed the wrinkled clothes I was still wearing, making my way to the bathroom with unsteady steps. As I approached, a smile spread across my lips as I heard Ophelia humming a melody under the running water. She wasn't exactly a professional singer, nor would she ever be, but there was something about those intimate performances, about her carefree voice crooning outdated pop songs that, in any other context, I would have found unbearable. On her lips, however, they sounded like pure magic. The shower curtain gave way with a soft creak as I pulled it aside to join her. Ophelia, covered in suds and with her curls pulled back in a conditioner-soaked bun, let out a small yelp of surprise before recognizing me. "Good morning," I murmured, with a mischievous smile as I admired her. "Good morning," she replied sleepily before turning around underwater. If I thought her silhouette beneath the soapy sheen was a sight to behold, nothing prepared me for the sight of her body as it turned, every curve highlighted by the water as if modeled just for my eyes. I moved forward, wrapping my arms around her waist and sliding a hand down her belly in a gentle massage. "Don't even think about it," Ophelia warned, playfully brushing my hand away before turning her back on me again. She reached up to release her curls, and the arch of her back, along with the gentle fall of the water on her skin, took my breath away. Her words were lost in the steam as my mind wandered to forbidden fantasies. "Joel, are you listening to me?" "Of course," I lied, caught up in my thoughts. "So you agree?" Definitely," I nodded, moving closer again and gently guiding her against the tiled wall. She sighed, exaggerating her exasperation, and when I looked up, I found her eyebrows raised and her lips pursed in a silent denial. "No," he said firmly, and I immediately stepped back, suppressing a smile. "Madeline is on her way with the morning after pill." "That's what I was trying to tell you," Ophelia explained as she rinsed her hair. The reminder hit me like a bucket of cold water. How could I have forgotten? I'd never made such a mistake before, but last night, between the alcohol and the frenzy, everything had happened too fast. Although, to be honest, the memory of how it had felt to be inside her without barriers dispelled any hint of guilt. We finished showering in silence, and back in the bedroom, we hurriedly dressed. I slipped on some sweatpants and tossed Ophelia a clean t-shirt, while she searched for leggings in her overnight bag. Watching her, I couldn't help but fantasize about what our life would be like if we shared a home. She wouldn't be living out of half-unpacked suitcases, her things would be intertwined with mine, like our lives. With Ophelia, things never followed a script. I didn't plan to ask her to move in with me, I just felt it, and acting on it was the most natural thing in the world. Over the past year, I'd learned to value my teammates more, but life in the shared house, with its endless parties and constant parade of strangers, was starting to wear on me. I couldn't pressure her. I knew she was facing a huge decision, one of those that not only changes your life, but also makes you question everything. And she, with her characteristic generous heart, would surely worry more about how it would affect others than about her own well-being. Selfishly, I hoped, deep down, almost in a whisper, that this time she would think only of herself, and me. We went down the stairs together, and as soon as I set foot on the ground floor, I felt a pang of discomfort at the state of the house. The mess was total, furniture was scattered senselessly, the floor was sticky with spilled beer, and who knows what else, crushed cans and red plastic cups covered almost every corner. A strong smell, somewhere between sweet and stale, hung in the air like a thick cloud that refused to leave. "My God!" Ophelia murmured, her voice a mix of astonishment and resignation. I followed his gaze and couldn't help but burst out laughing. There was Gale, fast asleep on our dining room table, his arms and legs spread out as if he were making a snow angel. He was wearing only those ridiculous shorts, and the writing on his skin was impossible to ignore. As we got closer, we noticed more people had joined in the playful habit of doodling all over him during the night. Judging by the special attention paid to his abs, I'd bet it was girls. Ophelia leaned down gently and shook his shoulder, speaking softly into his ear. Little by little, Gale opened his eyes, and a wide, disoriented smile spread across his face as he recognized her. "Good morning, little one," he said, rubbing his eyes as he groaned from the obvious pain of sleeping on a hard table. At that moment, a knock on the front door diverted our attention. A second later, the knob turned, and Madeline walked in as if she were in her own home. Another reminder of why it was urgent to move. Someone, probably the last one to go to sleep, had forgotten to lock the door. "Good morning, beautiful people," she greeted cheerfully as she glided through the room, handing us each a coffee. I thanked her with a nod and took a long sip of the steaming black liquid. Ophelia looked at me with a grimace of distaste and quickly expressed what she'd said many times before. To her, drinking coffee without milk or sugar was like drinking dirty bean water. I simply rolled my eyes and smiled. Madeline, always foresight, took a small white paper bag from her purse and handed it to Ophelia. Gale, still half drowsy, sat up curiously. "What's that?" he asked. The look Madeline gave me spoke volumes. It seems someone got carried away last night and forgot some important details. Ophelia's face turned red in the blink of an eye. I would have gladly taken the blame, but her remorseful eyes betrayed her without further words. Gale sat up completely and looked at me as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Really, man? This again? Don't make me lecture you again." I raised a finger and shook it in the air. "First of all, you didn't teach me any lessons. I just didn't fight back." Nope," he said, putting a hand to his chin, pretending to be deep in thought. "That's not how I remember it. Do you want to do it again?" I challenged him with a smile. No. Ophelia intervened quickly, placing her hand on my chest. I took the opportunity to cast a mocking glance over his head at Gale and whispered softly, "You're lost." He responded with an equally malicious smile, "Try it, if you dare." Anyway, Ophelia chimed in, visibly frustrated, "The innocent one here is Joel. It was my fault. I was the impulsive one who couldn't stop myself." The silence lasted only a couple of seconds before Madeline and Gale burst into laughter. Ophelia slowly removed her hands from her face and looked at me, confused. I pulled her towards me and kissed her temple. "Don't worry, darling. You're even sweet enough to make mistakes," I whispered in her ear. After that, Ophelia and Madeline locked themselves in the bathroom to take care of the emergency pill. When they returned, they announced that the day would officially be a post-party recovery day. That meant greasy food, easy movies, and, according to them, face masks. I dismissed that last part with a resounding no. Ophelia went into general mode when I mentioned the house was a mess. I suggested calling in a rookie to clean, but with her typical quick wit, she reminded me we didn't have any rookies anymore. That's when she started handing out chores like a commander-in-chief. Gale and I were assigned to collect trash. As the girls disappeared into the kitchen, Gale and I began the arduous task. We only saw them again when Ophelia peeked out, hearing our laughter. She just tossed a glass into the trash bag from across the room, and her disapproving glare instantly punished us. That's how we also completed the mopping mission. An hour later, after we'd put the furniture back in its place, we collapsed exhausted onto the sofa. I leaned my head back and sighed happily as I smelled the unmistakable aroma of frying bacon. Apparently, the smell had also made its way upstairs, because little by little, everyone else started to make their way downstairs. James staggered into the kitchen and returned with a cup of coffee and a huge smile. "Those two heroines are preparing breakfast." "Hey!" Gale protested. "We're the heroes. We cleaned up all this mess." "For some reason, I can't picture more in a white dress and a halo," Tyler joked as he plopped down into an armchair. Soon, all the kids were gathered in the living room, complaining, or rather, sighing, about how lovely the house smelled. Some couldn't resist the temptation and ventured into the kitchen in search of some coffee, and maybe a couple of sneaky bites, but were quickly chased away amid laughter and protests. Just when I thought a small riot might break out from collective hunger, the girls made their grand entrance from the kitchen, carrying enormous plates full of food. They lined up the trays on the 2 dining room tables we'd pushed together and called us all in for breakfast. I dashed forward, ahead of everyone else. I'll say it was to protect the girls from the stampede of hungry soccer players, but the truth is, the aroma was too overwhelming. I swallowed as my eyes fell upon the overflowing trays of crispy bacon, scrambled eggs, hash browns, and piles of fluffy pancakes. After a bit of pushing and joking, we all finally sat down with our plates full. For the first few minutes, all we could hear were grunts of satisfaction and the clinking of cutlery. That's when something made me suspicious. Madeline cleared her throat softly and looked at Ophelia meaningfully. Ophelia nodded, delicately put down her cutlery, and raised her voice in that sweet but firm tone that always managed to capture the attention of even the most distracted person. "Guys," she said, waiting for everyone to look up. "Madeline and I have decided that today, we're going to have a movie day." The idea generated varying reactions from the boys, from genuine enthusiasm to mock resignation, but in the end, they all agreed. "Perfect," Ophelia said with a smile so sweet it made me raise an eyebrow. She winked at me and added, "We hope you don't mind watching Tangled." After all, we made breakfast. She hadn't been joking. She'd been trying for months to convince me to watch that movie, along with the other one, the one about the snow and the song everyone sings. I'd always managed to avoid it, hiding behind excuses and running away from her face like she was a siren with hypnotic powers. And there she was again, using her sad puppy expression, this time on all my housemates. I silently watched the boys, internally praying that one of them would have the courage to say no. But one by one, they all fell for her sparkling eyes and that bottom lip she knew how to stick out at just the right moment. "Cowards," I muttered to myself. Gale leaned back in his chair with a sigh and rubbed his stomach. "You're going to love Tangled. It's a gem." I was never so grateful to Tyler as when he wordlessly patted Gale on the head. Once we finished eating, Madeline went into the living room to start preparing the space for movie day. Apparently, it wasn't just a matter of putting on a movie and that was it. There was a whole ritual involved. Ophelia disappeared toward the kitchen, so I took the opportunity to follow her, plates in hand. "Don't even think about it," I said when I saw her standing in front of the sink. "We'll wash up later." I crossed the kitchen, gently took her by the waist, and lifted her onto the counter. That way, I could look her in the eye without bending over. She gave me a mischievous smile when I raised my eyebrow at her. "You're a silent strategist," I said, positioning myself between her legs and enclosing her with my arms. "I can't believe you're actually forcing me to watch this." I didn't look away in time, and I was lost in those big, bright eyes. "Don't you love me?" she asked with a pout that would have melted anyone. "I love you more than I can explain," I replied, and kissed her firmly on that puckered lip. I slid my hands down her thighs, circling to her lower back. "Only. I can think of much more entertaining things to do upstairs in my room than watch a princess movie." A sly smile spread across my face as I watched her eyes darken. She might have her arsenal of irresistible looks, but I had my own tactics. I slowly caressed her curves and leaned in to kiss her more deeply. Her body relaxed against mine, her lips parting as if inviting me to continue. A few more seconds and I'd have her convinced. "Are you ready?" Gale suddenly appeared in the kitchen doorway. Ophelia jumped slightly and quickly stepped away, surreptitiously wiping her lips with her sleeve. I wish, I muttered under my breath, before standing up with a sour face. Gale, at least, had the decency to smile guiltily and look away. Sorry, he said with a laugh as he walked back into the living room. Ophelia jumped down from the counter and tugged at my shirt to drag me with her. I, of course, made the minimum effort, slumping back a little to force her to pull harder. Just to be annoying. When we got to the living room, we discovered that all the kids were sprawled on the floor, already settled in. Madeline had laid out blankets, pillows, and even some mattresses brought from upstairs. I tried to head toward one of the couches, but Ophelia took my arm and firmly pointed me to an empty space on the floor. I gave her a challenging look, but ultimately sat down, leaning my back against the couch cushion. At least I was rewarded with Ophelia settling in across my lap. I wrapped my arms around her waist and covered both of us with a blanket. Once she was snuggled up, I slid my hand down her back until I rested on her waist again, and gave a small squeeze that made her giggle softly. If I have to watch this movie, at least let me go to my happy place, I reasoned when she shot me a glare. She snorted, but nodded and settled back against me. Is it a musical? I frowned when the movie started and the lead actress began to sing. Yes. Now try to enjoy it, you need more joy in your life, Ophelia whispered in an exasperated tone. I relaxed and tried to forgive the protagonist for breaking into song every 5 minutes. Once I managed, I couldn't help but notice that she looked a bit like Ophelia. It was endearing how she used a frying pan to defend herself, kind of like how my girlfriend used her tiny fingers to pinch with painful precision. Plus, she charmed those shady guys at the bar, just like Ophelia had charmed every soccer giant in this house. Once I established that connection, the movie became tolerable. I didn't like how Ophelia melted for the male lead, but I reminded myself that a cartoon wasn't real competition. There were even a few funny moments, though it took self-respect for me to giggle silently. Only Ophelia would notice, my chest pressed against her shoulder. I loved her even more when, instead of scoffing, she gave me a small, knowing smile and kept watching. It turned out that a day of movies was the best cure for a hangover. We spent hours relaxing on the floor, some even curled up together, asleep. James was the hero we all needed when, as soon as Tangled finished, he jumped into another movie. I'd liked it, but I couldn't stand another animated musical. The odds of that luck repeating itself were slim. By the afternoon, the room was quiet. Most people were sleeping or playing on their phones. Ophelia had fallen asleep an hour earlier, and I'd stopped watching the movie to watch her. I'd never tire of holding her while she slept. Madeline announced in a whisper that she was going home to do homework, even though she knew Ophelia had gotten ahead of hers before the party. Carefully, I picked my girl up and managed to stand without waking her. I nodded to the boys, murmured goodbyes and went up to my room. My phone vibrated in my pocket, but I ignored it as I approached the bed. Slowly bending down, I laid Ophelia down on the sheets and pulled out the device. An unknown number flashed on the screen. I thought it was clear that I would get back to you when I was ready, I blurted out as I answered. You're taking your sweet time, and I need an answer, my father replied in that indolent voice that unnerved me. I already have offers, but I can't move forward without a formal contract. I stepped away from the bed and took a deep breath to stay calm. Mr. Allen and I had a plan, and losing control wasn't helping. I know, I admitted, resigned. The stakes are high, and I needed time to decide. And have you already made a decision? First, I want you to answer a question. Honestly, not what you think I want to hear. Then I'll sign. A silence. Come in. Holding my breath, I blurted out the question that had been gnawing at me for months. Do you care about us? The silence stretched, and I hated the knot of anxiety that formed in my stomach, making me feel like a child begging for affection. I know you don't prioritize us, or we wouldn't be in this situation. But if you want me to sign my future into your hands, I need to know that you care at least a little. I could almost hear my father's internal conflict before he answered. I care about you, at least. I wanted to shout back that he had a daughter too, but I held back. The truth is, your mother and I never loved each other. She was a mistake who became a liability when she got pregnant. Back then, a man with my reputation couldn't afford scandals. She knew I didn't want a family. But at some point, she decided to believe I'd change my mind. Rage boiled in my veins. Every word was a stab at my mother's memory. The disgust I felt for him was so intense I wanted to tear my skin off. He misinterpreted my silence. I'm sorry you found out this way. But when I found out I was having a son, I was happy, especially seeing your talent in football. Maybe I wasn't the best father, but I'll do everything for your career. The bitter taste of betrayal rose in my throat. For my mother and Ivan, I had to swallow my pride. Thanks, Dad. I'll sign the contract, but in person. I'll send you a place to meet. I hung up. What was that about? Ophelia's voice made me spin. She was sitting up in bed, looking at me worriedly. Joel, what did your father want? Mr. Allen made me promise to keep her out of the loop. Even though I hated hiding things from her, I needed her respect. But now, with her eyes searching for answers, I knew I couldn't keep silent any longer. My legs carried me to her. I sat down and opened my arms. Without hesitation, she came over and hugged me, her cold fingers caressing the back of my neck until the tension melted away. He wants me to sign a contract to be my agent, I confessed quietly. After you graduate. Not now. He froze. Joel, college athletes can't have agents. The NCAA would expel you. You'd lose your scholarship, your team, everything, and your chances in the NFL. I know, don't worry, I whispered, digging my fingers into his curls. He thinks he can handle it secretly. But it doesn't matter, because if the plan with your father works, I won't sign anything. And what's the plan? The unease never left his eyes. Your father thinks that if we record my father admitting his intentions, we'll have evidence for the lawyers. Or, at worst, threaten his reputation. Ophelia remained silent, processing everything. I feared her anger at having excluded her, but instead, she leaned in and kissed me. I'm sorry you had to go through this alone, he murmured against my lips. I rested my forehead against his, letting his words envelop me in warmth. I love you. And that means you're not alone anymore. I'm your partner in this, Joel. Just let me be. I love you so much, I said, surprised by the moisture in my eyes. She lay down, taking me with her. I rested my head on her chest, listening to her heart. The pain from my father's words still throbbed, but its steady rhythm reminded me that I was no longer alone. Ophelia was my refuge. I would fight to protect her forever, but I also needed her strength. And that night, as we huddled together, I knew that together we could weather any storm. If I have to watch this movie that seems so absurd to me, at least let me retreat to my happy place, I muttered, justifying myself, when Ophelia shot me a withering look. She snorted in resignation, but eventually nodded and settled against me. Is this a musical? I blurted out with a puzzled expression as soon as the lead actress began singing enthusiastically. Yes, Ophelia replied with an exasperated sigh. Please try to enjoy it. You could use a little joy in your life. I forced myself to relax. With some effort, I managed to forgive the protagonist for breaking into song every 5 minutes. It was then that I noticed something curious. There was something about her that reminded me of Ophelia. There was a certain tenderness in the way she used a frying pan as an improvised weapon, much like how Ophelia managed to inflict a little pain with her tiny fingers when she wanted my attention. Plus, like that lively girl at the bar, Ophelia also had a talent for charming even the most unsociable, as she did with the house soccer players. That similarity made the movie more bearable for me. I didn't love watching Ophelia melt into dreamy eyes every time the male lead appeared, but I had to remind myself that I wasn't competing with a cartoon. I even laughed more than once, though quietly enough that only Ophelia, her shoulder pressed against my chest, noticed the slight shudder. When she gave me a knowing little smile and returned her attention to the screen, I knew I loved her even more. Who would have thought that an afternoon of movies would be the perfect cure for a hangover? We spent hours lying on the floor, and some of the kids even ended up cuddling together, fast asleep. James became the hero of the moment when, as soon as Tangled finished, he jumped up to put on another movie. I liked that one, but I wasn't ready for another musical. Lightning was unlikely to strike twice in the same place. By the afternoon, the room was quiet. Some were playing on their phones, others were sleeping. Ophelia, for her part, had fallen asleep an hour earlier, and I stopped looking at the screen to focus solely on her. I'd never tire of holding her in my arms while she slept. Madeline whispered that she was going home to do her homework, even though she knew Ophelia had already finished it before the party. Very carefully, I got up with her in my arms without waking her. I said a brief, silent goodbye to the boys and went up to my room. My phone vibrated in my pocket, but I ignored it as I crossed the room to the bed. I slowly bent down to gently lay Ophelia down, then reached into my jeans for my phone. I frowned when I saw the unknown number on the screen. "I told you I'd call you when I was ready," I said coldly as I answered. "Well, you're taking forever, and I need an answer," my father replied in that indolent tone that unnerved me. "I'm already handling some offers, but I can't move forward without the signed contract." I stepped away from the bed and took a deep breath to stay calm. Mr. Allen and I had a plan, and losing our cool wouldn't help. "I know," I finally said, resigned. "There's a lot at stake. I just needed time to decide what I really want." "And have you already decided?" "I want you to answer me one question. If you give me an honest answer, I'll sign. But don't try to tell me what you think I want to hear. I just want the truth." There was a brief pause. "Okay, go ahead." I took a deep breath, preparing to verbalize what had been tormenting me for months. "Did you ever care about us?" I asked, my voice firm but my stomach knotted. I hated feeling like that little boy who just wanted a loving gesture from his father. "I know we were never your priority, that you put your interests first. But now you're asking me to trust you with my career. And I need to know if you even care about me." The silence was so heavy I felt the air thicken. I could imagine him struggling, deciding which version of the truth suited him best. "I care about you," he said finally. "Just you." I wanted to shout at him that he had a daughter too, but I held back. "The truth is, I never wanted a family. Your mother was a long-term mistake. A casual relationship that changed when she got pregnant. At that time, I had an image to maintain, and marriage was the only viable option. From the beginning, we both knew there would be no love or vocation for parenthood. She hoped I would change, but I never wanted that." I felt rage rise in my throat. I was repulsed by his coldness, his disdain. Every word was like a slap in the face to my mother and me. But I remained silent. Believe it or not, I was happy to know I was having a son. And when I saw your talent in football, I knew there was something good in all this. I may not have been a good father, but I can be a good agent. And I will do everything I can to help you succeed. I swallowed my disgust. My mother and sister needed me. It was time to sacrifice my pride. Thanks, Dad. I'll sign the contract. But I want to do it in person. I'll send you the location. I cut the call without giving him a chance to answer. What was that? Ophelia's voice startled me. I turned around, finding her awake, her face filled with concern. Joel, what did your father want? Mr. Allen had made me promise to keep her out of it. I wasn't exactly a fan of hers, and I had respected that condition, hoping to earn her respect. But keeping secrets was destroying me, and Ophelia was my anchor in this storm. I approached her without thinking, sat down on the bed, and opened my arms. She didn't hesitate. She threw herself at me and wrapped her arms around my neck, looking at me intensely. I inhaled her scent and my muscles began to relax. Her cool fingers caressed the base of my neck with the precision of someone who knows every corner of my soul. She was stronger than me, even though I was physically larger. I needed her, more than I dared admit. My father wants me to sign a contract to make him my agent, I confessed quietly. After you graduate. Not now. She froze in my arms. Her reaction was immediate. Joel, you can't. You're a college athlete. If the NCAA finds out, they'll expel you. You'd lose your scholarship, you'd be cut from the team, you'd say goodbye to the NFL. I know, Eshij, calm down. I stroked her curls, that simple gesture was enough to calm our nerves. He thinks he can handle it discreetly. But if everything goes well with your father, I won't have to sign anything. And what's the plan? Brian is anything but naive. He hasn't left anything in writing for lawyers to use. Your father believes that if we wait long enough, he'll make a mistake. But now we want to provoke that mistake. I'm going to meet with him in person, record everything, and use that to defend ourselves. And if it doesn't work legally, at least we can protect ourselves by exposing the truth and damaging his reputation. Ophelia remained silent, absorbing every word. I continued stroking her hair, afraid she'd be angry that I'd kept so much from her. But to my surprise, she leaned in and kissed me. I'm so sorry you had to go through this alone, he whispered against my lips. I rested my forehead against hers, feeling her words ignite something warm inside me. She was my home. I love you, she said, caressing my cheek. And that means you're not alone anymore, Joel. I'm with you. I want to be your partner, just let me be by your side. I love you too, I replied, holding back tears I hadn't expected. She lay down on the bed and pulled me to her chest. I snuggled up to her, resting my cheek on her heart. The pain of my father's truths was still there, his words still stinging. But Ophelia was right, I wasn't alone anymore. Her heartbeat was the reminder that I deserved love, care, and protection. And while I would give everything to defend her, I also needed someone to defend me. We drove to the bar where Joel had agreed to meet his father. The meeting was in an hour, and if everything went according to plan, we would soon have conclusive evidence of everything Brian had been doing in secret. While we waited, I glanced around for my dad's car, but I didn't see it anywhere. Joel's hand on my lap became a small refuge, a perfect distraction to channel the nerves that were running through me from head to toe. We'd parked in the far corner of the parking lot, where we could clearly see anyone entering or leaving the bar. We'd chosen this bar for a specific reason. The entire facade was made up of huge windows that allowed for an almost complete view of the interior. It was a small place, and that worked in our favor. From our position, we could keep a close eye on Joel and his father, making sure everything was running smoothly. A tap on the window made me jump. Outside, night had already fallen, but I still easily recognized the disapproving expression on my father's face. I rolled down the window and forced myself to show off the most charming smile I could. "Hi, Dad." "What's she doing here?" he asked sharply, addressing Joel over my head. "She's an adult, and she can make her own decisions," I replied without thinking, impulse overcoming prudence. My father looked at me, surprised by my firmness, and I sighed, lowering my voice slightly. "I'm here to support Joel." His eyes scanned my outfit from top to bottom before returning to my face. "You look like you're ready to rob a bank," he commented with a hint of sarcasm. Joel couldn't contain a chuckle behind me, and I raised an eyebrow just as the corner of my father's lips twitched slightly, as if he were fighting back a smile. I decided to ignore the taunt. If being the butt of their jokes helped them get along better, I could tolerate it. "And your car?" I asked, trying to change the subject. Brian would have recognized it instantly, he explained, pointing over his shoulder. "That blue Jeep is a rental car." "Do you have everything ready on your end?" he asked, turning to Joel. "He agreed to meet here at 7. I'll go in early to make sure I have a table ready and get ready. I've practiced a lot, and if I keep my phone in my pocket, I should be able to record without any problems." My father nodded approvingly. "Perfect. Awfully, then you can come sit with me. Hopefully we won't have to intervene, but if Brian isn't cooperating, maybe we need to apply a little pressure." Her eyes slid to Joel's, and for a moment, her expression softened. "There was a time when I truly believed your father was a good man. That he was a friend." Joel shifted uncomfortably, then shrugged. "I'm sorry if I disappointed you." "Are you ready?" my father asked, giving me a small nod of his chin to indicate I should get out of the car. "Yeah, give me a second." "I'll be right out," I replied, waiting for him to walk away before turning back to Joel. "Are you sure you're going to be okay?" I asked quietly. When she didn't respond immediately, I took her hand in mine. Then she looked up from her lap and gave me a smile that broke my heart. It was a kind smile, yes, but her eyes said something else. "I'm going to be okay. I just want this to be over, to close this chapter, and never have to cross paths with him again." "You know," I said gently, "he's still your father, Joel. And it's okay if closing this door hurts. It's also okay if you don't want to close it completely." Joel shook his head and stroked my hand. "After everything that happened, I need this to be over." Just like that. He got out of the car and walked around to the front of the car to open my door. I gave him a grateful smile as he offered me his hand. As he jumped to the ground, his body was right in front of mine, shielding me from the view of other cars. I stretched slightly and dropped my hand onto his chest. He leaned in just a little, just enough to brush our lips in a soft, fleeting kiss. Then he straightened. I watched him anxiously as he straightened his shoulders and walked toward the entrance. When I saw him walk through the doors, I headed toward the blue Jeep my father had pointed out. "Let's hope this all goes well," he said with a sigh as I settled into the passenger seat. From where we were, we had a perfect view of the bar's interior. My eyes never left Joel's as he was guided to a small table in the center of the space. Most of the other tables were occupied by people chatting while sipping craft beer and eating snacks. At the back of the place, a long counter served as the bar, with several servers busily serving drinks. Why do you think Brian is putting him through all this? I asked into the silence. My father sighed again. I think Brian has spent many years feeling frustrated with his own life. He grew up with certain privileges and never got used to doing things he didn't want to. That anger, that resentment, he ended up projecting onto Joel and Yvonne. And that simply can't be justified. Then he doesn't deserve either of us, I said, without taking my eyes off Joel. You admire him a lot, don't you? My father's voice was softer this time, and he turned me toward him. His eyes showed curiosity, but also something resembling resignation. You have no idea, Dad. Joel is incredible. Too good, really. Sure, he has his rough edges. He's not exactly the most sociable, and his vocabulary is sometimes, well, let's just say it's not for the faint of heart. But he's the most selfless and kind man I've ever met. Including your dear old man, he joked, though I sensed a certain melancholy behind his smile. When I told Mom about Joel, she said he reminded her of you. My lips curved warmly. I didn't understand at first, but now it's clear to me. The qualities I love in him are the same ones I've admired all my life in your relationship with her. Love, Dad pursed his lips, nodding slowly, as if savoring the word. Yes, Dad, I replied softly. Love. We fell silent then, letting my words float between us. I knew it was hard for him to accept that I was no longer his little girl, perhaps even harder than accepting Joel. The sound of an engine brought us out of our thoughts. A shiny black car slid into the parking lot, stopping near the entrance. My body tensed as I watched Brian get out of the vehicle. He adjusted his suit jacket, reached into the back seat, and emerged with a brown envelope in his hand. When the light from the window illuminated his face, a chill ran through me. The resemblance to Joel was undeniable, but only superficial, as if Joel had been drained of all his strength and character, leaving only a dull, arrogant version. Brian entered the restaurant, paused theatrically, and then walked confidently toward Joel's table. My boyfriend stood up when he saw him and extended his hand to shake his hand. For a moment, surprise crossed Brian's face before his fake smile reappeared and he accepted the gesture. Dad nodded, approving of Joel's performance. To anyone watching, he seemed calm, even happy to see his father. But I knew him too well. I could see the stiffness in his shoulders, the way he craned his neck to relieve the built-up tension. It was almost laughable how little Brian understood his own son. He completely swallowed Joel's fake smile and cool demeanor, relaxing in his chair with an arrogance that made my stomach churn. With an exaggerated gesture, he called over the waitress, and my disgust grew as I watched him lean toward her with an oily smile. He made a comment, pointing at Joel, who immediately leaned back in his seat, steadfastly refusing to participate in whatever his father was up to. From the parking lot, I saw the calculating glint in Brian's eyes as he turned to Joel. He dragged out the conversation with the waitress longer than necessary, laughing exaggeratedly and gesticulating as if he were hosting a party. Joel, unfazed, rested his elbows on the table and said something sharp. Finally, Brian let the young woman go, her relief palpable. Once alone, Brian's charade faded. Although he still wore a mocking sneer, his gaze became colder, more calculating. Here we go, I whispered, looking away. I knew Joel would notice if I watched him too intently, and I didn't want to add to the pressure he was already under. While they talked, I let my attention wander around the bar. The bar was slowly filling up, fewer diners, more groups gathered around the bar. The place clearly transformed into a party den at night, as the security guard stationed at the entrance indicated. I amused myself by imagining the other customers' stories, trying to distract myself from Joel's situation. But a sudden chill ran down my spine as a group of men walked past our jeep. I didn't know what it was exactly, but every instinct in me went on alert. They were just a group of young men in their 20s, seemingly carefree, showing their IDs to the guard before entering. One of them, taller and thinner, wearing a tight gray t-shirt, seemed vaguely familiar. The way he moved, the way he held himself, something about him unsettled me, but I couldn't place the memory. "Looks like Joel got Brian talking," Dad commented, satisfied. I returned my attention to the table. Sure enough, Brian was gesticulating vehemently, as if he were letting off steam. Joel, in his role, nodded with measured gestures, encouraging him to continue without revealing his own cards. When I looked back at the group of men at the bar, a chill ran through me like an electric shock. The man who had caught my attention now had his back to the bar, leaning back with apparent nonchalance, observing the place through the large windows. Every fiber of my being tensed. My skin felt sensitive, as if every nerve were exposed, while a bitter nausea began to rise in my throat. Long, black hair with a greasy shine that looked like it hadn't seen water in days. Pale, almost sickly cheeks, and skin covered in sweat that shone in the dim light. His eyes were bloodshot, with the same lost expression as that night that had marked me forever. Tears blurred my vision as I watched him laugh with his friends, joking easily and throwing charming smiles at the women who approached. The sight alone made my blood run cold. I felt like tiny invisible spiders were crawling on my skin as, for a second, his gaze strayed toward the window. He scanned the parking lot and then returned to his group, as if nothing had happened. It was barely a split second, but that brief visual connection made me feel vulnerable, naked in his presence. I clenched my hands tightly, trying to keep them from shaking. Suddenly, I wasn't in that bar, I was back at that party, in that lonely chair, trapped in a memory that was suffocating me. "Awfully, what's wrong? What's going on?" My father's voice reached me from the passenger seat, trying to bring me back to the present, but it was as if a current were pulling me to the bottom of a dark sea. My breathing became ragged, chaotic. I felt like I was drowning in memory, fear, horror. Sounds grew distant, as if everything were underwater. My vision narrowed. My chest burned, as if inhaling air was a monumental effort. And yet, amidst the chaos, only one image remained clear, that man, leaning brazenly on the bar, the same man who had once robbed me of my peace of mind. Every time he moved his lips, I revived the echo of the harsh words I had heard that night, while a glass shattered in my hands without my knowledge. My body was on the verge of collapse when a gesture of his caught my attention. He reached into his pocket and seemed to be searching for something urgently. When he took it out, he kept it closed, as if hiding something small in his palm. Without thinking, I kept my gaze fixed on that movement. Something inside me screamed that this mattered. I reached for the street Christopher pendant Joel had given me. I wrapped my hand around it, my thumb nestling just right on the metal curve of the oval. I began to rub it gently, concentrating on the engraving, trying to anchor myself to something familiar. I needed to find clarity. I vaguely heard my father muttering under his breath, but I couldn't pay attention. The man sat back down at the bar and, seemingly calm, hid his still clenched hand. My back tensed when I saw him turn to a woman sitting next to him. He gave her a polite smile, though she barely looked at him as a waiter brought her a glass of wine. Her formal attire, a straight skirt and fitted jacket, indicated she wasn't there for pleasure, but perhaps just killing time after a meeting. She leaned back slightly in discomfort as he reached across his glass to take a napkin from the metal dispenser. I narrowed my eyes at how he did it. The movement was awkward, forced, as if he were faking a simple action. Then I understood. Upon returning to his seat, he used the napkin not to wipe himself, but to discreetly wrap the palm he had protected moments before. A certainty struck me. My mind cleared. My body knew what to do. He's not going to get away with it this time, I muttered determinedly as I opened the Jeep door. Ophelia! What are you doing? If Brian sees you, you could ruin everything, my father exclaimed, grabbing me by the wrist just as I was getting ready to leave. I turned to him and gave him a look that combined apology and determination. Everything in me responded to instinct, but I also knew he was right. Still, I couldn't stay still. I broke free from his grasp and jumped out of the car. As soon as my sneakers touched the pavement, I started running. The cold air cleared the last traces of my dizziness as my legs propelled forward. As I reached the entrance, a security guard stood in my way and raised his hand to stop me. "Miss, I need to see some ID," he said firmly. I stared at him, my eyes wide, and tried to open the door to let myself in. He placed his hand on my shoulder with a restrained expression, frowning at my condition. "Hey! Don't lay a finger on my daughter," my father yelled from behind, slamming the Jeep door as he sped toward us. The guard turned around for a second, and that was all it took. I took advantage of his distraction to open the door and sneak into the bar. The warmth inside instantly enveloped me, but I'd already located my target. The woman was still sitting on her stool, seemingly oblivious to the danger. The man was now standing, leaning toward her in an attempt to strike up a conversation. I moved purposefully between the tables, dodging chairs and bodies with a precision born of urgency. I stopped just behind them when he turned and faced me. He smiled. His yellowed, crooked teeth were the very image of the memory I'd been trying to erase for weeks. And then, as if time hadn't passed, he repeated the words that had still haunted my nightmares since September. "Hi, gorgeous. Are you absolutely sure you don't want to try to get her number?" "Keep looking this way," Brian commented with a mocking smile as he absent-mindedly stirred the ice in his glass. "Absolutely sure. I'm with Ophelia, remember?" I replied, trying to maintain a calm tone, even though my patience was starting to wear thin. Brian seemed obsessed with the idea of setting me up with that waitress, as if he conveniently forgot, over and over again, that I already had a girlfriend. Miss Allen. I must admit I wasn't expecting that. She's quite a reserved young woman, wouldn't you say? Not at all, I replied through gritted teeth, struggling to contain the tension. She may seem shy at times, yes, but that doesn't define her. I shrugged with feigned indifference. Well, that sounds fantastic to me, Brian said, nodding as he took another sip of his drink. I was surprised by his reaction. And, although I didn't want to admit it even to myself, a spark of excitement ignited in my chest to have his approval, from him, of all men. I felt ridiculous for needing his approval. Still, I smiled, mostly because when I thought of Ophelia, her face appeared clear and luminous in my mind. Yes, she's a beautiful girl, from a good family. She doesn't seem like the type to get into trouble or cause scandals, he added, as if making a strategic analysis. She'll be beneficial to your image, especially this coming year. And, just as quickly as it came, the spark of enthusiasm was extinguished. I'm not with her for convenience, Dad. I'm with her because I love her. Oh, please, Joel, he sighed, slumping back in his seat with theatrical despair. You're in no condition to love anyone. You need to focus on your future, on your career. Every cell in my body screamed to burst. To raise my voice, to tell him he had no idea what I needed. But I couldn't. Not yet. I was so close to getting what I needed from him, and I couldn't screw it up. I reached into my jeans pocket, making sure my phone was right on the edge, ready to keep recording. I'd been making disparaging remarks about Mom all night, but it was still hard to tell if we'd had enough. It was almost ridiculous how easy it had been to get him talking. It took a few carefully placed sentences about how misunderstood I felt, how hard it was to concentrate on soccer with Mom insisting that school took priority. It had been a pain to utter those words, to betray someone who had always supported me in such a way. But they had worked. Or at least, in part. Mr. Allen made it clear that in order to take legal action against him, we needed him to clearly state that he wanted me to sign an agency contract ahead of time. He also said that a simple separation from my mother was his way of ensuring my compliance. He had hinted at this several times, but all in carefully ambiguous language. "I guess time will tell how things play out," I said calmly, tearing off the edges of a paper napkin. "Perfect. Just don't forget the real goal, son. She can be with you along the way, but if she gets in the way of your NFL dreams, you'll have to make some tough decisions." He said it with chilling coldness, as if ending things with Ophelia was as simple as throwing away an old t-shirt. But for me, it would be like ripping my chest open with my bare hands and ripping out my heart. Just imagining it made my hands shake and I felt nauseous. "So, shall we sign this?" Brian asked, looking at me over his glass. His tone changed, pleasantries were behind him, now it was time for business. Staying calm was only possible because I thought of Ophelia. Of her soft curls tangled through my fingers. Of her delicate hands caressing my shoulders. Of her honey-colored eyes filled with light. All of it kept me calm as she nodded and slid the contract toward me. My hands didn't shake, because in my mind I was holding her. My shoulders didn't tense, because I imagined her there, holding me. A slight smile even spread across my lips at the memory. "I'm excited," I said with a genuine smile, keeping my eyes fixed on the contract. I didn't want Brian's image to interfere with the peace Ophelia brought to my mind. "Excellent. I am too. I believe I can take your career to unimaginable heights," he replied, convinced. And so, with a signature, the game began. But this time, I had a move of my own. "And after signing this, will you divorce Mom and give her the house?" "We've talked about this, Joel," Brian replied, struggling to keep the irritation out of his voice. Finally, she looked up and faced him directly. "Once I sign, you'll have a contract to back you up. I can't back out. But all I have is your word that you'll keep your promise. I need to hear it. I need to know she'll be okay after this." To reinforce her position, she flipped to the last page of the document, where a small X marked the spot for her signature. "Yes," Brian sighed. "My lawyers already have the offer ready for her. If you sign that, then," suddenly, he broke off, his attention diverting to something behind me. He stared back again before narrowing his eyes in discomfort. "Sorry, it's just..." I rested my forearms on the table and was about to turn to see what was distracting him when a sharp scream cut through the air, erasing everything else from my mind. "I'm not lying. He put something in your drink." Ophelia's voice echoed through the room, crystal clear. I whipped around to find her standing at the bar, challenging a visibly intoxicated man. Beside her, a woman was frowning, holding a glass of wine. As soon as I realized the situation, I jumped up. Before I could move forward, the man grabbed Ophelia by the shoulders with a grim gesture, as if he was about to push her. I pushed my way between the tables, making the chairs squeak against the wooden floor. Several diners protested, spilling their drinks, but their voices were lost in the turmoil of my mind. My gaze fell on Ophelia, struggling to free herself from the man's grasp. Her flushed face fueled my fury, How dare that jerk touch her? When I was only a few steps away, Ophelia raised her arm and, with a swift motion, slammed the heel of her palm against the man's nose. He instantly let go of her, his hands going up to his face. I took the opportunity to wrap my arms around her waist and pull her safely behind me. I turned around, making sure I was out of her reach. What the hell happened? Are you okay? My voice sounded higher than usual, tinged with concern as I examined her for injuries. Her eyes shone with a flash of pure adrenaline. You must be the daughter of... The man's hoarse voice forced me to turn to him. Without taking my hand off Ophelia, I needed to feel her close, safe. I drew myself up to my full height, resisting the urge to beat her to a pulp. My priority was her, no matter how hot my blood was. I noticed the woman on the stool trembling, even in the drunk's shadow. Come with us, I said, extending my hand in what I tried to say as calm. The woman slid off her seat and took refuge behind me, next to Ophelia. Now, with the guy cornered between me and the bar, and both of us safely backed up, I breathed a little easier. Hey! What's going on here? A security guard pushed his way through the curious people who were beginning to gather. I told you. Ophelia pointed at the man. This guy drugged your drink. That's crazy woman, she doesn't know what she's talking about, the drunk muttered, puffing out his chest. I reacted before he even took a step. With a precise shove to his collarbone, I pushed him back against the bar. Don't insult her again. Understood. My voice was icy, but the fire simmering beneath the surface must have been evident. The guard intervened, taking a strategic distance. Where's the cup? Here, the woman stammered, picking her up. It was then that I noticed Mr. Allen standing behind Ophelia, his hands protectively on her shoulders. The guard examined the liquid. We have test strips. If there are drugs, we'll call the police. Did you drink anything? No. She stopped me in time, the woman murmured, looking at Ophelia with gratitude. The drunk tried to slip away, but I stopped him firmly. The guard, anticipating this, handed the drink to the bartender and stepped in. Although every fiber of my body craved justice, the weight of Ophelia's small hands clutching my sweater reminded me of the most important thing, her safety. The man struggled, but I held my position. With a swift movement, I knocked him off balance and knocked him down. The guard quickly immobilized him and dragged him toward the back exit, while the bartender guided the victim to take her statement. If we call the authorities, they'll need your testimony, he warned Ophelia, who nodded without letting go of me. Let's go outside, I whispered, stroking her arm. You need some air. And I, trying to get away from the curious looks. The cold night enveloped us as we left. Once alone, the questions began to flow. Honey, what the heck happened in there? I'd like to know, too, Mr. Allen interrupted, crossing his arms. Awfully, I've never seen you like this before. You look like you might faint. Ophelia leaned against the brick wall, exhausted. I almost did. But I saw him put something in her drink. I couldn't let that happen again, she confessed, her voice faint. I frowned, trying to process Ophelia's words. She clearly had reason to be upset about all of this, but the timeline just didn't quite add up. His father seemed to be thinking the same thing as me. Wait, why did you panic before seeing him put something in her drink? She asked incredulously. Ophelia's eyes, still wet with tears, turned to me. I couldn't help but lean closer. I knelt before her, looking into her eyes and gently took her hands. She closed her eyes as soon as our palms touched, as if the gesture gave her the courage to continue. I panicked because I recognized him, she faltered, taking a deep breath. It was the same guy who drugged me earlier this year. What? Mr. Allen and I exclaimed in unison, a mixture of surprise and indignation. A surge of rage surged through me. I'd had Ophelia's attacker right in front of me, and I'd let him go. Part of me wanted to run back to the scene, no matter the consequences. But that same rage suddenly dissolved when I saw Ophelia flinch at the sound of our angry voices. It wasn't about what I wanted to do, it was about what she needed at that moment. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my urges. So you recognized him, and you still went in there? I asked, a flurry of emotions swirling in my chest. I stroked her cheek again, trying to understand why I felt so scared, angry, and proud all at once. Ophelia, that was incredibly reckless. Incredibly brave, but reckless. She gave me a small smile, and I knew immediately that, despite her nerves, she was proud of herself. Will someone finally explain to me what the hell is going on here? Mr. Allen interrupted, visibly confused and worried. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, Ophelia said in a tired voice, sliding down the wall until she was sitting on the floor. I sat down next to her, and she leaned lightly on my arm. It all happened at a party, earlier this year. I was alone, and this guy showed up out of nowhere and drugged me. Good heavens, Ophelia, her father murmured, his face marked by sadness. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't want to worry you any more than you already were. Besides, I was fine. Joel helped me, drove me to the hospital, and stayed with me all night. He didn't leave my side for a moment, she said, looking up at me with a tenderness that made me blush. I turned to Mr. Allen, who was watching me with a hard-to-read expression. I knew I had no right to judge her now. Ophelia had made a difficult decision, and the least he could do was support her. Now will someone explain to me what kind of MacGyver-style trick is going on here? A new voice asked. Brian appeared from around the corner of the bar, crossing over to where we were standing. Good night, Tim, he added sarcastically. Damn. I'd been so focused on protecting Ophelia that I'd completely forgotten about my father. I searched my memory to see if I'd managed to record enough. I took my phone out of my pocket, the recording was still in progress. I paused it, 1 hour and 48 minutes. I hoped it would be enough. Brian, Mr. Allen said stiffly. You know as well as I do that what you're doing with Joel is wrong. What I do with my son is none of your business, my father replied, glaring at him. But it's mine, I intervened, standing up and positioning myself between the two men. Trying to get me to sign that contract, do you know the risk that poses to my career if someone finds out? We talked about that, Joel. Lots of athletes do it. Besides, I'm not naive enough to get caught. You already are. I showed him my phone. I recorded our entire conversation. And, in case you didn't know, it's illegal to sign a contract with an agency while you're still in the NCAA. Even more so if that contract involves coercing your own child. Brian looked at me perplexed for a few seconds, until he gave a wry smile. For God's sake, Tim. I can't believe you would agree to such an absurd idea. He turned to me. Joel, that recording won't hold up in court. In California, it's not legal to record someone without their consent. This is all nonsense. The law may have its limits, but that doesn't erase who you are, I said bluntly. If you keep punishing Mom for no reason, I promise I'll make public who you really are. And how do you plan to do that? He mocked. I'm going to give it my all. I'm going to give it my all. I'm going to make it to the NFL like you always wanted. And once I'm there, I'm going to talk in every interview, on every show, and I'm going to tell everyone about the father who tried to destroy my future." The mockery disappeared from his face and he looked at me seriously. "That would ruin your career, not just mine." "Maybe. But I don't care anymore. Soccer isn't the most important thing in my life. There are many things I'd give up everything for. Mom. Yvonne." And I glanced at Ophelia, also other people who are now my priority. She seemed to hear my thoughts. Her small hand slipped into mine and she gave me an encouraging smile. "For God's sake, Brian," Tim chimed in. "Don't you see the damage you're causing? Joel has the talent to get anywhere he wants. Do you really want to be the reason he gives up on his dream?" Brian turned his head, undecided, caught in an internal conflict he'd never shown before. I'd never seen him hesitate, much less accept defeat. And yet, there he was, fighting his own pride. "You know," I added gently, "after everything she's been through. I know Yvonne still wants a father. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow. But someday she might want to recover that relationship." "Just Yvonne?" he whispered. "I don't know. But if you have any desire left to be a part of our lives, now is the time to leave. You can start fixing everything. You just have to take the first step." I stared at him, trying to let my eyes do the talking. I hated him, and I loved him. I wished he'd disappear forever, but at the same time, I longed for him to change, to make things right. My mind screamed that he wasn't worth it, but my heart still hoped. And it worked. Brian sighed deeply, turned around, and walked away without a word. We watched him disappear into the darkness. Silence fell, heavy but necessary. Ophelia squeezed my hand and brought me back to the present. "I'm so proud of you," she whispered. "And I replied with a smile. "I'm pretty sure you broke that guy's nose." "I told you I was going to kick ass tonight," he shrugged. "I just didn't know whose." I burst out laughing. Ophelia was okay. I was okay. And for the first time in a long time, I felt like my family was okay too. The tension that had been with me for months slowly faded away. But that peace was interrupted when a patrol car circled the building and parked nearby. We heard voices as the officer got out of the vehicle. It seemed the action had moved to the rear. "Oh, there they are," said the waiter, peeking around the corner. "Here she is," he said to someone out of sight. The agent returned and approached Ophelia. "Miss, I just need a brief statement about what you witnessed tonight. Would you mind joining me for a moment?" Ophelia squeezed my hand gently, letting me know everything was okay. I let go and watched her closely as she walked a few feet away with the officer. Mr. Allen stood beside me. "Your father," he began, looking over to where Ophelia was talking to the policeman. "He knew he was wrong for a long time. He just didn't want to admit it." I nodded, not knowing what he was getting at. "I don't want to make the same mistakes," she continued. "Joel, I'm so sorry. I was wrong too. For a long time, I thought you weren't worthy of my daughter. But tonight, you proved me wrong. I expected you to lash out. I wanted to, I admitted. But you didn't. Because she was your priority. And I don't know if I would have been able to maintain that control if I'd known everything you knew." His words shook me. Receiving that kind of recognition from someone I considered a second father left me speechless. Finally, he turned to me and extended his hand. "Can we start over?" I straightened, looked at him with determination, and shook his hand firmly. No more words were needed. "Ophelia. Oh my God, Joel, look at this." I exclaimed in a soft, almost sing-song voice. I was sitting on the floor of my small closet, surrounded by objects I hadn't seen since I unpacked my things in September. Among a pile of socks, I had just discovered a forgotten bracelet, and I picked it up with a nostalgic smile. "Honey." Joel sighed, placing a box on my desk. "I love you, but are you planning on actually starting packing at some point?" "What are you talking about?" "Of course I'm packing." I gestured to the piles of things I'd been organizing all morning. "Funny. Your room is more messy now than when we started," he replied sarcastically, crossing his arms. "Trust the process," I replied, confident. "Are you telling me you just throw everything into boxes without checking anything?" "I packed my entire room in an hour last night, and by 9 a.m., everything was in my truck," he declared with a condescending air. "Show off," I muttered, going back to rummaging through my closet. Although Joel's constant complaints prompted me to pick up the pace, I soon had most of my dorm room meticulously packed into boxes. I had finished my final exam a few days earlier, and just like that, my freshman year of college was over. I thought I'd be excited to be back home, and part of me was. I longed for a break from the academic pressures and student drama, to return to the simple life I'd led at Belmere. But another part of me felt like leaving USC meant leaving behind the person I'd become here. I would spend almost 4 months away from Madeline and Gail, along with everyone else who had become important to me. I would have Joel, of course, but only for a month before he returned to campus for summer training. A deep melancholy filled my heart as I gazed at my room, now empty and drained of life. I sank down onto the mattress and stretched out my arms, as if trying to embrace the remaining air. Tears sprang to my eyes as I searched for patterns on the rough ceiling, trying to distract myself. Suddenly, Joel's face appeared in my field of vision. Noticing my glassy eyes, his lips broke into a tender smile. I expected him to lie down beside me, but to my surprise, he turned and left the room. A slight pout touched my lips at his lack of comfort, until lighter footsteps caught my attention. "Hello, Princess. I heard you needed me here," Madeline announced, plopping down next to me and resting her head on her forearm. "I'm just being a baby," I sighed, turning to look at her. "I'm going to start loading the car, okay, honey?" Joel reappeared, grabbed my keys and some boxes, and waited for my confirmation. I smiled at him with a nod of thanks before turning my attention back to Mads. "How am I supposed to live without you?" I chuckled, wiping away a fleeting tear. "You're going to be okay. Besides, it's only a few months and we'll see each other again," she replied, trying to keep her tone calm, although a crack in her voice betrayed her emotion. I pressed my lips together to contain the trembling and looked up when I heard the door creak. I expected it to be Joel, but it was Gail, standing in the doorway with a mischievous smile. Without warning, he launched himself onto the mattress and landed between us, sending us rolling sideways with groans. I playfully punched him in the chest for ruining our moment, but he just laughed, sitting up slightly to envelop us both in a group hug. "Well, guys, we survived freshman year," he announced with a laugh. "We're not boys, you jerk," Madeline retorted, tapping him before resting her head on his shoulder. I reached across Gail to take Madeline's shoulder, creating a circle between the three of us. She did the same with me, and for a moment, the silence spoke louder than words. "I don't think I would have survived without you two," I said with complete sincerity. "I definitely wouldn't have studied if I didn't have you guys," Gail added thoughtfully. Madeline let out a laugh and then shrugged. "Well, I'm sure it would have been fine. But still, I'm glad you two were around." I gently punched him in the arm, but I couldn't help but laugh. "I hope things don't change next year." "Well, I'll be living in the football house." So, if anything, I'll be seeing you guys more often, Smalls, Gale said. I muttered distractedly. Aren't you going to be visiting Joel all the time? He added. My eyes shifted toward Madeline with some apprehension. If I moved in with Joel, a lot would change. Guilt settled in my stomach as I realized I'd kept that detail to myself. Madeline patted my shoulder and gave me a sympathetic smile. Hey, she said softly. It's okay if things change. What won't change is that you two are stuck with me, no matter where we are, until the end. Okay, you two are stuck with me too, Gale said, playfully ruffling both of their hair. Wow! Madeline and I exclaimed at the same time, sitting up and staring at him with a glare. Gale, it's very different when you say it, I scolded him. Okay, sorry. Come back, sorry, Gale said, holding out his arms so we could lie down again. I'm sad and need some love, he pouted when we didn't return right away. Laughing, I plopped down on his shoulder and pulled out the hair trapped beneath me. At the same time, Madeline and I reached out and clasped our hands on Gale's chest. The door opened again, and this time it was Joel. Gale, take those hands off my girlfriend, he growled as he walked in and grabbed another box. Gale's arm tightened around me and he held Madeline and me together as he swayed from side to side. We both burst into fits of laughter, and our hair tangled in his face. I can't help it. I'm going to miss you so much. Can't you miss each other without all the affection? Joel raised an eyebrow as he looked down at us, the box in his hands. No. We all answered at the same time and sank deeper into the group hug. Of course not, Joel sighed. Well, don't bother me. I'll just get back to packing your car. Ah, thanks. I called as he headed for the door. I can't believe I was actually right, Gale said, shaking his head in disbelief and laughing a little. Madeline straightened and raised a well-groomed eyebrow at him. What were you right about? Gale snorted and nodded in the direction Joel had left. I told you Joel was a softie at heart who just needed love. And I was clearly right, because Ophelia's affection tamed the beast. How disgusting. I grimaced. Never speak of my love again. We stayed tangled in each other's arms as long as we could. Joel made several trips in and out of the bedroom to retrieve the boxes, and thankfully, by the second trip, he stopped hinting that we should help. Soon, my room was empty, except for the three of us, looking sad. Joel came back, pushed Gale's feet out of the way, and sat at the foot of the bed. Honey, I hate to say it, but I think it's time to go. I nodded sadly and hugged Gale and Madeline closer. Well, then it's time for goodbyes. Seriously, no crying, Madeline said as she sat down. I'll try not to cry, I laughed. Madeline looked at me with a mischievous smile. Actually, I was talking to Gale. Well, we all know I'm going to cry. That's a given, she said with complete sincerity. Joel stood up again and headed for the door. Well, I'm leaving to stop the tears. Honey, I'll see you downstairs at the vehicles. The three of us got out of bed and looked at each other. Gale was the first to move, turning to Madeline and hugging her. I smiled as they clung to each other for a moment before breaking away and wiping their eyes. Gale turned to me, and before I knew it, he had me off the ground. Take care of yourself this summer, Smalls, he said softly as I hugged him tightly. Don't fall on your runs, I won't be there to save you. You won't be there to make me fall either, I laughed. Seriously, when are you going to stop bringing that up? He sighed dramatically as he put me back on the floor. He walked to the door, stopped, and placed his hand over his heart, puffing out his cheeks as if trying to keep something stuck in his throat. Madeline and I laughed as a strangled sound escaped her lips. Then she waved her hand and walked away. "What a drama," Madeline said, shaking her head while smiling at me. "It's okay, let's not make a big deal out of this. It's just a quick goodbye, then I'll FaceTime you when my flight lands." She hugged me tightly, and I squeezed her shoulders, not wanting to let go yet. I tried to think of something profound to say to her. Something to show her how grateful I was for everything she'd done for me this year. "I'm so happy a computer randomly matched us," she said, laughing, and straightened her back, pulling away from the hug. I wiped the sleeve of my t-shirt over my still wet eyes and giggled. "That would be nice." "Me too. I'm really going to miss living with you." I sighed. "Mads, I probably should have told you sooner, but Joel asked me to move in with him next year. I haven't said yes yet, obviously. I don't even know if I want to. But I'm so sorry I waited until now to tell you." "Ophelia, breathe," he reminded me. "But don't fool yourself, you know you want it. Don't make decisions like that for me." "But who would you live with if I move out?" "I mean, maybe we could look for a 2-bedroom apartment and you could live with us too," I suggested. "Thanks, kiddo, but no offense. I've already had to listen to some pretty questionable things when Joel stays here. I'm not willing to live with that every night. Besides, some guys from poli-sci are renting a house next year. They offered me a room, and I didn't turn it down." "What?" I laughed and looked at her reproachfully. "Were you thinking of leaving me?" "No way. But it's pretty obvious how serious you and Joel are. The way you two act. I knew it was only a matter of time. Most people get into relationships and don't know if they'll work out or not. But you two, it's the kind of relationship that seems destined to last a lifetime, get married, and have kids." I smiled as I imagined that image. The same dream I'd had a million times, playful children with soft, wavy hair and a little girl with dark curls. "I love you." My face scrunched up as tears began to well up in my eyes. I should have known that leaving there without her crying was a foolish idea. Madeline sighed and hugged me. "I love you too. Now move it. That boy gets all broody when he's away from you for too long." I nodded and laughed, wiping my face as I walked toward the door. Some people looked at me worriedly as I emerged from the bedroom, my face completely red. I ran over to Joel, who was leaning against the door of his truck, looking at his phone. "Ready to go?" He looked up and smiled when he saw me approaching. "Oh, my love," he laughed at my face. "It's only been a few months." "I know," I sighed. I let my forehead rest against his chest and relaxed as his fingers ran down my spine. "I'm really going to miss this here." "Well, it's lucky we'll all be back next year," he said, stroking my back and looking down at me when I pulled away to meet his gaze. "And I have you for a whole month." I smiled. "Mostly. Jesus asked me to remind you about the shared custody you agreed to." I scoffed, "Please. James is going to spend the entire month with him in his new apartment and he thinks he can have you too. All this time and I'm still the subject of contention between the Allen brothers." Joel sighed, his eyes dramatically skyward. I reached out and pinched his lower arm, smirking when he inhaled sharply and glared at me. "Okay, get that ass moving. It's time to go." Joel tapped me on the butt and walked over to my car door. He opened it for me and smiled mischievously when I followed him, rubbing my sore cheek. Once I was settled into the driver's seat, he leaned over and kissed me on the cheek. "Drive carefully, I'll be right behind you. See you at home." I smiled at him. He closed the door and tapped the glass twice before returning to his truck. That night, I was back in my childhood bedroom. The house was incredibly quiet with Jesus already gone. I unpacked my things and tried to force myself to relax back into life here. It felt weird, being back under my parents' roof. I spent a year becoming independent and taking care of myself. And now, suddenly, I was back in my pink bedroom, with my mom calling me down for dinner. I opened the box of my sweaters and smiled when I saw Joel's USC football sweatshirt sitting right on top. It seemed like forever since he gave it to me. Now I had a whole collection of his t-shirts and sweatshirts to keep him company. I took it out and put it on, enjoying the softness of the fabric. Glancing at the big numbers on my alarm clock, I saw it was 11 p.m. I couldn't shake the feeling of anxiety, like I was trapped, so I grabbed my car keys and headed downstairs. "Where are you going?" Dad asked as he walked out of the kitchen. "My God, awfully. Isn't it a little late?" "Yeah, sorry, I just need some fresh air. I'll be back soon. I have the keys so you can lock up." I smiled at him as I headed for the door. I turned to wave goodbye, and saw him with a wistful expression on his face for a second. He saw my hesitation and waved me goodbye with a small smile. "Take care." The anxiety I felt dissipated when I got in the car and started the engine. The car roared to life beneath my feet, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Something told me I'd be taking a lot of walks this summer. After driving for a while, I came to a turnoff to a familiar dirt road. It had been a long time since I'd driven down that mountain road, but I decided to give it a try. I gripped the steering wheel as my car's tires hit the small bumps in the road. Climbing the mountain alone at night might not have been the smartest option, but I longed for the peace that only the high air could give me. Finally, I reached the clearing and parked my car on the grass. The headlights caught another vehicle, and I tensed, not expecting to find anyone else there. But then I recognized Joel's license plate and burst out laughing. I figured we both needed some fresh air. "Look who's here," his deep voice echoed from the edge of the viewing platform. I walked toward him and instantly relaxed as the lights of Belmere glittered before us. Joel was sitting on the grass, bathed in the yellow glow of the streetlights. He reached out and pulled me to sit next to him. I snuggled under his arm and rested my head on his shoulder. "What are you doing here?" I whispered into the darkness. "It's weird being back home," he shrugged under my weight. I nodded, understanding completely, having just felt the same way. "Though I'm surprised your dad let you out at this hour." I didn't exactly give him a choice, I laughed softly. Joel ran his large hand down my arm to warm me. "I'm sure if he'd known you'd be with me, he would have objected more forcefully." "Hey, my dad likes you now, remember?" I lowered my hand to his lap and wiggled my fingers. He barely looked over before covering it with his own and squeezing it tightly, noticing how cold it was. Joel murmured in agreement. "Will he still love me if we live in sin next year?" "I haven't accepted that yet," I reminded him. "Have you thought about it?" His hand paused on my shoulder as he looked at me. "Of course. Only, won't they say it's too soon?" Joel laughed and shook his head. "What does it matter what they think? Besides, we've been together for almost a year." I frowned, confused. "Joel, we became a couple on New Year's, that's 4 months. We may have made it official on New Year's, but you've been mine since September. You just didn't know it yet." His crooked smile made my heart skip a beat and my neck heat up. "Well, following that logic, I've been yours since I was 5, only you didn't know it yet." "Perfect. Who could say it's too soon to live together? We've been together for years." A laugh escaped my throat at his playful tone. This was my favorite version of Joel, the one only I could see. I imagined myself enjoying it all the time, in a home of my own, and in that instant, I knew what to do. All right. Joel turned his head to stare at me. Is that okay? So you are. Yes, I confirmed with a laugh. Suddenly, he flipped me onto my back and leaned over me. I smiled in the darkness, barely making out the gleam in his eyes. Who would have thought, he whispered before placing a kiss on my nose. Well, my 5-year-old self dreamed it a lot, I laughed. But my 16-year-old self would have died before letting this happen. Yes, my 16-year-old self would never have believed it, she replied nostalgically. I wonder what things would have been like if you hadn't fallen madly in love with me. I made a face of disbelief, about to deny it, but it was true. Well. I wouldn't have been so embarrassed in front of you. Joel frowned. And I wouldn't have been so cruel to you. No, you probably would have been, I joked. He gave me a mischievous smile and touched my lips. Big mouth, he murmured between the kiss. But I'm really sorry, he added in a softer tone. Maybe you wouldn't have been so anxious about what other people thought if it weren't for me. You didn't cause my anxiety, Joel. I stroked his hair and pulled his face into another kiss, trying to deepen it, but he pulled away. But I didn't help. Maybe not, I admitted. But if none of that had happened, we wouldn't be who we are now, right here, and I would hate that. Me too, baby. Joel leaned his torso against mine and finally agreed to a deeper kiss. I sighed as his hand moved down to my ribs, stroking them gently. The cool grass tickled my neck, but the warmth of our bodies together kept me warm. A moan escaped me as he nibbled on my bottom lip. His hand gripped my hip as I buried my fingers in his hair. We kissed passionately for what felt like hours, soaking in the love flowing between us. When he finally pulled away and smiled at me with swollen lips, I was dizzy between desire and tenderness. Joel rolled onto his back and pulled me with him, resting me on his chest. I smiled as I heard the steady beat of his heart beneath my ear. That sound took me back months to when we'd stood on this very same overlook. I remembered the night I realized how important this man was to me. But in reality, it always had been. Had I loved him at 5? Maybe not. Although, looking back, I think a part of me did. Maybe a fragment of my soul recognized what he would mean. What we would mean. I rested my chin on his chest to look at him. He leaned his head on his arm, looking out over the town with a serene smile. His eyes radiated peace, as if everything about him were at peace. He still had those freckles scattered across his nose that had so captivated me as a child. Madeline's words returned to my mind, and I knew in my soul she was right. Joel and I weren't the kind of love that sees what's happening. It took us a while to get in sync, but when we did, we fell fast and hopelessly. However, it was the right fall, the one that ensures a soft and safe landing. Each obstacle had only made us stronger. He was my rock in turbulent waters, protecting me from the current. And I liked to think I had been a bit of sunshine for him among the clouds. Joel must have felt my gaze, because he looked back at me and kissed me on the forehead. Do me a favor. I smiled. Promise me it'll be you and me, just like now, forever. I took her hand and kissed her knuckles. Forever, I agreed. I knew forever was a big word, but it was a promise I would gladly keep. End. Prologue. 3 years later. Are you ready? I turned toward Mads's voice, appearing in the doorway of my room with a mischievous smile. With a confident stride, she walked in and twirled around, arms wide open, revealing her full outfit. Great. I smiled. Just great, he replied, frowning. Mads, please. You always look amazing. I'm the one who can't get rid of this unruly hair under my cap, I replied, turning back to the mirror to continue adjusting the accessory. Well, let me help you. This is painful to watch, she said, gently taking me by the shoulders and turning me toward her. After a little Madeline magic, I was finally ready. We linked arms and left the apartment with our heads held high, ready to face the day. Our laughter echoed in the parking lot as we walked in sync, taking exaggerated diagonal steps. The excitement of the day coursed through my veins, adding a special sparkle to every movement. It's a shame Gail can't be here today, Madeline sighed as she climbed into the passenger seat. I started the engine and buckled my seatbelt as the car protested with a mechanical groan. This old companion had accompanied me through 4 years of college, but I was increasingly doubting its longevity. I think the same, I agreed, but judging by his Instagram, he doesn't seem to regret it. Madeline burst out laughing and clapped. Did you see the last photo of him and James at the 49ers fundraiser? Surrounded by cheerleaders on all sides. Yeah, Jesus wasn't too happy with that one, I replied, wincing. But there's no doubt they're living the NFL dream. Still, I wish Gail were here, Madeline murmured, looking out the window. The three of us had been inseparable during our first years of college. Their friendship had sustained me through every setback along the way. Joel and I moved in together my sophomore year, just as we'd planned. Although, to his chagrin, the apartment ended up becoming a refuge for our friends dissatisfied with their living arrangements. Namely, Gail and Mads. Almost always, one of us was lying on our couch. Gail couldn't stand his snoring partner in the football team's house, and Mads discovered that living with debate fanatics gave him unbearable migraines. Before our senior year, Gail received an offer to join the San Francisco 49ers early, and he didn't think twice. James had been signed the year before, so they were now inseparable on social media. The press dubbed them the NFL's biggest bromance. Damn, maybe we should have left sooner, I muttered, scanning the crowded parking lot for an empty spot. Be aggressive. If you see someone leaving, harass them until you have their spot, Mads joked. We circled around a few times until, finally, I spotted someone getting into their car. I approached determinedly, blinkers on, and waited expectantly. The driver gave me curious glances as he rummaged in the glove compartment, but finally started the car and left the space free. What time is your ceremony? I asked, applying lip balm and smoothing the folds of my red gown. I think right before yours, so I can see you cross the stage, Mads replied, adjusting his own cap with a knowing smile. I got out of the car and met my reflection in the smudged window. Madeline had managed to place my red graduation cap flawlessly over my curls, and I made a mental note not to let any hugs ruin it until after the ceremony. Well, let's do it, I said determinedly, looking at my reflection. The kitten heels she had bought especially for that day made a small sound as they hit the pavement. Madeline led the way through the crowd gathered near the flower gardens outside the auditorium. USC's graduating classes were so large that each program had to file in one by one for their ceremony. There's my girl, I heard before being crushed in a hug. Ah. Watch the mortarboard, I won't be able to recreate it. I shouted as I grabbed the stiff edge and held it in place. Good heavens, awfully, of all the things to think about on your graduation day, my dad scolded. My mom and Jesus came up behind him and gave me hugs too, before congratulating Madeline, who was on her tiptoes looking for her family, who was supposed to meet us there. Mrs. Moore is so sorry she can't be here today, Jesus said, putting his arm around me. She told me like 100 times to apologize to you. I know, she called me a couple of times too, I laughed. I understand, Yvonne couldn't miss the recital. I smiled at the thought of the confident little girl Yvonne was becoming. After the divorce was finalized, Mrs. Morse sold the house and was able to afford therapy for Yvonne. Specialists suggested she be included in organized activities, and it turned out that little Moore had a natural talent for dance. By the age of 8, she was already racking up first-place trophies in almost every competition. Obviously James sends his regards too, Jesus added. His tone was a little tense, and I could tell the Instagram photos were still bothering him. Darius, I murmured sympathetically. You know as well as I do that those photos mean nothing. It's all for the cameras. I know, she responded defensively. What I hate is that he can post millions of photos with them and millions with Gail, but no one will ever know we live together. Jesus and James had been dating pretty steadily since they finally made their relationship official. I was glad to see them so happy together, but I knew it wasn't a perfect situation. San Francisco was only an hour and a half from Belmere, so James spent most of the season traveling back and forth. They had both decided it was best to keep a low profile at Belmere for the sake of James's career. It took its toll on Jesus to stay away from James's public life, but the two usually managed to make it work. Well, Grump, you better get up because you're ruining my graduation mood, I joked as I shoved him in the shoulder. He gave a small smile and nodded. So, that's it. My heart sank, and a shadow of disappointment enveloped me. Yes, I replied tersely. That's all. I gestured to Madeline when I saw her spot her parents and run over. The organizers at the door were calling her class inside. I began to feel a slight unease in my fingertips, knowing it would be next. My family approached the door and leaned against the brick wall while we waited for my turn. I laughed as my mom took a million photos and continued adjusting my dad's tie. My heart still hadn't fully recovered from Jesus' question, and I couldn't help but feel a little melancholy about the fact that this day wasn't happening exactly as I had imagined. Before I knew it, the woman with the microphone called my show on. I quickly hugged my mom, Dad, and Jesus, then followed the woman into the auditorium. They lined us up in order and instructed us to sit in the first 10 rows. I turned around in my seat and smiled as my family rushed to take seats as close to the stage as possible. My mom gave me a bright smile and a wave, then continued taking a few more photos. Madeline and her family had gotten seats a few rows behind them, and I laughed when Mads waved his diploma and shouted excitedly at me. I gave him 2 thumbs up and wiggled with excitement knowing we were finally there. The commencement speaker began to speak, and my fingers nervously intertwined in my lap. This was it, the 4 years of my life in the college bubble were about to end. I'd thought about this moment so many times, but now that it was here, I didn't know what to expect. A woman quietly approached the front row and motioned for us to stand. I gave my family one last wave and then followed her to the stairs where she wanted us to line up. One by one, the speaker called my classmates up to the stage. My nervousness increased as each name came closer to mine. Maria Abanto. Amir Abdullah. Timothy Atkins. Ophelia Allen. I gripped the bar tightly as I climbed the last few steps. The bright stage lights blinded me for a moment, but then my eyes adjusted, and I saw the man smiling politely at me as he handed me my diploma. I stumbled a little, but quickly recovered, taking a deep breath. Squaring my shoulders, I walked more confidently and shook his hand. Congratulations, Miss Allen, he smiled as he handed me the rolled-up paper, then motioned me forward. I walked to the center of the stage and looked at the audience, where I knew my parents were. I smiled enthusiastically as I flipped the tassel on my cap from side to side. They were both crying and clapping excitedly for me, blowing kisses and shouting my name. Next to them, Jesus was acting like a complete fool, jumping up and down and shouting, "That's my little sister." My breath stopped for a moment as I looked to my right. Tears blurred my vision as time seemed to drag on. In the middle of the crowd, standing tall and clapping with a proud smile, was Joel. Our eyes met, and even though the light was dim, I could see the mischief in his smile. That fool tricked me. I ran off stage when my moment in the spotlight was over, ignoring the woman who was waving me back to my seat. I darted down the aisle and laughed as Joel opened his arms for me to launch myself toward him. "What the hell?" I whispered loudly as his arms wrapped around me tightly. "Did you really think I'd miss your graduation?" he teased, grinning. I placed my hand on his cheek, as if I needed reassurance that he was really there. It had been a long time since our last visit. "Okay, lovebirds, we should go hide. People are starting to recognize Joel, and now's not the time," Dad said, pushing Joel's arm to get him to move. Joel didn't let go of me, and as he turned to walk toward the exit, he held me even tighter against his chest. I wrapped my arms around him and breathed in his cedar and mint scent. It was really there. "Explain yourself, young man." I tapped him on the arm when he finally put me down near the auditorium doors. "Seriously. I had a commitment with a brand this weekend that I couldn't cancel," he defended himself. "I'd been trying to get out of the contract for weeks, but I didn't want to get your hopes up in case I couldn't." "But you did it," I exclaimed, wrapping my arms around his waist. A tingle ran through my fingers as they rested on his firm muscles. "I don't think I'll ever stop being swooning over how incredibly attractive this man is." "Can I take you somewhere?" he asked softly, his hands resting on my lower back. I rested my chin on his chest and smiled at him, nodding. He took my hand and led me through the crowd. Shouting to my parents that we'd be back soon, I let him guide me. Some of the people in the audience looked at us and pointed excitedly at Joel, so he pulled down the bill of his Seattle Seahawks cap to hide his face. Just as we all expected, Joel had signed a contract right after graduating from USC. His final year with the Trojans was spectacular, and teams were fighting to sign him as their starting quarterback. I was afraid he was going somewhere far away, but I knew I had to take the best offer. In the end, the choice was Seattle, which wasn't so terrible. We spent the last 2 years traveling back and forth to see each other, taking advantage of the off-season to spend as much time together as possible. Of course, as Joel's career grew, those moments together became increasingly scarce. He had more commitments, even during the off-season, and less time for me. But we always managed to find a way to make it work. He dragged me down a path behind the cafeteria, and I frowned, confused. Was he taking me back to my old dorm? He looked over his shoulder and smiled at me. A laugh escaped my lips as his pace quickened, becoming more animated. "Sorry, don't forget my short legs," I said as I tugged on his hand to slow him down a bit. "Relax, we're almost there." He laughed and turned off the path, heading toward a large tree. He paused in its shadow and looked at me expectantly. "Don't you remember this place?" he asked me, playfully. I looked around and knew instantly. This was a path I'd taken many times when I was at USC. It connected the dorms to the cafeteria, and just beyond that was the building where I had many of my freshman year classes. "Remember what?" I said timidly. "My love," he sighed with an exaggerated expression of disdain. "This tree was the place where you almost collapsed the first week of your freshman year." "Oh, right. Wow, you have no idea how close I was to quitting that day." I shook my head, remembering how difficult life seemed back then, like I'd die if a teacher called on me and I didn't know the answer. But you didn't, Joel agreed. Thank you, I replied. Exactly. That moment, by this tree, was when everything changed for us. I'm pretty sure it was the first time we truly relaxed with each other and just talked. I know it was when I started seeing you differently. Really? I was surprised. I hadn't thought Joel's opinion of me would change so quickly. Yes. He nodded. In fact, I even caught a glimpse of you when you left that day. You didn't do it. I punched him in the arm. You're a pig, I added as he grinned proudly. Then why are we here? Joel looked at me for a moment, then took my hands firmly. I wanted to bring you back to where it all began, because this was the moment my life started to change. Thanks to you. I've told you this before, baby, but I can never thank you enough for coming into my life when you did. Joel, I interrupted, you did the same for me. Tears began to well up in my eyes as I thought about all the love I felt for him. Despite the distance, the missed calls, and the cancelled plans, our love never wavered. His large hand reached out to wipe a tear from my face and rested on my cheek. I leaned into his touch and smiled at him. Before you, he continued, my life was all darkness. Even the things that should have made me happy, didn't. I know a lot of that was because of my bad attitude, but you changed me. You changed everything. You brightened everything and helped me see how much I had to be thankful for. If it weren't for you, I know I wouldn't be where I am today. You saved me, my love. Tears flowed freely down my cheeks. I love you, I whispered. My heart stopped when Joel reached into his pocket and pulled out a small navy blue velvet box. His fingers trembled slightly as he smiled at me, and then, with a solemn movement, he knelt before me. The world seemed to fall silent. As he removed his cap and laid it on the grass, his tousled brown hair fell over his forehead in unruly waves, so familiar they tempted me to reach out and grasp them. Breathe, Ophelia. I shook my head, returning to the present, just as Joel gulped nervously. With a deep breath, he took my hand in his and, in a voice that combined confidence and vulnerability, spoke the words that would change everything. Ophelia Allen, I love you, and I will love you until the day I die, whether you like it or not. But I'd rather do it as your husband. Will you marry me? The words caught in my throat. A wave of emotion washed over me, reducing my response to gasps and a frantic nod, while my hand clamped over my mouth to stem the torrent of tears and laughter that threatened to escape. Is that a yes? He laughed, his eyes shining like the sunset. Yes. I managed to exclaim, my voice cracking with happiness. Damn. I forgot to open the box, he laughed, blushing. James and I rehearsed this 1,000 times. With adorable clumsiness, he opened the box, revealing the most beautiful ring my eyes had ever seen. What made it perfect wasn't its value, but that, despite his multi-million-dollar NFL contract, Joel had chosen something that reflected me, a delicate white gold band, adorned with tiny diamonds converging on an emerald-cut center stone, elegant, simple, and timeless. It's me, I whispered, moved to tears. Joel held the ring between his strong fingers and slipped it onto my left hand, where it sparkled like a shard of star. And then, time exploded into pure joy. He jumped up, wrapping his arms around my waist to sweep me up into a hug that erased any distance between us. I squealed with laughter as he spun around in my arms, triumphant as if he'd just won the Super Bowl, and then, between messy kisses raining down on my face, he repeated over and over. I love you, I love you, I love you. I responded with a burst of laughter, wrapping my hands around the back of his neck as my legs wrapped around his torso. When he stopped, our eyes met, and in his gaze burned a promise that made my heart race. 4 years. 4 years of holding each other up on dark days. 4 years of laughing until our stomachs hurt over silly things. 4 years of being each other's refuge, the home that didn't need walls. And now, we would have a whole life left. Joel leaned his face toward me, and when our lips met, the entire universe shrank to that moment. To his familiar taste, his warm hands on my back, the beat of our hearts merging into one. It was more than a kiss. It was forever.